Chapter 561. What should they do now that Shao-Chi was back to normal but still unconscious? Everyone in the medical academy knew that head elderling had taken Shao-Chi into closed-door cultivation to study medicine. 2 years had passed since then, and many people were asking when Shao-Chi would come out of closed-door cultivation. After all, Shao-Chi had developed a large batch of new medicines for the medical world. He was a freak of nature, and almost everyone in the medical world knew of him. There were many who were concerned about him. If they killed Shao-Chi, they could just say that he had died of a plague that couldn't be cured. It was a safe bet, but Academy head Gu couldn't bear to do it. He had always hoped that Shao-Chi's body could return to normal and continue working for him in the medical world. Moreover, he wouldn't kill Shao-Chi so easily before he figured out why Shao-Chi's body had changed so drastically. Keeping Shao-Chi alive wasn't a long-term solution. What if the child fell into someone else's hands one day? What if the child heard Academy head Gu's memories from that night? What if he learned about the past? Just as Academy head Gu was at a loss for what to do, Shao-Chi suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was as pure and clean as ever as he stared curiously at Academy head Gu and head elderling Shao-Chi. Academy head Gu was both surprised and delighted. Shao-Chi, what's wrong? Head elderling pretended to ask. Shao-Chi stared at them for a long time before muttering, Who are you? Academy head Gu and head elderling were both surprised by the question, but they quickly exchanged glances and calmed down. They erased Shao-Chi's 6 years in the poison sect's forbidden grounds and told Shao-Chi that he was an abandoned child who had been adopted by the head elder. He was a freak of nature with a special constitution and huge appetite for medicine. He had developed many new medicines for the medical world. Shao-Chi nodded obediently as he listened. At the end, he even affectionately called head elderling, Daddy! Head elderling was very surprised. After all, this child had refused to call him Daddy ever since he entered the medical academy. Not even once in the past 8 years. Academy head Gu was surprised as well. Daddy belonged exclusively to him. He was Shao-Chi's world. After being locked up here for 2 years, Shao-Chi had long stopped calling him. Now this stubborn child had easily called out the 2 words Daddy. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to be faking amnesia. However, Academy head Gu and head elderling didn't believe him so easily. They let Shao-Chi out and let him enter the courtyard as he pleased. Shao-Chi didn't run away. Instead, he came in to ask for food. Father, I'm hungry. He looked at head elderling, completely ignoring Academy head Gu. Shao-Chi, you can only take medicine. Chief Ling personally brought over a bowl of medicinal soup. Shao-Chi took a sip and spat it out. It's so bitter. I don't want it. Spotting the pastries on the side, he pounced over and ate them in big mouthfuls. Unexpectedly, he didn't spit it out this time. He didn't reject food at all, acting just like a normal person. Academy head Gu and head elderling watched with trepidation, complicated expressions on their faces. Shao-Chi chewed on the pastries with relish, tears streaming down his cheeks. He could finally eat normally. Finally, 8 years. He hadn't eaten anything for 8 whole years. He could only take medicine. No one knew how many times he'd secretly tried to eat, but every time he'd spit it out. He'd thought he'd never be able to eat again. After all, they were all obsessed with medicine their whole lives. They didn't have many cunning thoughts. Seeing Shao-Chi's reaction, Academy head Gu and head elderling no longer suspected Shao-Chi. That's good, head elderling said in a low voice. Then we can keep him here. Academy head Gu sighed in relief. Head elderling hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, Academy head, I have a plan. Compared to Academy head Gu, head elderling wasn't as crazy about Shao-Chi. He was much calmer and more clear-headed. No one could guarantee that Shao-Chi wouldn't lose his memories forever, nor could they guarantee that Shao-Chi's body would always be normal. Moreover, there were many people in the medical world who cared about Shao-Chi. They had to have a backup plan. Head Elder Ling quickly announced that Shao Qi had come out of seclusion. He didn't publicize Shao Qi's memory loss. After all, Shao Qi had lived in his courtyard for the past 8 years. He hadn't interacted with outsiders, nor did he have any friends. No one could tell if Shao Qi had lost his memories or not. He brought Shao Qi back to his courtyard. Aside from not taking medicine for 3 meals a day, everything else was normal. Although Shao Qi had lost his memories, he hadn't forgotten his medicinal skills. He was still the same as before, hiding in the small herb garden in the back courtyard to work on his precious herbs. Whether it was facing Academy Head Gu or Head Elder Ling, his eyes were as clear and pure as before. However, there was no difference between Academy Head Gu and Head Elder Ling. Shao Qi's former purity was because there was only his father in his world. Now he was pure because there was no one else in his world, only hatred. Just like that, everything went on as before for a month. One day, Shao Qi suddenly discovered poison in his beloved herb garden. He casually picked it up, a trace of disdain flashing through his eyes. Soon, he rushed over to Head Elder Ling with the poison in hand. "Father, poison! It's poison!" Head Elder Ling had naturally arranged for the poison to be present. Head Elder Ling was shocked. Then he snorted, "Shao Qi, how did you know this was poison?" How did he know? Academy. Head Gu had taught him since he was young, of course. However, he had to pretend that he had lost his memories. I don't know either, Shao Qi said innocently, then added, "but it really is poison." "Guards, capture Shao Qi and bring him to the academy head." Head Elder Ling ordered cold. "Father," Shao Qi was stunned. He was acting so well, just like when he'd seen his biological father hanging in the secret chamber. He was at a complete loss, unable to understand. "I'm not your father. I don't have a son like you." Head Elder Ling's acting was even more genuine than his son's. Head Elder Ling quickly brought Shao Qi to see Academy Head Gu. At the same time, Head Elder Ling summoned the Vice Academy heads and the elders of the Council of Elders. The upper echelons of the Medical Academy were gathered to interrogate Shao Qi. "Speak. How did you identify this poison? Who taught you the art of poison? Aside from planting poison in the medicine fields, where else did you plant poison? Did you hide it? Shao Qi, have you ever been to the poison sect's forbidden grounds? Shao Qi, are you in cahoots with the remnants of the poison sect?" Shao Qi could confidently answer each question, but he either remained silent or said, "I don't know." These questions were like knives that stabbed into little Seven's heart. The white knife went in and the red knife came out. Shao Qi inadvertently glanced at the high and mighty Academy Head Gu, who hadn't said a word this entire time. He felt so uncomfortable that he found it hard to breathe. "Father, weren't you the one who gave me all of this?" At the end of the interrogation, they even used torture. But Shao Qi still shook his head. "I don't know." Head Elder Ling even went as far as to put righteousness before family. He provided some so-called evidence to slander Shao Qi for stealing large amounts of precious medicinal ingredients over the years, suspecting that Shao Qi had used them to trade with the remnants of the poison sect. Finally, Academy Head Gu spoke up. "Shao Qi secretly studied poison and stole medicinal ingredients. His heart isn't in the right place. For these 2 crimes, he shall be expelled from the Medical Academy and banned from entering it forever." The crime of secretly studying poison was enough to seal Shao Qi's fate. Why did Head Elder Ling add on the crime of theft? Poison was a taboo in the Medical Academy, so it wasn't convenient to publicize this crime. However, the expulsion of Little Qi had to be made public. Therefore, in the end, Little Qi was expelled from Medical City for the crime of stealing precious medicinal herbs for profit. When the news spread, the entire medical community was shaken. Smart people knew that things weren't as simple as they seemed, but the Council of Elders was very tight-lipped and forbade the disciples from discussing the matter. Thus, Ghost genius Shao Qi's expulsion became a taboo in the medical academy, a mystery. On the day of his expulsion, Shao Qi was released. His clothes were tattered and his body was riddled with wounds. He dragged his tired and aching body out of the medical academy's gates. Countless onlookers had gathered to watch, blocking both sides of the road so that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Naturally, there were many who pitied Shao Qi, but even more of them mocked him and hit him while he was down. For the past 8 years, the taciturn Shao Qi had been labeled as arrogant and cold. Most of the medical academy's disciples were proud and came from good backgrounds. They had always disdained Shao Qi and were waiting for the day when Shao Qi would fall out of favor. What ghost genius! So he's a thief! Someone in the crowd shouted, causing a burst of laughter. I heard that he's just an adopted son, not the head elder's biological son. To put it bluntly, he's just a bastard picked up. No wonder he could do such a shameful thing. He's a disgrace to the medical academy. Mockery, sarcasm, all kinds of harsh words, curses, and abuse came from all directions. Shao Qi lowered his head and walked silently. No one could see his expression. Suddenly, an egg was thrown from the crowd and heavily hit his head. This time, there was another burst of thunderous laughter. Shao Qi slowly raised his head and looked at the crowd. He pretended so well that even if there was monstrous hatred, his eyes were still confused. What are you looking at? Are you not convinced? I'm the one who humiliated you. You're just a bastard. How dare you call yourself a ghost genius? What a joke! As the person spoke, he viciously threw another egg. This time, it hit Shao Qi squarely in the face. The egg yolk and white stuck to his face and blurred his vision. Gradually, more and more people started throwing eggs. Shao Qi hadn't even left Medical City yet. His entire face was smeared with egg yolk, making him look extremely miserable. His vision became more and more blurry. He didn't know if it was because there was too much egg yolk in his eyes, or if he was crying. Damn it! Didn't I say I wouldn't cry? Why am I crying? He thought I shouldn't be crying. It's just that my eyes hurt from being hit. The young man who was supposed to be high-spirited and elegant was spurned and chased away in a sorry state. Even after he left the gates of Medical City, many people still chased after him. This time they didn't throw eggs or spit at him, but stones instead. Little Seven could only run. She ran desperately into the forest, not far away. He knew that Academy Head Gu and Head Elderling's scheme wasn't over yet. They were only putting on this show to give the medical community an explanation. They wouldn't let him off so easily. He had to hurry and escape from Medical City. Chapter 562. As soon as he exited the gates of Medical City, Shao Qi kept running forward, not daring to stop for even a moment. He didn't know where to go, so he just kept moving forward. He only dared to stop and rest when he reached a barren forest. He didn't even have time to sit down before he fell to the ground with a thump. He was just too tired. His surroundings were silent, and only his rapid breathing could be heard. But soon a few strange insect sounds came from the bushes to the side. Shao Qi was already on high alert, so when he heard these sounds, he immediately held his breath. He followed the sound and saw a man in his 40s hiding in the bushes, smiling at him. Shao Qi turned to run without hesitation, but the man rushed out and grabbed him. Shao Qi, I'm Uncle Luo. Have you forgotten? This person was none other than Luo Zuishan. Shao Qi didn't remember him at all. Unable to struggle, he simply bit down on Luo Zuishan's wrist. Luo Zuishan's heart trembled from the pain, but he couldn't care less. Shao Qi, hurry and come with me. The head elder sent people to take you back. Shao Qi, have you really forgotten me? I'm Uncle Luo. 3 years ago, you gave me medicinal pills and saved my wife's life. Shao Qi had some recollection of Luo Zuishan's words, and he recalled everything after careful thought. That time, Luo Zuishan had come to the head elder's courtyard to seek medical treatment. The head elder had written a prescription for Luo Zuishin to go to the Council of Elders to ask for medicine. However, Luo Zuishin was only a minor character and didn't have the qualifications to go to the Council of Elders. Luo Zuishin had knelt and begged the head elder to appear, but the head elder had refused on the grounds that it was inconvenient. Shao Qi had only given Luo Zuishin a pill in passing and hadn't even said a word to him. He hadn't expected Luo Zuishin to remember his kindness. "Hurry and come with me. I know you've been wrongly accused," Luo Zuishin said seriously. Wrongly accused, Shao Qi's heart suddenly throbbed with grief. Without any hesitation, he hastily fled with Luo Zuishin. Not long after they left, the first elder's men came looking for Shao Qi. Unfortunately, they couldn't find him even after searching the entire forest. Ding Gu and the first elder were both anxious. They sent more people to search for him for 3 days and 3 nights, but to no avail. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Shao Qi hadn't gone anywhere and was still hiding in the medical academy. Luo Zuishin said that the most dangerous place was the safest place. Luo Zuishin didn't tell anyone, not even his wife. He cleaned up Shao Qi very well, gave him a bath, tied up his hair, changed his clothes, and even treated Shao Qi's wounds. Only then did he discover that Shao Qi's body wasn't just covered in wounds from eggs and stones. There were also countless wounds of various sizes, both old and new. It could be said that he was covered in scales, and there wasn't a single piece of skin left unscathed. Even his fingernails were broken. Luo Zuishin had actually been paying attention to Shao Qi all these years. When he learned that Shao Qi had been banished for theft, his first thought was that there was something fishy about this matter. He had tried to inquire about it, but unfortunately, he hadn't been able to find anything. He didn't care about the real reason Shao Qi had been banished. He only knew that no matter what mistake Shao Qi had committed, the first elder wouldn't let him off easily after publicly banishing Shao Qi. Moreover, it wasn't just the first elder. The various powers of the medical world were definitely watching this child. This child was a rare genius. The value he could create was immeasurable. Seeing Shao Qi covered in wounds, Luo Zuishin shook his head in heartache. Did the first elder and the others hit you? How could it be just a hit? Shao Qi lowered his head and didn't say a word. Luo Zuishin's eyes were filled with complex emotions. He was silent for a long time before speaking. "Child, I'll send you to Medicine City after this storm blows over. With your skills, you won't starve to death. However, you must remember not to tell anyone that you're Shao Qi from Medical City, understand?" Shao Qi still didn't say anything. Luo Zuishin was afraid that his emotions would become unstable, so he didn't dare to ask too many questions. Who would have thought that he wouldn't be able to find Shao Qi the next day? He only found a note saying that Shao Qi had stolen all the money in his room. The note said that it was the money for the medicine from before, so they didn't know each other anything in the future. Luo Zuishin was both helpless and worried. He didn't dare to alarm anyone and could only search in secret. However, Shao Qi had left Medical City that very night. He had gone to Medicine City. As the cold wind blew, Gu, who was nestled in a tree branch, curled up and slept restlessly. The moonlight shone on his cheeks, making his profile even more beautiful than usual in the dim light. He turned over a few times and groggily opened his eyes. He looked at the moonlight in the sky, then at his surroundings. He subconsciously touched the corner of his eye and felt a cold, wet spot. He stared blankly at the tears on his fingers. However, he quickly regained his senses. He shook his hand forcefully and cursed. "Fuck!" He stood up and stretched lazily as if nothing had happened. Then he jumped down from the tree and disappeared into the darkness. How could the events of the past 10 years be finished with a single dream? Just like the hatred that filled the sky, it wasn't enough to end with just one person. Deep into the night, no one could sleep. Even Han Yunqi, who had been sleeping on the bed for a long time, wasn't truly asleep. The mysterious, wordless steel on the poison sex altar kept flashing through her mind, unable to be erased. At first, she thought she was dreaming and tried very hard to open her eyes. She wanted to wake up, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open her eyes. She couldn't even move her hands and feet. People don't know what's happening in a dream, but she clearly remembered that she had fallen asleep and that she was lying on the bed right now. Her consciousness was so clear. Was this not a dream? Just as Han Yunqi was in a state of confusion, the images flashing through her mind suddenly became real. Her surroundings were real. She had returned to the poison sex altar, and the wordless steel was right in front of her. This feeling was the same as when she entered the detoxification space. Had her soul returned to the poison sex altar? The mossy steel gave off a damp, decaying aura. It was like a call from ancient times, beckoning her to come closer. Han Yunqi resisted and even feared it, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from the steel. Soon, she walked over without realizing it, but as she drew closer, something miraculous happened. She saw rows and rows of words gradually appear on the wordless monument. They were clearly complicated and strangely shaped words, but she could understand them. What was written on the steel was none other than the poison sex poison storage space. Han Yunqi was greatly alarmed. She didn't have time to worry about her fears or why she'd come here in the first place. She even strode over to carefully read the tiny words, afraid that they'd disappear if she was too slow. Reality quickly proved that Han Yunqi was right. The densely packed words on the steel disappeared from left to right at a speed far faster than Han Yunqi could read them. Han Yunqi panicked. She glanced at 10 lines at a time, one by one. Every time she finished a line, it would disappear. She was so nervous that she held her breath, not daring to stop or have any distracting thoughts. She just kept looking. In the end, every time she finished a line, it would immediately disappear. Gradually, the speed at which the words were disappearing surpassed hers. She could only give up on a large section and look at the rest. Hurry! Hurry! Suddenly, her eyes flew open and she shot up from the bed. She found herself in a room in the side courtyard. What altar? What steel? It was all just a dream. Han Yunqi gasped for breath, her heart still racing. As she got off the bed, she recalled the words in her dream. Although she hadn't finished reading the steel, she knew everything that was written on it. This didn't seem to be a dream. The steel recorded that the poison storage space was the poison sect's most powerful existence. Not every direct descendant of the poison sect had a poison storage space. Some people were born with it in their consciousness, while others might not be able to cultivate it even after decades of cultivation. Some people relied on their powerful consciousness to open the poison storage space, while others carried it with them their entire lives without knowing it. They would never be able to open it. The poison storage space didn't just have the ability to store poison. It had 3 main functions, and the poison storage space was only the first. The first stage was called poison storage. It allowed the user to freely store their own poisons, as well as the world's most poisonous things. The second stage was called enemy resistance. It allowed the user to freely store poisons that posed a threat to themselves. The third stage was called strategy. It allowed the user to freely store any poison in the world. Each stage had its own detailed cultivation rules. For example, the first stage cultivated the strength of one's consciousness. The stronger one's consciousness, the easier it would be to store poison, and the easier it would be to store it. Conversely, one would experience dizziness, fainting, and other symptoms. They might even fail to store poisons that were too strong or had too much poison. Han Yunqi carefully recalled the records and found that they were basically the same as her own. She had a naturally unyielding personality, and with the existence of the detoxification system, her consciousness was strong to begin with. Thus, she had accidentally opened the poison storage space. Because she lacked a systematic cultivation. Her consciousness wasn't strong enough to freely store it, and she had fainted several times. Han Yunqi increasingly felt that this wasn't a dream, but a kind of inheritance. Because she had the detoxification space, she had been chosen by the wordless steel to inherit the poison sect's strongest cultivation manual. Thinking up to here, Han Yunqi hurriedly returned to the couch and sat cross-legged. She cultivated the strength of her consciousness according to the rules in her memories. Although she couldn't achieve results so quickly, she felt much better after meditating for an hour. It was as if she'd had a good night's sleep, and her body was full of energy. It's not a dream, she muttered to herself, certain but also shocked. She had thought that the detoxification system she had with her was already strong enough. She hadn't expected the poison storage space to have such a trick. Once she reached the second stage, would she be able to directly store the poison in her space without needing to do anything if someone poisoned her? After all, the poison sect's poison storage space didn't have the ability to identify poisons, but her detoxification system did. As for the third stage, she could freely store poisons in the world. This was a heaven-defying ability. If she wanted to store all poisons in the world with just the poison storage space, she would need to have a strong ability to identify poisons. But for Han Yunqi, the detoxification system could take care of everything for her. It had to be said that with the poison storage space and the detoxification system combined, Han Yunqi would really be invincible in the world of poisons. Even if a direct descendant of the poison sect with a poison storage space appeared, they wouldn't be her match. Chapter 563. Unraveling the secret of the poison storage space in a single night was probably Han Yunqi's greatest gain from her trip to the poison storage space. She hadn't seriously considered whether there were other direct descendants of the poison sect in this world, or whether there was someone else who carried such a powerful space with them. The first person she thought of was Jun Yixia. Once she cultivated to the second level, she'd definitely be able to beat Jun Yixia into a sorry state and leave him dumbfounded. Why did Han Yunqi think of Jun Yixia first? Because of personal grudges, and because Jun Yixia was the most arrogant person in the poison world. Seeing that the sky was still dark, Han Yunqi hurriedly sat down to meditate and cultivate. At the same time, Long Feiyi was lying on the roof, staring blankly at the sky. His gaze was deep and solemn. He'd been pondering the entire night. Perhaps it was the witch aunt's words about the Nether clan's nobility, or perhaps it was Gu's words, or perhaps it was the inexplicable fire that had been extinguished, or perhaps it wasn't because of any of these things. He was simply pondering how to deal with the Chu clan and how to disrupt Western Zhou's peace. Long Fei's handsome brows were locked in a serious and solemn manner, making him seem even colder than before. It was impossible to offend him or guess his thoughts. Suddenly, a figure leapt onto the roof. It was none other than Tang Li. He carried 2 jugs of wine over and tossed one to Long Fei. "Big bro, drink with me." Long Fei's alcohol tolerance was unknown, but he wasn't fond of alcohol. He casually set the jug aside and didn't say a word. Tang Li was already a little tipsy. He sat down next to Long Fei and muttered, "Big bro, do you think that woman needs to do this? I don't even like her, so why does she have to marry me?" Tang Li had been sullen ever since he'd run away from his marriage. Besides relying on Long Fei, he had nowhere else to go. Long Fei didn't even look at him. He was immersed in his own thoughts. Tang Li leaned close to him and whispered, "Bro, I'll just find a random woman, give birth to 2 babies, and bring my family home. Let's see what my father can do to me then. Actually, if they didn't push me so hard, I might have gone back by myself. The more they search the world for me, the more I don't want to go." Finally, Long Fei stood up and looked over. Tang Li burped and laughed. "You want to say that I'm childish, right?" "Wrong." Long Fei didn't say anything. He grabbed Tang Li's hand and suddenly flew into the air. When he let go, Tang Li fell from a high place. The pain made him sober up a little. Only then did Long Fei open his mouth and say coldly, "I dare you to go and disturb Han Yunqi again." Tang Li was stunned. Only then did he realize that Han Yunqi was sleeping in the room. So this guy was keeping watch for her? Long Fei had already walked far away, but Tang Li still chased after him and pulled him back. He whispered, "Bro, you still know, you still." Tang Li spoke for a long time but couldn't finish a sentence. Long Fei's expression had already changed. "Let go of me. Bro, just one sentence. The two of you should hurry up and give birth to a baby. I guarantee that my father and Aunt Ru won't dare to have any thoughts about Han Yunqi again," Tang Li said seriously. Long Fei's face darkened. He kicked Tang Li into a pool not far away to sober up. As for whether Tang Li's suggestion caused ripples in Long Fei's heart, only he knew. In short, his brows, which had been tense all night, finally relaxed. After dealing with the Chu family when the ice and snow melted next year, he would definitely go to Tianshan. The next day, Han Yunqi was the first to discover that Gu had disappeared. Could it be that he left last night? Han Yunqi asked suspiciously. Gu, whom she had been unable to chase away, suddenly left without saying goodbye. This made her feel a little uneasy. She hadn't even interrogated Chu Tianin yet. Why was that guy in such a hurry to leave? Did something urgent happen? Where did he go? She had thought that it would be easy to get the earth of 10,000 poisons from the poisonous herb storage. So she had told Mu Linger that Gu would be back soon. Now, Mu Linger must still be waiting day and night. Waiting in exchange for disappointment was a cruel thing, let alone Mu Linger, who had staked everything on waiting. Han Yunqi didn't know how well she knew Gu, but at least from what she knew, Gu must have left because something had happened. Last night, what happened? She asked seriously. Tang Li sneezed and shook his head. I don't know. I drank too much and fell into the lake. Tang Li had indeed drunk too much last night. He had completely forgotten what he had said to Long Fei, and he didn't even remember that he had been kicked. Long Fei was expressionless at Tang Li's words. Long Fei asked Han Yunqi, "Do you have something important to talk to him about?" How could Han Yunqi and Mu Linger tell Long Fei about their little schemes? She shook her head. Long Fei knew what was going on. He didn't ask any more questions and brought Han Yunqi to see Chu Tianin. Chu Tianin was locked in a secret room. He was severely injured and hadn't woken up yet. But when Long Fei splashed him with ice water, he immediately opened his eyes. Chu Tianin was truly a man. Despite his dire straits, there was no fear in his eyes. He arched a brow at Long Fei and spat out a mouthful of dirty water without a word. Long Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. Tang Li, send which aunt to the military brothel. Long Fei, come at this young master if you have the guts. What's the big deal about insulting a woman? Chu Tianin was furious. He didn't know that which aunt had already been released back to the Chu clan. You know the earth of 10,000 poisons so well. Is the perplexing butterfly illusion in the Chu clan's hands? Long Fei asked with interest. It was already difficult enough to find the secret underground room of the poison sex storehouse. Moreover, he knew where the earth of 10,000 poisons was, and that it was afraid of fire. He must have some understanding of the perplexing butterfly illusion. Chu Tianin and Aunt Ru had searched for a long time before finding out that the storehouse contained clues to unraveling the perplexing butterfly illusion. Long Fei suspected Chu Tianin, and Chu Tianin suspected Long Fei as well. When he met Long Fei and Han Yunqi in the underground palace, he suspected that they were after the perplexing butterfly illusion. In fact, he even suspected that the perplexing butterfly illusion was in their hands. But Long Fei's question dispelled Chu Tianin's suspicions. The perplexing butterfly illusion was the poison sect's most precious treasure. It had been missing for so many years, so it was unlikely that it was in Long Fei's hands. Chu Tianyin was shrewd, intelligent, and calm. Unfortunately, he couldn't compare to a wily old fox like Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Ye's question was precisely to dispel Chu Tianyin's suspicions. No, the Duke of Qin must be after the perplexing butterfly illusion as well. The one who obtains the perplexing butterfly illusion obtains the world. If the Duke of Qin's ambition is to conquer the world, why refuse the invitation of the central and southern regions? Doesn't the Duke of Qin feel that he's being very hypocritical? Chu Tianyin laughed coldly. The various powers of Tianying's central and southern regions had banded together to form the commander-in-chief's estate to support the Duke of Qin in his bid to establish a nation. Unfortunately, the Duke of Qin had ignored them to this day. All of Cloud Realm Continent's powers were paying close attention to the matter and trying to figure out what to do next. Unfortunately, no one could figure out Long Fei Ye's intentions. That was the same as not understanding Tianying's true situation. The Chu clan wanted to use Chu Chinga's child to seize the throne and gain a foothold in Tianying. Then they could use that foothold to fight for the rest of Tianying. Thus, the Chu clan was paying closer attention to Long Fei Ye's movements than anyone else. Chu Tianyin was still too inexperienced to try to goad Long Fei Yi into action. Long Fei Yi didn't reply, but Han Yunqi laughed first. Chu Tianyin, you're overestimating the central and southern regions too much. The Duke of Qin didn't refuse them. He's just ignoring them. Chu Tianyin's fist had landed on cotton, making him gloomy. Whoever obtains the perplexing butterfly illusion will obtain the world. That's why your Western Zhou's Chu clan has ambitions for the world as well. It looks like your lordship really needs to have a good chat with Western Zhou's emperor. Long Fei Ye's words were casual, but Chu Tianyin grew alarmed. Long Fei Yi arched a brow and looked over. Aside from the earth of 10,000 poisons, what else did you find? Chu Tianyin fell silent. Long Fei Yi wouldn't allow that. Your lordship's patience is limited. Don't regret it. His warning from before was still ringing in his ears. Which aunt was Chu Tianyin's mother's older sister and his aunt. He would never allow anything to happen to her. Moreover, which aunt had gone to great lengths to find out everything about the perplexing butterfly illusion. It was worth it to use it to save her. I didn't find anything, Chu Tianyin intoned, but I do know the whereabouts of 3 other things. Release which aunt, and I'll tell you. Speak, Long Fei Yi agreed easily. I want to see which aunt first. Chu Tianyin was very serious. Long Fei Yi was even more straightforward. If you want to talk, then talk. If you don't, then forget it. Chu Tianyin clearly had bargaining chips, but he was completely suppressed by Long Fei Ye's domineering aura. This was the first time in his life that he'd felt so stifled and sullen, but he had no choice but to admit it. This one believes that the Duke of Qin is not someone who goes back on his word. Chu Tianyin threw down these words, then continued. There's also the water of 10,000 poisons, wood of 10,000 poisons, and poison beast blood. The water of 10,000 poisons is a poisonous pond in Medicine City's medicine forest, but its whereabouts are unknown. The wood of 10,000 poisons is on a 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree in western Zhou's 1,000 Buddha cave. As for which piece it is, I'm not sure. The poison beast blood is the tooth blood of the poison sex poison beast. There are rumors that the poison beast blood has gone missing, but it's hard to tell if it's true or false. Han Yunqi sat to the side, gently stroking the sleeping little thing in her sleeve. Although there were 3 things, only one was useful to them. But one was enough. On a ginkgo tree? What do you mean? Long Fei Yi asked. I'm not sure. The ginkgo tree in western Zhou's 1,000 Buddha cave isn't easy to find. Chu Tianyin was telling the truth. 1,000 Buddha cave was western Zhou's holy land. It was open only to grand ceremonies, and even grand ceremonies were only open to members of the imperial family and a few clans. The 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree was also a place for monks to cultivate, so it wasn't easy to get close. Duke of Qin, I've told you everything I know. Can you let Witch Ant go now? You're a man, don't go back on your word. Chu Tianyin was very anxious. Tang Li, who had been standing to the side this entire time, couldn't help but laugh. Eldest young Master Chu. The Duke of Qin let her go last night. He's a man of his word, isn't he? Chu Tianyin finally realized that he'd been played. He was both embarrassed and angry, but he didn't lose his reason. His first thought was, why did Long Fei Yi let Witch Ant go? Long Fei Yi, what exactly are you trying to do? He asked. Long Fei Yi didn't answer. Instead, he asked thoughtfully, if the Chu clan's ambition is to rule the world, who should this prince talk to? Chu Tianyin was so shocked by these words that he almost couldn't speak. He didn't want to say anything because there was no point in saying anything in this situation. It would only reveal more. Long Fei Yi glanced at Han Yunqi out of the corner of his eye. He saw Han Yunqi's curious expression. This woman was always so curious about the 7 noble families. Fortunately, she didn't know the truth. Long Fei Yi didn't have time to waste with Chu Tianyin. He asked coldly, apart from the Nether clan, who else of the 7 noble families are there? Chapter 564. The whereabouts of the 7 noble families? For the first time, Chu Tianyin realized that Long Fei Yi was also interested in the 7 noble families. Since the Duke of Qin knows that I'm from the Nether clan, I presume you've investigated the 7 noble families? Chu Tianyin probed. A smart person would be able to find clues in the other party's words, sound them out, and deduce information. Long Fei Yi was well aware of Chu Tianyin's probing. His identity as the East Qin orphan would not be easily exposed. If Western Zhou's Emperor Kongqing knew of your Chu clan's background, before Long Fei Yi could finish, Chu Tianyin became anxious and cut him off cold voice. Long Fei Yi, since you're here to negotiate, then be straightforward and stop beating around the bush. Han Yunqi felt very uncomfortable when she heard this. Long Fei Yi was the last person in the world to beat around the bush. He didn't have that much patience. It was clearly Chu Tianyin who was avoiding the topic and beating around the bush. She was about to interrupt, but Tang Li was even more unhappy than she was. He sneered, Chu Tianyin, get your facts straight. The Duke of Qin is interrogating you, not chatting with you. Do you really think you're some big shot just because he's chatting with you? Chu Tianyin didn't know if he was really calm or just thick-skinned, but he wasn't embarrassed at all. He even confidently said, Long Fei Yi, what will it take for you to release me? State your conditions. He avoided the topic of the 7 noble families with a few words, but Long Fei Yi didn't forget. Long Fei Yi scrutinized Chu Tianyin. He couldn't help but admit that Chu Tianyin was the calmest captive he had ever seen. However, a captive was still a captive. This prince has no intention of releasing you. Tell me everything you know about the 7 noble families, or else. Chu Tianyin ignored Long Fei Yi's warning once again. He cold voice said, unless you release me, don't even think about prying open this young master's mouth. He had just been played for a fool about the witch ant, so how could he be played again? Furthermore, since Witch Ant had already escaped, he would not provide any more information to Long Fei Yi. Chu Tianyin pursed his lips, his face fearless. Long Fei Yi wanted to warn others, but now he was the one being warned instead. His patience finally ran out. He turned to look at Tang Li and Han Yunqi and asked coldly, which one of you wants to fight? Who's coming? Whether it was Tang Li's hidden weapons or Han Yunqi's poison, they were more interesting than any of the torture instruments in this secret chamber. He returned to Han Yunqi's side and sat down. He crossed his legs and stretched his long arm over the back of Han Yunqi's chair. His posture was domineering as he looked on coldly. Let me. Tang Li had long been rubbing his fists. He'd been depressed about his marriage for a long time, so he wouldn't miss a chance to vent his frustrations. Although Chu Tianyin didn't know the relationship between Tang Li and Long Fei Yi, He was well aware of Tang Li's origins and the power of Tang Li's hidden weapons. Although he felt uneasy, he also rejoiced at the fact that it wasn't Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi's poisons were things he dreaded the most. But before Tang Li could make a move, Han Yunqi spoke up. "Young Master Tang, I don't think you'll be able to get anything out of him. This guy's got a tough bone." "A bet?" Tang Li said without hesitation. If Chu Shifeng was here, he would definitely stop him. No one had a good ending for betting with Han Yunqi. All right, Han Yunqi agreed happily, while Chu Tiannin's ashen face turned even paler. "Abominable. What do these two take me for?" "What kind of bet? What are the stakes?" Tang Li was very excited. "Let's bet on whether you can pry open his mouth first, or this Wang Fei." Han Yunqi was interested as well. "And the terms?" Tang Li asked next. "An hour is the limit. As long as he stays alive, you can interrogate him however you want." Chu Tiannin's heart couldn't help but tremble at Long Fei's careless interjection. Still, he forced himself to stay calm and collected. Han Yunqi agreed easily. "All right," Tang Li said seriously. "Didn't we agree that the winner would be the one to pry open his mouth first?" Han Yunqi nodded. "And the stakes?" Tang Li asked again. "As you wish." Han Yunqi's straightforwardness didn't lose to Long Fei's. "If I win, then I owe the Duke of Qin all the silver I owe him." Tang Li grinned. When he'd run away from his marriage, his father had cut off all his sources of income. He'd relied on his mother's secret support, but when his father found out about her, she didn't dare to give him any more silver. He could only ask Long Fei for help. Even now he owed a buttload of debt. Han Yunqi burst into laughter. "I'll pay you back in your place." "You and the Duke of Qin make distinctions between you and me? Isn't everything the Duke of Qin yours?" "He's all yours," Tang Li teased. Long Fei didn't say anything. He drank tea and covered half his face, but his gaze clearly fell on Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi's face was clearly red, but she was still holding her mouth. She asked unhappily, "What if you lose?" "Up to you." Tang Li was also generous. He had nothing to lose anyway. Who knew that Han Yunqi would laugh and say, "If you lose, then I'll order you around for a year. You'll be at my beck and call." All right. Tang Li was full of confidence. After discussing the terms, the two of them looked at Chu Tiannin. Chu Tiannin was furious. These two were simply insulting his value, especially Tang Li. How much silver could Tang Li owe Long Fei? Could it be that he, the great young master of the Chu clan, was only worth that much? He wouldn't answer no matter what. He wouldn't answer any of their questions, even if he died. Suddenly, he sensed a hidden weapon coming at him. He was helpless. His whole body was tied up, so he couldn't dodge at all. Soon he felt a sharp pain in his mouth, as if something had pierced it. This must be Tang Li's hidden weapon. He didn't know what kind of hidden weapon it was, but he was sure that it had pierced his mouth. Soon he felt a tugging pain. As the pain intensified, the string tied to the hidden weapon became clearer. Only then did Chu Tiannin understand that Tang Li's hidden weapon was tied to a string. One end of the string shot into his mouth, while the other end was tied to Tang Li's hand. As long as Tang Li tugged on the string, he would feel pain. This damn thing. Of all the places to pick, why did he have to pick on his mouth? The hidden weapon pierced so deeply that he couldn't stop drooling from the pain. Chu Tiannin gritted his teeth and endured the pain no matter how hard Tang Li tugged on the string. No matter what Tang Li asked him, he wouldn't answer. If he wanted to tug on the string, then let him. However, Chu Tiannin waited for a long time. Tang Li didn't interrogate him at all. He just pulled harder and harder on the string. Chu Tiannin faintly sensed that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. He was puzzled when his nose suddenly became blocked, as if he had a cold. Chu Tiannin felt more and more that something was wrong. He knew that the blocked nose must be caused by Han Yunqi's poison. Han Yunqi couldn't have just blocked his nose. She must have a backup plan. The blocked nose was undoubtedly asking him to open his mouth. Could it be that Han Yunqi wanted to feed him some kind of poison? Chu Tianyin wanted to use the turtle breathing technique. But under the influence of Han Yunqi's poison, the turtle breathing technique was useless. Breathing was something that couldn't be held back. Soon, Chu Tianyin opened his mouth. He thought, even if Han Yunqi fed him poison, so what? He was determined not to answer any of their questions. Who knew that as soon as he opened his mouth, Tang Li would immediately let go and look at Han Yunqi in disbelief. Han Yunqi glanced back and smiled. She was especially beautiful. I won. You. How did you win? Tang Li asked unwillingly. I told him to open his mouth and breathe. If this doesn't count as prying open his mouth, what does it count as? Han Yunqi asked seriously. When she said this, Chu Tianyin almost collapsed. So this was what they meant by prying open his mouth. He was still foolishly waiting for them to interrogate him. You. Tang Li wanted to cry, but had no tears. He and Han Yunqi were betting on who would pry open Chu Tianyin's mouth first. There were two meanings to this bet. The first was purely to pry open Chu Tianyin's mouth. The second was to have Chu Tianyin answer to their interrogation. He had a little idea. He wanted to trick Han Yunqi and use a concealed weapon to pry open Chu Tianyin's mouth so that he would win, and let Han Yunqi slowly interrogate him. Who knew that Han Yunqi didn't jump into this trap and quietly made Chu Tianyin open his mouth. Hey, if you agree to a bet, you have to accept defeat. Long Fei Yi is my witness. You have to be enslaved by me for a year. When he heard the word enslaved from Han Yunqi, Tang Li panicked. He secretly swore that he would never bet with Han Yunqi again. But this time he had to bet until the end. A year it is. Let's bet again. Tang Li said domineeringly. What are we betting on? Han Yunqi didn't refuse. We're betting on who will make him lower his head first. Tang Li said. Chu Tianyin was furious. These two guys weren't interrogating him at all. They were simply toying with him. He glared at them. That's enough. Unfortunately, Tang Li and Han Yunqi ignored him. Han Yunqi readily agreed. What's the bet? If this young master loses, I'll add another year. If you lose, we'll forget about the previous year. Tang Li threw caution to the wind. All right, let's begin. Han Yunqi's voice fell, and she immediately made her move. She shot a poison needle at Chu Tianyin's neck. Tang Li wasn't to be outdone. He quickly rushed up. If they wanted Chu Tianyin to lower his head, why would they need to use a concealed weapon? They could just use their hands to pull him. Anyway, Chu Tianyin didn't have any chance of resisting. He was completely like a fish on the chopping board at their mercy. Han Yunqi's poison immediately made Chu Tianyin's neck weak, but he forced himself to hold on. He was being toyed with by them. If he lowered his head again, his dignity would really be fed to the dogs. However, as soon as Tang Li came up, he pressed his head from behind and abruptly pushed it forward. Chu Tianyin's neck was weak to begin with. With such pressure, he couldn't help but lower his head. I won. Tang Li was overjoyed. It doesn't count. You won because I drugged you. Han Yunqi refused to admit it. Who knows you drugged me? Tang Li's large hand pressed firmly on Chu Tianyin's head as he retorted angrily. With a smack, Han Yunqi slapped Chu Tianyin's head and pressed down hard. You know full well what I mean. Thus, the two of them started to quarrel just like that. Long Fei watched with amusement, while Chu Tianyin hung his head in shame and anger. His face was flushed red and his eyes were bloodshot. He was so angry that his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. Rationality and calmness were secretly thrown to the back of his mind. He roared, "That's enough!" Han Yunqi, detoxify this young master immediately. Tang Li, let go. I'm warning you to let go. Do you hear me? However, Han Yunqi and Tang Li were in full swing in their quarrel and didn't hear him at all. At most, we won't count this time. Let's bet again. Finally, Tang Li gave in. What are we betting on? Han Yunqi asked. Before Tang Li could answer, Chu Tianyin couldn't take it anymore and roared, "This young master will answer you. I'll answer everything." Chapter 565. Tang Li and Han Yunqi hadn't said a word before Chu Tianyin surrendered. However, the two of them still ignored him and continued to haggle over the wager. He'd already admitted defeat, so what else did they want? Chu Tianyin had suffered setbacks in his life before, but none like this. As Tang Li and Han Yunqi took turns pressing down on his neck, the soreness and weakness grew until Chu Tianyin grew dizzy. He knew that if this continued, it wouldn't just be a matter of lowering his head, but of becoming a cripple. His neck might never be able to straighten again, and he'd either die or hang his head forever. He could accept losing an arm or a leg, but his neck— Han Yunqi, you win. Chu Tianyin was finally convinced. I only know that the D clan lives in seclusion on the border between Tianning and Western Zhou. They're a merchant clan, but I'm still investigating which clan they are. Chu Tianyin said loudly. At this, Tang Li and Han Yunqi stopped. Actually, Chu Tianyin understood the Shadow Clan better than anyone else, but he'd never betray them. For one thing, the Nether clan wouldn't let him off even if he was the eldest son of the Chu clan. In the face of his clan's mission and righteousness, he was willing to give up his life for it, much less be humiliated like this. For another, he was hoping that the Shadow Clan fellow would come save him. That fellow had been very close to Long Fei Yi recently, but the Nether and Shadow Clans had been friends for generations. They'd never leave him in the lurch. With that fellow's skills, it was possible for him to rescue him from Long Fei Ye's clutches. Of course, Chu Tianyin would choose to keep quiet if possible, but Long Fei Yi wouldn't believe him if he didn't reveal some valuable information. Thus, he could only reveal the D clan that the Chu clan had painstakingly discovered. The D clan was the only merchant clan of the 7 noble families. Both men and women in the clan were merchants, and their businesses were spread across all of Cloud Realm continent. They were the wealthiest of the 7 noble families. The D clan was loyal to the royal family of Western Qin. It could be said that they were the moneybags of the royal family of Western Qin. There were many people in the great Qin dynasty who wanted to win over the D clan. The merchant clan had always been cunning. They had made friends with all kinds of forces and benefited from both sides. However, when it came to the benefits of the Western Qin royal family, the D clan would not budge an inch. They had secretly offended countless people. During the internal strife of the great Qin Empire, the D clan was the first noble clan to be suppressed. Their businesses were ruined, and their clansmen were scattered everywhere. In less than 2 years, they had disappeared without a trace. Some people said that the D clan had offended too many people and were suppressed by the large forces, causing their wealth to be plundered. Some people said that the D clan was just putting on a show, taking a large amount of wealth to hide among the common people, leaving a way out for their descendants. Some people said that the D clan was destroyed by the East Qin royal family, and all their wealth was taken by the East Qin royal family. After the East Qin royal family was destroyed, their wealth was buried in the East Qin royal tomb. In short, there were many theories, and it was hard to tell the truth from the lies. At least the matter of the wealth being stolen by the East Qin royal family was fake, because Long Fei Ye's wealth was not stolen. And then Han Yunqi asked, I only know this much. How much my father knows, how much the elders of the family know, that is hard to say. Perhaps you can use me as a bargaining chip to discuss conditions with my father. Chu Tianyin's neck was soft, but his attitude was still firm. If he was locked up, his will would be worn down. If Long Fei Yi brought him to talk to his father, it would at least be a chance. His father would definitely be able to think of a way to save him. Long Fei Yi sat far away, looking at the man with his head lowered in the darkness. He felt a bit of admiration in his heart. At least he had not given up yet. This fellow, if he was not destined to be his enemy, he could make friends with him. Since he was an enemy, Long Fei had to deal with him quickly. Otherwise, he would be a big problem in the future. Han Yunqi was not that easy to trick. She deliberately squatted down and looked up at Chu Tianyin. Young Master Chu, if the poison in your neck is not cured in an hour, even if the gods came, they would not be able to raise your head. Do you believe me? I believe, Chu Tianyin said without hesitation. There is still a joss stick's worth of time left. An hour will be up. Think carefully about whether you want to tell me or not. Han Yunqi deliberately had Tang Li light a joss stick at Chu Tianyin's feet. He could see it clearly with his head lowered. A joss stick's worth of time is not short. Take your time to think about the 7 noble families. Han Yunqi stood up after speaking and also stared at the joss stick. The room was silent and dark. The smoke rose in spirals as if time was slowly passing, disappearing into the darkness. Qin Wangfei, why waste time? Chu Tianyin said indifferently. Tang Li only sneered. Han Yunqi and Long Fei, you did not say anything. Chu Tianyin let out a light laugh and also fell silent. A joss stick's worth of time was not short, but it was also not long. Soon, the fire reached the end of the cigarette. It flickered and would be extinguished in a while. Although Chu Tianyin did not make a sound, he could clearly feel the pain in his neck. It was as if there were ants crawling all over his neck and gnawing on it. Han Yunqi glanced at the end of the cigarette and said with a careless smile, "It hurts, doesn't it?" She originally thought that Chu Tianyin would not answer, but he unexpectedly smiled and said, "It does. It hurts a lot." Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with curiosity, but she smiled again. "It's fine. It won't hurt in a while. It won't hurt forever." Of course, Chu Tianyin knew what Han Yunqi meant. He also believed that Han Yunqi did not lie to him just now. However, even if his entire body was crippled, let alone his neck, he still could not betray that fellow from the Shadow Clan. That fellow was the only bloodline of the Shadow Clan. If something happened to him, the Shadow Clan would really be finished. The joss stick had reached its end, and the fire was about to be extinguished. Han Yunqi was finally sure that Chu Tianyin would not say anything. He would not say anything even if he died. As for how much he knew, she could not figure it out. Actually, she had just lied to Chu Tianyin. After a joss stick's worth of time, even if she did not detoxify the poison, Chu Tianyin's neck would not be completely crippled. After all, Chu Tianyin was the eldest son of the Chu clan. He was very useful. If he really was crippled, how could the Long Fei Yi fight with Western Zhou's Chu clan? Seeing that the time was almost up and the lie was about to be exposed, once Chu Tianyin was sure that they would not really make a move, it would not be easy to pry information out of him. Han Yunqi squatted down again and silently looked at the nearly extinguished cigarette, her eyes dark and gloomy. However, just as she was worrying, Chu Tianyin suddenly opened his mouth. "Qin Wangfei, Su Xiaoyu is still by your side, right? I don't know about the matters of the 7 noble families, but I know very well about Su Xiaoyu's matters." Han Yunqi was overjoyed. She was just thinking about how to get out of this embarrassing situation when Chu Tianyin unexpectedly gave her way out. In the end, Chu Tianyin still lost this game. "Why did you send Su Xiaoyu to ambush the Duke of Qin's estate? There's not much time left. If you continue to spout nonsense, don't blame me when the time comes," Han Yunqi said coldly, looking for the perplexing butterfly illusion. "When we met in the underground palace, I suspected that you had it. It's just that that stinky girl listened to Chinga's orders and wanted to hurt you for revenge. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been discovered. I've said everything that needs to be said. Can you help me detoxify the poison now?" Chu Tianyin was very anxious, but in reality he was still lying. He was gambling, using his own neck as a stake. Only in such an urgent situation would Han Yunqi believe his words. Only the Nether clan and the Shadow Clan knew about the birthmark on the back of Western Qin's legitimate daughter. No one else knew. Han Yunqi believed him. Su Xiaoyu had been in the Duke of Qin's estate for so long, and other than deliberately scalding her and bailing Mingxiang, she did not have any killing intent. Chu Tiannin's explanation made sense. Moreover, Chu Tiannin was in such a hurry to detoxify the poison, so it was unlikely that he would lie. Han Yunqi took out an antidote and stuffed it into Chu Tiannin's mouth, helping him detoxify the poison. Chu Tiannin inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Although he had been deceived in this game, he had still come out on top. He had protected the Shadow Clan and the Western Qin's legitimate daughter's birthmark. Han Yunqi and Tang Li both believed him, but Long Fei Yi did not. If there had to be a real winner, then Long Fei Yi would be the biggest winner. Long Fei Yi had learned about the relationship between the Shadow Clan and the Nether Clan from Mute Granny. How could he still believe Chu Tiannin's words? Coldly, he looked at Chu Tiannin as his lips curved up into a disdainful smile. He had no plans to expose Chu Tiannin. If Chu Tiannin didn't reveal the Shadow Clan, he had his own ways to lure them out. Even if he couldn't, he could use this chance to drive a wedge between the Nether and Shadow Clans. After the poison was cured, Chu Tiannin slowly raised his head, only to meet Long Fei Ye's scornful gaze. He avoided the man, not wanting to provoke Long Fei Yi any further. Provoking this man any further would only be asking for trouble. He would endure and wait for the Shadow Clan member to show up. Currently, the white-robed gentleman was in Western Zhou's Chu Clan's secret room. There were only two people inside. One was the white-robed gentleman, while the other wasn't the head of the Chu Clan, General Chu, but the head of the Nether Clan, Chu Tiannin's uncle, Chu Yuni. Chu Yuni lived up to his reputation as the head of a clan. Even after such a huge event had happened in the Chu Clan, he was still calm and collected. He slowly sipped his tea and smiled. "You're still wearing a veil when you're with this old man." "I'm used to it." The white-robed gentleman was even more relaxed and carefree than he was. "Which Aunt and Tiannin went to search for the earth of 10,000 poisons. Yesterday she came back by herself. Tiannin has fallen into Tiannin's Duke of Qin's hands," Chu Yuni said. "Everything was fine, so how did he end up in the Duke of Qin's hands?" The white-robed gentleman was clearly the one who put out the fires in the underground palace, but he pretended to know nothing. Only then did Chu Yuni tell him the whole story. "You're close to the Duke of Qin. If you want to rescue Tiannin, it shouldn't be hard, right? I told you long ago not to provoke the Duke of Qin. Why didn't you listen?" The white-robed gentleman was in a rare fit of temper. "Since the Duke of Qin knows about our driving arrow arts, he must be plotting against the 7 noble families. Even if we don't provoke him now, we'll have to. It's not necessarily a bad thing for things to happen now. After all, the Duke of Qin is our greatest enemy," Chu Yuni said seriously. "You and me? What does the Duke of Qin want to take over the world have to do with us?" the white-robed gentleman asked. Chu Yuni's eyes flashed with a cold smile, but he remained patient. "You might be the only member of the Shadow Clan left, but you can't forget your mission to revive Western Qin. You haven't been living peacefully for so long that you've forgotten about your clan's mission, have you? Clan Head Chu, reviving Western Qin is a matter for the Imperial Clan. The Nether and Shadow Clans don't have the right to do so," the white-robed gentleman said coldly. "Naturally, we don't have the right, but we have the responsibility to assist you. Over the past few years, my Nether Clan has been conserving our strength in Western Zhou while searching for the whereabouts of the Imperial Clan. What about you? Are you planning to hide in Pill Fiend Pharmacy and be a doctor for the rest of your life?" As Chu Yuni spoke, he seemed to recall something and asked in alarm, "Could it be that there's someone you want to protect in Pill Fiend Pharmacy?" Chapter 566. Faced with Chu Yuni's sudden questioning, the white-robed man replied calmly, "This junior went for the sake of the perplexing butterfly illusion. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi were able to find the poison sect's underground palace. Even if they don't have the perplexing butterfly illusion, they still have plenty of information about it. Chu Yuni studied him for a long time without speaking. The white-robed man remained calm and collected as he slowly drained his cup of tea. NetherClan head, this junior hasn't lived a peaceful life yet, so where did that come from? Whoever obtains the perplexing butterfly illusion will obtain the world. This junior is simply doing my best for the sake of Western Qin. NetherClan head, are you doubting the loyalty of the Shadow Clan by doubting this junior? The Shadow Clan was the most loyal of the 7 noble families and used their lives to protect the Imperial Clan. None of the other 6 noble families could compare to them, so their loyalty was unquestionable. Chu Yuni immediately denied it. No. Old man was only speaking casually, that's all. He really had asked the question out of the blue. He didn't believe this brat had the guts to hide the truth from him. Moreover, Tianyin had long sent word that Han Yunxi didn't have a birthmark on her body. Chu Yuni had personally sought him out this time, not to doubt him, but for Chu Tianyin's sake. Old man has thought over Tianyin's matter and decided to ask you for help, he said seriously. The white-robed man quickly bowed with hands clasped in front. I don't dare. This junior is incompetent and can't shoulder such a heavy responsibility. If he wanted to save him, would he have waited until now? Chu Yuni took his modesty as a sign of modesty. Now's not the time for modesty. Every day Tianyin is imprisoned is another day the Nether Clan is in danger. The Duke of Qin only said he was going to pay a visit to Western Zhou, but he didn't mention the Nether Clan directly. He must be up to something. If we can save Tianyin, then we will have the strength to contend against them. This junior understands this logic, the white-robed man said seriously. Chu Yuni rejoiced. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Clan leader you, I've already said that I'm not up to the task. Please find someone else. The white-robed man was still very serious, but Chu Yuni's face had turned black. Ever since the great Qin dynasty was destroyed, the Nether and Shadow clans had been protecting Western Qin's orphans. They'd never made any distinctions between themselves and treated each other as if they were family. What kind of attitude was this brat showing today? Chu Yuni reassessed the white-robed gentleman. Under his shrewd gaze, the white-robed gentleman was as calm as ever. He reached out a hand and said, Senior, I won't hide it from you. This junior doesn't have many years left to live. It's true that I have the heart, but no strength. Please forgive me. Chu Yuni quickly reached out to take his pulse. Although he wasn't a professional doctor, he was a martial arts practitioner who knew how to feel pulses. Only then did he realize that the white-clothed man's pulse was indeed very weak. Not to mention the condition of his body, even his internal strength was almost depleted. It was incomparable to the past. Chu Yuni had long known that the white-robed gentleman's body had been weak since childhood. Doctors didn't treat themselves, but he never expected the man's body to weaken so quickly. His father had at least lived past 30 years back then, but judging from his current situation, that might not be the case. If the Nether Clan head insists, this junior can give it a try. But if this junior isn't careful and falls into the Duke of Qin's hands as well, I hope that you can save me. Chu Yuni's heart died at the white-robed gentleman's words. If this fellow fell into Long Fei Ye's hands as well, then things would be even more troublesome. Although the man was weak, his medical skills were astonishing. Moreover, he had earned the trust of both Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi at Pill Fiend Pharmacy. If they kept him around for now, he'd definitely be useful in the future. Chu Yuni sighed softly. Old man naturally wouldn't let you take such a risk. We'll have to think long and hard about saving his life. I'm just afraid that Tianyin will suffer. As this junior understands, no one has ever been able to withstand the Duke of Qin's interrogation, the white-robed gentleman said. Chu Yuni didn't worry. Old man can still trust that child, Tianyin. He knows when to yield and when not to. He knows his limits and has a bottom line. Even if he dies, he won't reveal anything he shouldn't. In that case, as this junior sees it, there's no need for the Nether clan head to save him. If the Duke of Qin lets him live, he'll definitely come knocking on our doors. If he dies, he'll be sacrificed for the sake of Western Qin. That'll count as a glorious deed, the white-robed gentleman said seriously. In other words, he was simply leaving him to die while you watch him die. It's fine if you don't save him, but you want him to die as well? Would Chu Tianyin really die of anger if he heard those words? The white-robed gentleman spoke beautifully, leaving Chu Yuni speechless. He'd always emphasized Western Qin's righteousness and the family's mission, although it was a pity that he couldn't get any help in saving Chu Tianyin. Chu Yuni didn't want to waste any more words. He'd finally found this fellow, so of course he had other matters to attend to. Let's think long and hard about this matter, Chu Yuni said as he stroked his beard. There's another matter that really needs your help. Please speak, the white-robed gentleman said politely. The heart hidden under the sickly body could calmly accept everything in the world. No matter how big the matter was, even if the sky collapsed, his heart would not have a ripple. In this world, there was probably no one else who could truly touch his heart besides the person he'd risked his life to protect. Chinga's child is already 4 months old. In another 3 months, we can use drugs to induce premature birth. Before Chu Yuni could finish, the white-robed man cut him off. Nether clan had means to use medicine to give birth prematurely. The drugs have already been sold from Medicine City. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to take care of the 7-month-old baby. Chu Yuni smiled helplessly. The white-robed gentleman furrowed his brows. And if it's a girl? Don't worry about that. Tiannin's already found 10 or so pregnant women around the same time as Chinga. Old man refuses to believe that he can't give birth to a boy. Chu Yuni's words implied that he was going to use drugs to induce premature birth on all of the women. The white-robed gentleman shook his head. The medical academy forbids the use of such drugs. Medicine City might dare to sell them, but this junior doesn't dare to use them. Chu Yuni chuckled. When have you ever taken the medical academy's rules to heart? Nether clan head, there's no guarantee of success in inducing labor. If you're not careful, there's a chance that both the mother and child will die, the white-robed gentleman said seriously. With your skills, old man doesn't need to worry, Chu Yuni said with a cold sneer. It's rare for old man to find you. You're not going to ask the old man to find someone better, are you? This junior does have the skills to induce labor, but I'll never do it. Nether clan head, what crime has the 7-month-old baby committed? Why do you have to deprive it of its natural right to grow? Do you know how much suffering a premature baby will have to go through? Do you know how many illnesses it'll have in the future? The white-robed gentleman asked seriously. Chu Yuni finally lost his temper at being rejected again. Old man only knows that the baby has to be born as soon as possible. Otherwise, there's no need for it at all. Old man will ask you one more time, will you help me or not? The white-robed gentleman rose to his feet and bowed with hands clasped in front. Forgive me for being unable to comply. You. Chu Yuni slapped the table and rose to his feet. Do you know the importance of that imperial throne in Western Liang? Long Fei Yi was about to arrive in Western Zhou. Western Zhou's emperor was already afraid of the Chu clan to begin with, but Long Fei Ye's interference would make it even harder for the Chu clan to stay in Western Zhou. Thus, the Chu clan had to seize Tianning's throne as soon as possible. Although Tianning had been split into 3 parts and Emperor Tianhui had retired to Western Liang, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Chu clan needed all of Emperor Tianhui's military power, wealth, and territory. Right now, both the Chu clan and Western Zhou were Chu Chinga's backing. They were also Emperor Tianhui's support against the Tianan country and the south-central regions. But soon enough, Tianning would be the Chu clan's support against Western Zhou. There were no such things as eternal allies or enemies in the imperial court, much less eternal support. Only by taking all the support for one's own could one achieve eternity. Chu Yuni's ambitions were vast, and the Chu clan's plans were far in the future. But the white-robed gentleman didn't care for any of that. Even though this was his first time facing such an angry Nether clan head, he didn't panic or speak much. If there's nothing else, this junior will take his leave. So speaking, he turned to leave, but Chu Yuni wouldn't let him go so easily. Gu Beiwa, what are your motives for refusing old man's 2 requests? Gu Beiwa, that's right, the white-robed gentleman was none other than the former head of Tianning's Imperial Physician Courtyard, now Pale Fiend Pharmacy's resident physician, Gu Beiwa. After hiding in Tianning for so many years, only the Nether clan knew of his true origins and identity. Moreover, they rarely called him by his full name. Today was the first time they'd done so. It was clear to see how angry the Nether clan head was, but Gu Beiwa was as calm as ever as he opened the door to leave. Someone come, stop him! The Nether clan head ordered, and a group of archers surrounded the small courtyard. These archers only had arrows and no bows, so they were driving arrow archers. Anyone would stop before such a force. But Gu Beiwa didn't panic as he kept walking forward. The driving arrow archers were the first to panic, unsure of how to stop him. The Nether clan had personally pulled out an arrow and shot it at him with his bare hands. The arrow barely missed Gu Beiwa by a hair's breadth as a warning, but Gu Beiwa remained unmoved. Does your Shadow clan want to break off relations with my Nether clan? Your grandfather's spirit in heaven won't rest in peace. Chu Yuni raged. Nether clan head's words are too serious. If my grandfather were still alive, he'd definitely refuse such cruel treatment. Gu Beiwa was about to leave when he added, Nether clan head, if this junior has any news about the perplexing butterfly illusion, I'll be the first to tell you. He was already in front of the driving arrow archers, who didn't dare to shoot without orders. All they could do was step aside. The Nether clan head coldly stared at him, furious. He'd lost all face, but couldn't really kill Gu Beiwa. All he could do was allow him to leave. By the time General Chu arrived, Gu Beiwa had already left. Why don't we imprison him? What's the point? At the very least, he'll be a spy at Pale Fiend Pharmacy, Chu Yuni muttered. That brat's on good terms with Han Yunshi. He's even offended Emperor Tian Hui time and time again to help Han Yunshi. As I see it, we should investigate Han Yunshi further. General Chu was cautious, but Chu Yuni said, We've already asked clearly. He's aiming for the perplexing butterfly illusion. Han Yunshi's poison skills are profound, so it won't be difficult for her to dispel the poison if she's really infected with it. General Chu nodded and mocked himself. I'm being overly suspicious. If he has such intentions, we can keep him around. How's the situation on Chinga's side? Chu Yuni asked next. With Chu Tianyin imprisoned, Chu Chinga's side was like a group of dragons without a leader, which ants already arrived. As for the labor, why don't we find someone from Medical City? General Chu asked. Medical City. Chu Yuni's eyes flickered with a complicated look. After a while, he said, Medical City? You'll need a sage doctor to be absolutely safe, right? Sage doctor? Then there are only 3 people left. Head Elder Ling Gai, Second Elder Li Shiyuan, and Third Elder Xin Juoming, General Chu replied. Chapter 567. Currently, there were only 3 people at the rank of Medical Sage, the top 3 of the Medical Academy's Council of Elders. Forget about the head elder. It was difficult to invite the second and third elders, especially when it came to inducing labor, which was forbidden by Medical City. But since General Chu had brought it up, it meant it was possible. Third Elder Shin showed up recently because of the dispute between Pale Fiend Pharmacy and Medicine City. How about? General Chu asked. Chu Yuni rejected the idea. This is a serious matter. We have to be 100% certain, or else we'll lose everything. This didn't just affect the success of inducing labor, but the secrecy of the matter as well. If someone leaked the news, the Chu clan would be despised by the world. They decided to induce labor out of fear that the situation might change, but they'd rather hold out for 3 more months if they weren't 100% certain. There is one person we can trust. General Chu lowered his voice and said a name. Lady Lianxin. Everyone in Cloud Realm continent knew about the events in Medicine City. Lady Lianxin and Han Yunqi's group had long been at odds with each other. The Mu clan had been suppressed to death in Medicine City, so it'd be difficult for them to rise again. If Lady Lianxin could ally with them, they'd be able to take revenge and have some support outside of the medical academy. She was an intelligent woman, so she wouldn't refuse. Although Lady Lianxin was only a godly doctor, with her ability, it was still possible to invite a medical sage elder. Moreover, she knew best which elder would be the safest. Chu Yuni rejoiced. There's no time to lose. You should go personally. Qingge has witch aunt by her side, so you don't have to worry. Long Fei Yi hadn't even arrived in Western Zhou yet, but the Chu clan was already panicking. They were even planning to induce labor for Chu Qingge. What would happen if the Long Fei Yi really showed up? Currently, Chu Qingge had no idea about the labor. She was pregnant with Emperor Tianhui's child, but her heart was still pining for His Highness Duke of Qin. In the dead of night, Chu Qingge leaned against the windowsill and stared at the moon in deep thought. Witch Aunt sat behind her, mixing medicine. The 15th of next month. There are still 20 days left, Chu Qingge muttered. You're not worried that he'll imprison your big brother. I thought you'd hate him instead? Witch Aunt was displeased. Chu Qingge turned around and stared at Witch Aunt for a while before she spoke with a cold smile. Shouldn't I be happy? If she wanted to hate someone, she should hate her father and brother the most. Witch Aunt was going to scold her, but when she saw Chu Qingge's tears streaming down her cheeks, she couldn't bear to do so. After all, she was Chu Qingge's aunt and had raised the girl single-handedly. After a moment of silence, Witch Aunt said faintly, If you want to hate someone, hate yourself for loving the wrong person. No. Chu Qingge suddenly grew agitated. That's right. Even if everything could be redone, I would still love him. I only hate Han Yunqi. If it weren't for Han Yunqi, I wouldn't have fallen to this state today. If it weren't for Han Yunqi, he might have taken a look at me. If it hadn't been for Han Yunqi, she wouldn't have played the zither at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet and caught old thief Tianhui's eye. If it hadn't been for Han Yunqi, Long Fei Yi wouldn't have rejected her immediately with her background, looks, martial arts skills, and talents. If it hadn't been for old thief Tianhui, her father and brother would have pushed for her to be with Long Fei Yi instead. Thus, all of this was Han Yunqi's fault. Witch Aunt looked at her nearly insane niece and recalled Han Yunqi at the poison grounds. She couldn't help but shake her head. If you hate her, you might as well hate yourself. Chu Qingge was too caught up in her own grief to hear Witch Aunt's words. Witch Aunt poured the medicinal powder in her hands and handed it to her. Hurry and drink it, it's good for your body. If your body collapses, you'll have no way to fight against Han Yunqi. Chu Qingge didn't even look at it, much less drink it. If you want to fight against Han Yunqi, you'll have to nurse your body back to health. You still have a long road ahead of you. Witch Aunt coaxed. This was indeed a nourishing medicine that Witch Aunt had prepared herself to help Chu Qingge's body recover before she gave birth. Chu Qingge wasn't clear-headed yet, but Witch Aunt knew that the Chu clan would cast her aside as soon as she was useless. Only then did Chu Qingge reluctantly drink the medicine, leaving Witch Aunt feeling both heartache and helpless. Does Emperor Tianhui know about the Duke of Qin's visit to Western Zhou? Witch Aunt asked. Those imperial princes have already asked to see him a few times, but they were all stopped. Even if they went in, Tianhui wouldn't be able to hear a thing. Chu Tianyin was useless in other areas, but he had Emperor Tianhui firmly under his thumb. Chu Qingge would leave a mark in the annals of femme fatale history. That's good. Which Aunt didn't want to scold Chu Qingge either. With her personally watching over Western Zhou, there shouldn't be any major problems. She figured it'd be better to leave Chu Qingge with some lingering hopes. She'd seen the Duke of Qin's elegant demeanor with her own eyes and experienced his methods. She knew very well that few women could forget a man like him. It wasn't just Western Zhou that was paying attention to Long Feiye's visit, but Tian and City as well. Long Tianma couldn't sit still and went to General Mu's estate in person. What does the Duke of Qin mean by this? Zhan was going to invite him to Tian ages ago, but you all tried to stop me. Now that he's gone to Western Zhou, the Chu clan should be proud of themselves. Mu Qinggu stood on one side without a word while General Mu respectfully offered him tea. Your Majesty, the Duke of Qin is going to Western Zhou, not Tianing. Please keep calm. What's the difference between him going to Western Zhou and Tianing? Long Tianma asked. Father, this matter. The Duke of Qin's actions are truly surprising. Mu Qinggu and Long Tianma stood on the same side. Emperor Kongcheng allowed the Chu clan to come through the marriage alliance in the first place. Wasn't he afraid that the Chu clan would rise to power? Once Tianing falls into Western Zhou's hands, we'll become the target of a multitude of arrows if we befriend the Duke of Qin. Long Tianma said angrily. His considerations weren't wrong. The Chu clan controlled half of Western Zhou's military power, but Emperor Kongcheng still allowed the Chu clan's daughter to marry into Tianing. This meant that the emperor had enough power to suppress the Chu clan. Thus, the Chu clan would only end up in Western Zhou's hands. Once Western Zhou took control of the 10 northwestern prefectures and befriended the Duke of Qin, Tian would be surrounded by enemies from 3 sides. Long Tianma hadn't even stabilized the foundations of his new kingdom yet. How could he withstand such a blow? Naturally, he was anxious. However, General Mu was in no rush. Your Majesty, please keep calm. There's no rush to discuss this matter after the Duke of Qin leaves. As this old subject sees it, the Duke of Qin must have a reason for his sudden visit. Please, Your Majesty, listen to this old subject one more time. Long Tianma didn't understand. General Mu had always been rash and impulsive. His whipping of Han Yunqi was the best example, but when it came to matters of state, he was calmer than anyone else. Could it be that he'd been acting all along? Of course, Long Tianma wouldn't voice his suspicions. He still trusted General Mu for now. After all, the Mu clan was the only thing he could rely on. General Mu's calmness had always been the right thing to do when it came to important matters. But this time, Long Tianma couldn't keep his cool. He was about to speak when Mu Qinggu spoke up first. This soldier just remembered something. When the Duke of Qin refused Western Zhou's marriage alliance, Tianhui had to pay a hefty price to turn the matter into a small one. With Emperor Kongcheng's temper, it's unlikely that he'd invite the Duke of Qin of his own accord. And with the Duke of Qin's temper, even if he did go on an official visit, it might not necessarily be to make friends, right? Actually, Mu Qinggu was thinking of Han Yunqi as he spoke, while Long Tianma was thinking of her as well. It had been a long time since he'd seen her. Chu Qingge's words successfully calmed Long Tianma's restless heart. General Mu watched from the sidelines, clearly dissatisfied, but he could do nothing about it. After exchanging a few words, he changed the subject. Your Majesty, you're not young anymore. You should think about having children. Long Tianma hadn't taken a single concubine since he'd founded the country. He only had one woman, Mu Luiwe. With Mu Luiwe as empress, the Mad Empress Li naturally became the Empress Dowager, while Empress Dowager Li became the Grand Empress Dowager. Long Tianma was a filial son who obeyed the Mad Empress Dowager's every whim. Moreover, the Mad Empress Dowager especially liked Mu Luiwe and wanted Mu Luiwe to serve her. How could a madwoman be so easy to serve? Mu Liuyue's 3 meals a day were filled with grievances. Her father and older brother urged her to have children as well, but she didn't dare tell them. Long Tianma hadn't even touched her yet. Jeanne will think it over. Long Tianma said coldly. He wasn't in the mood to stay any longer and left soon enough. The situation in Cloud Realm Continent could be considered stable, but the Duke of Qin's actions could easily cause panic among the various powers. Even Northern Li's Emperor Ruiwu was paying close attention to the situation. But Emperor Ruiwu didn't seek out the Ministry of War, but Jun Yixie's master by Qin Yan. As the head of Cloud Realm Continent's strongest military force, Emperor Ruiwu was always clad in armor even when he wasn't on the battlefield. He was close to 50 years old, but he didn't seem to have aged at all. Instead, he looked valiant and domineering, like a tiger full of vigor. His sharp eyes were like a heavenly general, dressed in a simple gray robe. Bai Qingyan seemed like a wild crane in front of him. However, this leisurely aura far suppressed Emperor Ruiwu's aura. Behind this leisurely aura was a hidden and frightening power. Tianning's Duke of Qin is in big trouble. Emperor Ruiwu had already criticized Long Fei Yi like this more than once. Western Zhou and Tianning had been working together to stop Northern Li's cavalry from heading south for years. Now that Tianning's northern regions were divided into Tianning and Tianan, their internal conflicts were complicated. Their relations with Western Zhou were complicated as well. Emperor Ruiwu was waiting for a chance to send his troops south. With such an advantageous situation, he couldn't allow Long Fei to cause trouble. Just let him be. A man's calamity is no match for a woman's calamity. Your Majesty, just wait for a good show. Bai Qingyan smiled. Emperor Ruiwu wasn't a brat like Long Tianma. He laughed out loud. A woman's calamity? Interesting. Very interesting. Zhen will wait. As for what Bai Qingyan meant by a woman's calamity, only the two of them knew. When Jun Yixie entered the room, the two of them tacitly stopped talking. Everyone was waiting to see Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi head to Western Zhou. Currently, Han Yunqi's group was indeed on the road. They could have taken the main road, but Tang Li's group had taken a detour instead. After Aunt Ru and Tang Zijin were fooled by Tang Li's fake tracks, they finally began to suspect Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Ye's side was the most dangerous place, so they never expected Tang Li to follow Long Fei Yi. But even though they knew Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were on their way to Western Zhou, they still couldn't find them. Instead, it was Tang Li's fiancé's faction that found them. They didn't want to cause any trouble on this trip to Western Zhou, so they could only hide. Hey, what's your fiancé's background? Han Yunqi asked curiously. Chapter 568. What was the background of Tang Li's fiancé? Tang Li chuckled. I don't know. Han Yunqi thought he was joking and said, Tell me secretly. I won't betray you. Tang Li continued to chuckle. I really don't know. If you do, don't tell me either. I don't want to know. That woman was someone his father had chosen, not him. He'd rather hide from place to place for the rest of his life than marry her. Han Yunqi was currently riding on the same horse as Long Fei Yi, nestled in Long Fei Ye's arms. She looked up at Long Fei Yi suspiciously. You know, right? Long Fei Ye's reply made Han Yunqi even more speechless. Your lordship isn't interested. Tang Li had been running away from his marriage for over a year, while Long Fei Yi had helped him for over a year. Even now, he still didn't know who the woman was. In the end, Han Yunqi chuckled as well. Those who chased after us were all highly skilled in martial arts. Their backgrounds must be significant. Speaking of this, Tang Li was still very excited. Back then, they found over 50 experts to surround this young master. If this young master hadn't been quick-witted enough to bring along the pear blossom rain needles, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Could they be from the City of Assassins? Or the City of Daughters? Han Yunqi asked curiously. Or perhaps they're from a large financial group. As long as they have the silver, they can hire an entire city of assassins. Tang Li didn't have any feelings for his fiancée, but he didn't reject the topic. There are only a few financial groups under the heavens. Han Yunqi suddenly grew alarmed. They can't be from Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, right? This was the first time Tang Li had seriously considered his fiancée's identity. He thought for a while before replying, "That's possible. If they really are from Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, then you should hurry back and marry them. That way, you can find out more about the inner workings of the consortium. I heard that the executive president, Ouyang Ningjing, is still wasting time with the elders in Medicine City." Han Yunqi joked. "If it's Ouyang Ningjing, I can consider it." Tang Li was joking too. He'd heard Chu Shifeng talk about Medicine City before. That Ouyang Ningjing was even harder to deal with than Ouyang Ning Nua. Despite her young age, she was a strong woman. Han Yunqi glanced at him in disdain. "She might not want to marry you." Han Yunqi and Tang Li chatted and bickered along the way. Long Fei Yu was not interested in the topics they were discussing, but he did not interfere. Of course, the premise of not interfering was that Han Yunqi was facing Tang Li and not other men. The cold winter in the west was especially bleak. After a few days, they finally entered the borders of Western Zhou. Western Zhou's Emperor Kongqing hadn't forgotten how the Duke of Qin had humiliated Western Zhou by refusing Princess Yao's marriage alliance. But as the ruler of a nation, he couldn't be so stubborn as to make an enemy out of the Duke of Qin over a single matter and refuse all opportunities for cooperation. After all, the Duke of Qin had gained the most from the internal strife between Tianhui and his son. His every move would affect the current state of affairs in the various countries. Emperor Kongqing couldn't figure out the Duke of Qin's intentions for this sudden visit, but he maintained an open attitude and attached great importance to the matter. He'd long sent someone to contact Chu Shifeng to make arrangements to receive him. His original plan was to send someone to receive the Duke of Qin as soon as he entered Western Zhou's borders, but Chu Shifeng refused. He didn't even know the Duke of Qin's whereabouts, so he could only wait for news of his arrival. Who would have thought that another piece of news would arrive first? And it was a piece of shocking news about Great Qin's nether race. No one knew where it came from, but within a few days all of Cloud Realm continent was talking about it. The driving arrow arts of the Great Qin's nether clan had reappeared in Cloud Realm continent. After morning court, Emperor Kongqing discussed the news with a few officials in his study. The nether clan's driving arrow arts? Everything's been going well, so why is there a rumor like that? Your Majesty, there's no smoke without fire. I'm afraid someone really did see the driving arrow arts. It said that they shot arrows with their bare hands. I wonder how they did it? Your Majesty, the Great Qin's 7 noble families have been missing for years. As this old official sees it, this is only the beginning. 2 imperial clans have already been destroyed. No matter how capable the 7 noble families are, what can they do? Cloud Realm continents already changed, so officially shouldn't worry too much. The 7 noble families have deep roots and an abundance of talents. If they're allowed to grow stronger and regain their former glory, the consequences will be unthinkable. As this old official sees it, Cloud Realm continents, 4 countries, and 4 cities, the Kenzo Tang clan, should all work together to destroy the 7 noble families in a single spark. That way, they won't be able to set the prairie ablaze in the future. This official doesn't dare to agree. As this official sees it, the Great Qin Empire has already turned to dust. If there's enough sincerity, the 7 noble families will choose another master to serve. If they can gain the support of the 7 noble families, they'll definitely regain their former glory and glory. Your Majesty, please be clear and make the first move. Don't let the 7 noble families fall into other people's hands. The ministers were arguing fiercely, but General Chu was the only one who didn't say a word. Emperor Kongqing had noticed this long ago. General Chu, what do you think of this matter? General Chu was feeling guilty, depressed, and stifled. In short, he was about to explode. He'd been waiting for Long Feiyi to use Chu Tianyin as a hostage to negotiate terms with the Chu clan, but there was no news from the Long Feiyi even after so long. It was almost the 15th day when something like this suddenly happened, catching the Chu clan completely off guard. What was Long Feiyi trying to do by making the driving arrow arts known to the world? General Chu couldn't help but be cautious when faced with Emperor Kongqing's question. Who knew if Long Feiyi had secretly revealed anything to the emperor? Reporting to your majesty, this matter is still a rumor, so this general isn't in a position to comment. If it's true, what do you think? Emperor Kongqing pressed. If it's true, then this general agrees with Lord Chen's words. The great Qin Empire has already turned to dust. If the 7 noble families want to enter the world again, they'll definitely choose another master to serve. As soon as General Chu replied, Lord Li added, leaving aside the other 6 clans, isn't the Nether clan a traitor? They were the ones who killed the last prince of Western Qin's imperial clan. We can't make plans with such ambitious wolves. News of the Nether clan killing the last prince of Western Qin was one of the most widely spread stories in the history of the great Qin Empire. General Chu's eyes flashed with anger, but he could only keep it to himself. Resentful, he didn't speak, but Lord Qin soon began arguing with Lord Li again. General Chu waited for Emperor Kongqing to speak up, but the man didn't say a word from start to finish. This only made General Chu even more uneasy. After returning, General Chu went to find clan head Chu Yuni as soon as he could. Inside the imperial study, he was so angry that he wanted to beat up Chu Tianyin and Witch Ant. It was one thing for the 2 of them to kill Long Feiyi and the rest in the poisoned sect's underground palace. But why reveal the driving arrow arts? How were they supposed to clean up the mess now? Just what is the Duke of Qin planning with his actions? Chu Yuni had been in a terrible fix after hearing the news last night. Seeing General Chu so irritable only made him vexed. He waved a hand to indicate for the man to sit down. No matter what his intentions are, we have to make ample preparations. Western Qin is our only path of retreat. Has there been any news from Medical City? He asked seriously. General Chu exhaled at the mention of this. I received news as soon as I returned that Lady Lianqin agreed. We'll discuss the details in 5 days, General Chu replied. Did they say which elders they're planning to invite? Chu Yuni asked urgently. General Chu could only shake his head. In any case, it's just those 3. It'd be great if it was head elderling, but the chances are slim. No matter what, we have to hurry. As for the Duke of Qin, if he won't talk to us, why don't we talk to him instead? We can at least get to the bottom of his situation. General Chu said anxiously. Chu Yuni thought for a long time before coming to a decision. It's almost the 15th. We'll have to wait until he arrives to talk. If he dares to reveal the truth, my Nether clan won't let the matter rest, even if we have to fight to the death. A few days later, Long Feiyi's group finally arrived at Western Zhou's capital, White City. Emperor Kongqing had sent Crown Prince Duanmu Bei out of the city to greet them. This was second only to the emperor himself, a testament to the Duke of Qin's high status and the importance Emperor Kongqing attached to this visit. At the very least, he'd expressed his intentions. Since Long Feiyi had come out of his own accord, he'd forget about the grudges of the political marriage alliance. Duanmu Bei didn't have Emperor Kongqing's breadth of mind or foresight. His heart ached for his little sister, and he was extremely unhappy. But he couldn't defy the emperor's orders. All he could do was grit his teeth and agree. Originally, he wanted to find Chu Tianyin to leave the city with him, but was told that the man wasn't in White City. Actually, he could have brought along a group of officials as well, but that would be giving Long Feiyi too much face. He refused. Tang Li didn't show up, so Duanmu Bei only saw Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they switched carriages and didn't speak for the rest of the journey. Duanmu Bey escorted them to the Chamberlain of Dependencies and left them in the care of official Lin before leaving. But when he saw Long Fei Yi taking care of Han Yunqi, even while drinking tea and handing her a cup, Duanmu Bey couldn't help but turn back and ask, "Duke of Qin, I heard from Yao Yao that your master misses you very much. You haven't returned to Celestial Mountain for many years, right?" Han Yunqi could tell that Duanmu Bey was speaking on behalf of Duanmu Yao, but she pretended not to hear him and silently sipped her tea. As for Long Fei Yi, it wasn't clear whether he heard him or not. In any case, he ignored Duanmu Bey. Duanmu Bey wasn't discouraged. He purposely sat down in front of him and asked, "Duke of Qin, when are you going up Celestial Mountain to summon this crown prince? This crown prince hasn't seen Yao Yao in a long time." These words made it seem like Long Fei Yi was going up the mountain to see Duanmu Yao. It was impossible for Han Yunqi to not feel any ripples in her heart. The only time she truly fought with Duanmu Yao was during the political marriage last time. She also looked forward to the day when Celestial Mountain would seriously deal with Duanmu Yao. Last time, she swindled Long Fei Yi away and caused Long Fei Yi to be seriously injured. She definitely had to settle the score. Seeing that the Duke of Qin was still ignoring him and seeing that Han Yunqi wasn't moved, Duanmu Bey became even more aggressive and said, "Duke of Qin, time really flies. Back when Yao Yao first met you, she was still a little girl. At that time, she was always running after you. Back then I thought you left the position of Qin Wangfei for Yao Yao. In the end, childhood sweethearts can't compete with the word marriage." Duanmu Bey sighed. Han Yunqi finally couldn't sit still anymore. It wasn't that she couldn't withstand provocation, but that Duanmu Bey's words were really too much. He wanted to sourly say that Duanmu Yao could do whatever she wanted, and she would only treat it as a joke. However, mentioning the position of Qin Wangfei in front of her was clearly slapping her in the face. If this wasn't bullying, then what was? How many people were paying attention to their every word and action when they were visiting Western Zhou? If news of her being humiliated by Duanmu Bey spread, how could she continue to be Qin Wangfei? Han Yunqi was about to speak, but who knew that Long Fei Yi would actually press down on her hand and stop her? What did he mean? Chapter 569. Han Yunqi was furious. She wanted to teach Duanmu Bey a lesson, but Long Fei Yi stopped her. She thought that Long Fei Yi would personally teach Duanmu Bey a lesson, but who knew that Long Fei Yi would still remain silent? Everyone could tell that he was ignoring Duanmu Bey, but now that Duanmu Bey was bullying Han Yunqi, what would he do if he didn't say anything? Should he endure it? Although he was a foreign guest and couldn't act casually, this kind of tolerance was unlike Long Fei Yi's style. Could it be because of Duanmu Yao? There were a few precedents, so it was no wonder that Han Yunqi thought so much. Moreover, this time, no matter what the reason was, Long Fei Yi didn't have a need to tolerate Duanmu Bey. Duanmu Bey was also waiting for Long Fei Yi to retaliate. Seeing that he didn't speak, he became even more aggressive. "Duke of Qin, the last time you came to White City was about 7 to 8 years ago, right? When you sent Yao Yao back, actually my imperial father had already taken a fancy to you. He never thought that a mere daughter of the Han family would become the official consort." Duanmu Bey muttered to himself, "It's a pity that Yao Yao was deceived by Junie Xie and ended up in a situation where she couldn't return home. Otherwise, the one to receive you today would definitely be her. Who knows, maybe Duke of Qin could even reunite with your marriage on this trip." Duanmu Bey was a man, but his mouth was so cheap, even more so than his sister's. Han Yunqi's face was gloomy and her hands were clenched. Long Fei Yi could clearly feel her anger, but he only held her hands tightly and didn't say anything. Han Yunqi didn't plan to refute anymore. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything, so it was meaningless for her to refute Duanmu Bey. She lowered her head and felt sad. Seeing this, Duanmu Bey became even more smug. He spoke with all his might and didn't stop. In a short while he had called Duke of Qin more than 10 times. The room was silent. Even the Chamberlain of Dependencies was very quiet. He was the only one in a one-man show. Gradually, Han Yunqi slowly raised her head. In the beginning, she was sad and gloomy, but Long Fei Yi didn't respond even after Duanmu Bey kept calling him Duke of Qin for so long. She actually felt like she was listening to a joke. Long Fei Yi was sitting with his legs crossed like the owner of the house. His domineering aura was natural. He held Han Yunqi's hand with one hand and raised a cup with the other. He was leisurely sipping tea. Duanmu Bey was standing right in front of him. He was tall and strong, but he didn't give off the feeling of being high and mighty. Instead, he was like an iron man with a hot face and a cold butt. Duanmu Bey also felt uncomfortable. He unconsciously rubbed his hands together, not knowing where to put them. In order to hide his awkwardness and nervousness, he finally clenched his fists and let them hang by his side. He coughed lightly and continued his own words. Duke of Qin, this crown prince didn't say anything wrong, right? However, Long Fei Yi still ignored him. The room was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Duanmu Bey was so embarrassed that he couldn't advance or retreat. He subconsciously looked at Official Lin of the Office of Dependencies, only to see Official Lin also looking at him with a blank expression. However, when Official Lin saw Duanmu Bey looking over, he hurriedly looked away. This made Duanmu Bey even more embarrassed. He was certain that Official Lin was laughing at him. When had the dignified crown prince ever been ignored like this, especially in front of an official? He finally flew into a rage out of humiliation. Long Fei Yi, what's the meaning of this? Why are you still putting on airs in my Western Zhou? As soon as he said this, Long Fei Yi slowly let go of Han Yunqi's hand. Then he suddenly slammed his hand down on the tea table, causing the tea set on the table to clatter loudly. He said coldly, Official Lin, please inform Emperor Kongcheng that this prince will be leaving with his heirs. As soon as he finished speaking, he took Han Yunqi's hand and left. Han Yunqi finally understood that Long Fei Yi was deliberately provoking Duanmu Bey. This idiot was so stupid. No wonder he was so easily fooled by Chu Tianyin. After all, the Chu clan's smooth career in Western Zhou for the past 10 years was more or less due to their connections with this crown prince. When Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's figures disappeared through the doorway, the official of the Office of Dependencies suddenly regained his senses. Frightened, he hurriedly chased after them. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, please wait. Please wait. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, please listen to the Crown Prince's explanation. The Crown Prince didn't mean it that way. The Crown Prince was just... As Duanmu Bey listened to the gradually fading voices, he suddenly shivered and completely sobered up. Heavens, what did he just say? Previously, he had a grudge with Long Fei Yi, so he could say whatever he wanted. But now that the Long Fei Yi had taken the initiative to visit, Imperial Father was also very much looking forward to it. In order to receive the Long Fei Yi, Imperial Father had been in closed-door discussions with the ministers these past few days. No matter how unwilling he was, no matter how much his heart ached for Yao Yao, he had to endure it. Moreover, there were many ways to secretly make things difficult for him in his territory. No matter what, he couldn't openly fall out with the Crown Prince. Duanmu Bey wanted nothing more than to slap himself. How was he supposed to explain this to Imperial Father? It was over. Official Lin quickly returned, his face pale with fright. He hurriedly said, Your Highness Crown Prince, please listen to this official's advice. Hurry and apologize, hurry and go. If the Duke of Qin really leaves, neither of us will be able to explain it to His Majesty. Duanmu Bey was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Your Highness Crown Prince, hurry and go. If the Duke of Qin leaves the city, it'll really be too late. Duanmu Bey was silent for a long time before he finally said in a low voice, "Official Lin, do you think this crown prince will be able to get her back?" With Long Fei Ye's temperament, it was impossible for him to turn a big problem into a small one. Official Lin couldn't be bothered with Duanmu Bey any longer and promptly made his way into the palace. At this time, Emperor Kongcheng was still in the imperial study discussing the matter with his ministers. By the time Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi arrived, it was already afternoon. According to etiquette, the Chamberlain of Dependencies had arranged for them to rest for the night and meet with Emperor Kongcheng tomorrow morning. Emperor Kongqing had already instructed that a banquet would be held for the Duke of Qin tomorrow night. As soon as official Lin reported the matter, the entire imperial study instantly fell silent. After a long silence, Emperor Kongqing flew into a rage and swept everything off his desk. He was so angry that he couldn't even speak. He directly rebuked, "Unfilial son, unfilial son." If Western Zhou had enough strength and the Western Zhou crown prince had enough skills, even if Long Fei took the initiative to visit him, he could still speak rudely. But Western Zhou didn't have that kind of confidence. Moreover, they were facing the Duke of Qin, Long Fei, whom everyone in Cloud Realm continent feared. Leaving aside the losses and costs they would have to pay, once news of this spread, Duanmu Bey's stupidity would be regarded as the stupidity of Western Zhou's imperial clan. Zhen's going to cripple him. Cripple him. Emperor Kongcheng raged. All of the ministers were anxious and nervous as well. General Chu hung his head with a complicated look in his eyes. But soon enough, someone else spoke up. "Your Majesty, hurry and think of a way to salvage the situation before the Duke of Qin leaves the city. This old official boldly suggests that you personally try to persuade him to stay." Immediately, someone retorted, "You can't, you can't. You absolutely can't. If your Majesty tries to persuade him to stay, then Western Zhou will lose even more face once news spreads. Right now, the crown prince needs to go personally." Long Fei Yi hadn't proclaimed himself emperor in the south central regions, nor had he recognized the former Tianning and Tian countries. He'd always used his status as Tianning's Qinhuang. As the sovereign of Western Zhou, it would be inappropriate for Emperor Kongqing to personally try to persuade a Qinhuang to stay. If the crown prince goes, I'm afraid the Duke of Qin will be even angrier. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Your Majesty, you won't lose face if you go. Instead, it'll show that you're a magnanimous man. In this old official's humble opinion, Your Majesty should first depose the crown prince, then chase after the Duke of Qin to show your sincerity. The crown prince's actions first look down on the sovereign's might, second go against his Majesty's will, third go against propriety, fourth go against the nation's culture, and fifth go for disaster. He should be deposed. Audacious. Is the crown prince's removal something you can casually discuss? Your Majesty, His Highness Crown Prince executed Lord Chen's disciple on the spot for kidnapping a common woman. He's exaggerating and using his position to avenge private wrongs. Please punish him severely, Your Majesty. The Eastern Palace faction immediately retorted. Such was the power struggle between factions. No good opportunity would be missed. Soon, the two factions began to quarrel. Emperor Kongcheng's expression grew uglier and uglier as he remained silent. General Chu, who was also a member of the Crown Prince's faction, didn't miss the opportunity to interject. Your Majesty, no matter how reckless His Highness Crown Prince is, he wouldn't be so rude. In this general's opinion, His Highness Crown Prince must have been provoked by the Duke of Qin. Normally, Emperor Kongcheng would have listened to these words. Although the Crown Prince was of the same age as the Duke of Qin, his intelligence and shrewdness were far inferior. It was pardonable that he'd been tricked. However, Emperor Kongcheng was currently in a fit of anger. He was already sick and tired of the quarrel between the two factions. When he heard these words, he became even angrier. Provoked? Why would the Duke of Qin provoke him? Are you planning to tell us that the Duke of Qin came to Whitetown to provoke that unfilial son? General Chu had nothing to say in response and resentfully shut his mouth. Emperor Kongqing was furious, but he hadn't completely lost his reason. Without further delay, he stood up and said, "Someone prepare the carriage. We want to leave the palace incognito." Leaving the palace incognito and chasing after the Duke of Qin in private was a compromise and the best method. Firstly, it wouldn't be too humiliating, and secondly, it would show his sincerity. None of the officials present dared to object. As soon as Emperor Kongqing left, Great General Chu hurriedly ordered official Lin, "Quickly reserve Taoren restaurant and have the Crown Prince accompany His Majesty there. Tell His Majesty that he's invited the Duke of Qin to Taoren restaurant for tea as an apology." Duanmu Bay was a big tree in the Chu clan. This tree absolutely couldn't fall. Long Fei Yi had only just arrived in western Zhou, but his words had already shaken the western Zhou court. Regardless of how this matter would end, if word of it got out, no country would dare to slight the Duke of Qin and his wife in the future. At this moment, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were sitting in a carriage heading out of the city. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything, but Han Yunqi already knew why he didn't want her to argue with Duanmu Bei. This guy was deliberately provoking Duanmu Bei. If a big tree like Duanmu Bei falls, the Chu clan will hate you even more, Han Yunqi said with a smile. Long Fei Yi had come here to deal with the Chu clan. It could be said that he'd given the Chu clan a great show of strength today. Long Fei Yi looked at her seriously and asked, "Are you happy now?" Han Yunqi was stunned. For a moment, she didn't understand what he meant. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi continued, "When Emperor Kongqing arrives, I'll have him apologize to you." This. Han Yunqi was stunned, but she also understood. Long Fei Yi had schemed against Duanmu Bei to force Emperor Kongqing to apologize. This guy. Chapter 570. Han Yunqi didn't know what to say to Long Fei Yi. It didn't seem likely that the ruler of a nation would apologize to a woman. But it had happened, and it had happened to her. Emperor Kongqing definitely wouldn't let them leave just like that. Nor would he be stupid enough to apologize to Duanmu Bei. Thus, the emperor would personally urge them to stay, and the only way to do so would be to apologize. Otherwise, how could he persuade them to stay? Happy? Han Yunqi had been happy for a long time. Now that she understood that Long Fei Yi was enduring for Duanmu Bei's sake and not for Duanmu Yao's sake, she wasn't sad anymore. Her heart wasn't that weak. If she could ruthlessly trap Duanmu Bei and cut down the Chu clan's pillar support, then endure his eloquence, then it was worth it. Of course, she had to ask about Duanmu Yao before Emperor Kongqing caught up to them. It was fine if she didn't know before, but now that she did, she felt uncomfortable hiding it. In this aspect, she admitted that she was a petty person who haggled over every detail. Long Fei Yi, did you come to White City 7 or 8 years ago? Han Yunqi didn't ask directly, but the insensitive Long Fei had learned his lesson after eating a special sour pastry. He knew what Han Yunqi wanted to ask as soon as he heard her words. Western Zhou is the only way to leave Celestial Mountain and return to Tianing. At that time, I came with Duanmu Yao to pay my respects to Emperor Kongqing. I did make a special trip to send her back, Long Fei Yi explained clearly. However, women wouldn't be satisfied no matter how clearly he explained. Either she didn't ask, or she'd ask a lot of questions. So Emperor Kongqing took a fancy to you back then? He wanted you to be his son-in-law? Han Yunqi teased. Long Fei Ye's unchanging iceberg face was clearly a bit embarrassed. This was the first time someone had dared to ask him such a question so directly. He looked out the window and made a low sound of agreement. Why didn't you agree back then? The power behind Duanmu Yao's back is something that my Han family can never catch up to. Han Yunqi said sourly on purpose. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi glanced over and asked, How do you know that this prince didn't agree? Han Yunchi froze. Long Fei Yi sized her up with a sidelong glance. After a while, he said, "You're the poisoned sex daughter of the first wife. This prince won't lose out by marrying you." Han Yunchi was annoyed. "You." Long Fei Yi didn't explain. He just stared at her. Han Yunchi wanted to tease Long Fei Yi, but he teased her instead. Han Yunchi couldn't continue this topic, so she changed the subject. "How long did Duanmu Yao stay with you at Celestial Mountain? How did you two become childhood sweethearts?" This time, Long Fei Yi answered seriously. That year, Master announced that he was accepting disciples. In order to win over Tian Shan Mountain's factions, each country's royal family sent their princes and princesses to participate in the competition. Out of 100 or so children, Master chose me and her. After we joined Master's sect, we stayed on Tian Shan Mountain for half a year before returning to our respective countries. We only went there once in a while to learn the way of the sword. We didn't run into each other often, and only ran into each other once or twice by coincidence. The truth was that Duanmu Yao had clung to Long Fei Yi the first time she saw him. After returning to her country, she tried every means possible to find out when Long Fei Yi would return to Tian Shan Mountain. She created a series of coincidences so that she could cultivate together with Long Fei Yi. After those 2 coincidences, Long Fei Yi deliberately avoided her. Unless he had no other choice, he would wait until Duanmu Yao returned from her cultivation every year before going up Tian Shan Mountain. So after running into each other once or twice by coincidence, the 2 of you cultivated together? She chased after you all day long? Han Yunchi was jealous again. Women were so narrow-minded. When a man fell in love with a woman, he couldn't wait for her to be the only woman in his life. He couldn't wait for her to be the only woman in his memories. Before Long Fei Yi could answer, Han Yunchi said, "Long Fei Yi, tell me, why didn't I meet you earlier?" Long Fei Yi looked at her and unconsciously brushed her bangs. "I wanted to too. If he had met this woman earlier, would he have been less lonely these past 20 years? The 2 of them looked at each other. There was no need for further explanation. Long Fei Yi slowly inched closer. Just as he was about to kiss her lips, Han Yunchi snapped out of her daze and pushed him away. "I'm not done yet." Long Fei Yi smiled bitterly. Even he hadn't imagined that he would indulge a woman like this one day. "Your master likes Duanmu Yao a lot, right?" Han Yunchi's question hit the nail on the head. Long Fei Yi nodded, then quickly added, "Very." "Then why did he only let you protect her until she turned 18? Why not just protect her for the rest of her life?" Han Yunchi asked gloomily. A complicated look flitted across Long Fei Ye's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He said, "When we go to Celestial Mountain next year, perhaps you can ask him." Han Yunchi rolled her eyes at him. That answer was as good as not answering at all. "Does your master know that she likes you?" Han Yunchi asked again. Long Fei Yi felt uncomfortable again. He pulled Han Yunchi into his arms and said domineeringly, "Just remember that this prince doesn't like her. Why care about others?" "So your master knows about it?" Han Yunchi raised her head to look at him. Long Fei Yi pressed her head back into his arms. "This prince only likes you." Han Yunchi slapped his hand away and asked again, "If your master knows that she likes you, does that mean," however, before she could finish, Long Fei Ye's lips pressed against hers, domineeringly devouring all of her words. Han Yunchi kissed him a few times, but she couldn't move him at all. She had to admit that this was the first time she was being bullied by Long Fei Yi that she was able to maintain her sanity. She couldn't push him away, so she gritted her teeth and refused. However, Long Fei Yi was very naughty, his large hands restlessly covering her body. Although this wasn't the first time, Han Yunchi was still shocked. While she was caught off guard, Long Fei Yi easily pried inside and attacked her. Soon, Long Fei Ye's lips and hands bullied her so much that she couldn't think straight. Her entire body went limp in his arms. If Emperor Kongcheng's carriage hadn't arrived, Long Fei Yi probably wouldn't have been able to think straight either. A plain-clothed guard rode a horse to stop their carriage. Soon after, Emperor Kongcheng's carriage approached. The guard whispered by the window, "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, my master would like to invite you to Taran Inn for a cup of tea. Would you do me the honor?" Long Fei Yi knew what was going on. He let go of Han Yunxi and casually wiped the corner of his mouth. Han Yunxi lay on his lap and looked up at him. She suddenly discovered that the way he wiped the corner of his mouth was especially naughty. However, she also liked it. Her eyes darted around as she snickered wickedly. As soon as Long Fei lifted a corner of the curtains, she tugged at his robe belt. Long Fei Yi, who was always calm and composed, suddenly stiffened. It was so obvious that Han Yunxi noticed it. At this time, the curtain of the carriage next to them also lifted, revealing a dignified face. It was none other than Emperor Kongcheng, who had just left the palace in plain clothes. He looked at Long Fei Yi and nodded at Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi still had some self-control. He ignored Han Yunxi and expressionlessly nodded back at Emperor Kongcheng. Unexpectedly, Han Yunxi reached under his clothes and easily passed through his undershirt. Her jade-like fingers gently stroked his firm chest muscles. Long Fei Ye's entire body quivered, but he forced himself to hold on. Seeing this, Han Yunxi's playfulness grew. Her small hand gently stroked his sensitive spot, whether intentionally or not. Long Fei Yi finally couldn't hold on any longer. He immediately lowered the curtain, leaving the guards and Emperor Kongcheng outside at a loss. What did the Duke of Qin mean by this? Was he going to Taran Inn or not? If he wasn't going, why did he show up and greet them? If he was going, why did he lower the curtain without saying a word? They really couldn't figure it out. If they knew that the Duke of Qin was being teased by a woman, and in such a brazen manner at that, they'd probably be shocked for 3 days and 3 nights. Inside the carriage, Long Fei Yi had Han Yunxi under his body and was on the verge of taking her on the spot. He leaned close to her ear and warned in a low voice, "If you keep being naughty, this prince won't be polite." He was so close that Han Yunxi could clearly feel the heat beneath his body. She didn't think she'd be nervous, but now she was scared to death. Her body was stretched taut, and she didn't dare to move. After all, they were in a carriage. "Outside, the people outside are still waiting," she reminded him timidly. "You know that as well." Long Fei Yi asked coldly, "I don't dare anymore." Han Yunxi closed her eyes. His gaze was so terrifying that it looked like he wanted to eat her alive. Long Fei Yi exhaled heavily before sitting up again. He lifted the curtain again and saw that his carriage hadn't left yet, so they were all waiting outside. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, shall we go?" The guard said hastily. "Lead the way," Long Fei Yi said coldly, his face cold as well. He quickly lowered the curtain again. The guard was even more baffled. This was his first time seeing Tianning's Duke of Qin, and he'd heard that he was a cold-faced Yama. Now that he'd seen him in person, he really was cold and unfeeling. But besides that, there seemed to be something else. The guard couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he felt like he'd disturbed the Duke of Qin's business and made him unhappy. Of course, he didn't dare tell Emperor Kongcheng. Emperor Kongcheng didn't think too much about it either. The Duke of Qin agreeing to go to Taran restaurant was within his expectations, but he wasn't sure what would happen once they got there. Currently, Duanmu Bey was sitting in Emperor Kongcheng's carriage as well. His head was bowed, and he didn't even dare to fart. Fortunately, General Chu had reminded him in time to book the entire Taran restaurant and ask for Imperial Father's forgiveness. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. Although Imperial Father hadn't said anything, the fact that he'd invited the Duke of Qin to Taran restaurant meant that Duanmu Bey still had a chance. Duanmu Bei only hoped that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi wouldn't go too far at Taran restaurant. By now, Han Yunqi had already sat up, her head bowed like a child who'd made a mistake. She sat far away from Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi took another deep breath. How could his lust be quelled so easily? Unfortunately, he still had a taboo on him and couldn't bear to part with her. This was his first time experiencing the feeling of both love and hate for a woman. Cold eyes stared at her, and in the end... Chapter 571. In the end, Long Fei Yi pulled Han Yunqi over and hugged her tightly. This way, he managed to quell the strongest desire he had ever felt in his life. Han Yunqi was terrified. She didn't dare to move and allowed him to hug and stick to her. Although she was frightened and nervous, she had to admit that she was a little happy and expectant. However, she wasn't crazy enough to forget that they were in a carriage. After a long while, when she felt that Long Fei Yi had calmed down, she carefully lifted her head to look at him. It was only then that she realized that Long Fei Yi had been staring at her for a long time. The incident at Heaven Mountain had long been thrown to the back of her mind. Seeing his cold gaze and his silence, she instinctively buried her head in his embrace. She thought that they should have finished walking the 100 steps, right? She couldn't even tell if she had walked more, or if he had walked more. Legend had it that there was a kind of path called the path of no return. Every time you took a step forward, the path behind you would disappear. There was no way to retreat, and there was no way to turn back. Han Yunqi thought that the 100 steps between them must also be a path of no return. Once they finished walking, it would be over. If they didn't turn back, they wouldn't walk again. At least, to her, that must be the case. After a long silence, Han Yunqi murmured, "Long Fei Yi." Although his face was cold, he immediately answered her. "Have you heard of the saying of 100 steps?" Han Yunqi asked. "What's 100 steps?" Before meeting Han Yunqi, how could Long Fei Yi have heard of such a thing? Even if he had heard of it, he would have turned a deaf ear. There are actually only 100 steps between any man and woman in the world. As long as one person takes a step closer to the other person, it is the beginning of a relationship. Some people can finish walking the 100 steps very quickly. Some people can't finish walking the 100 steps in their lifetime. Some people will even retreat further and further, Han Yunqi said mildly. Long Fei Yi listened and didn't express his opinion. Han Yunqi frowned. "What do you think?" Long Fei Yi thought for a moment and said, "There should be another type." Han Yunqi didn't understand. She just wanted to ask him what he thought of this saying. Who knew that Long Fei Yi would answer, "Some people will walk past you and pass by you in the end." Han Yunqi was slightly surprised. After Granny Zhao told her about the 100 steps theory, she pondered for a long time. She really didn't think that there was such a possibility. She had to admit that this was probably the saddest thing of all. She muttered to herself, "You'll only overreach if you work too hard, right?" Long Fei Yi was very smart, but in the face of such an unfamiliar topic, he did not know where to start thinking. Of course, he didn't like it either. As long as he took a fancy to it, not to mention 100 steps, even 1,000 steps would be completed. "What nonsense are you thinking?" he asked with a frown. Han Yunqi resentfully stopped talking, but for some reason, she couldn't help but recall Long Fei's words again and again. "Some people will walk past you before brushing past you, won't they?" The more she thought, the sadder she felt. She shook her head to clear her mind. Very soon, they arrived at Taran restaurant. Han Yunqi saw Duanmu Bei as soon as she stepped out of the carriage. She was extremely disappointed. "Looks like we won't be able to get rid of this guy. Do you think you can depose the crown prince of a country with just a few words?" Long Fei Yi murmured. "You?" Han Yunqi was stunned. Could it be that Long Fei Yi was provoking Duanmu Bei on purpose? Wasn't it to topple him? Emperor Kongqing is smarter than Tianhui. Moreover, Duanmu Bei's mother's clan has great influence in Western Zhou. It'll take more than a day to shake him. Duanmu Yao even colluded with Jun Yixia, but Emperor Kongqing only ordered her banished from the imperial palace. He didn't chase after her to Celestial Mountain. There's a reason for all of this. I'll explain it to you later, Long Feiyi murmured. Now Han Yunqi was even more certain that Long Feiyi had provoked Duanmu Bei to help her vent her anger. Her heart warmed as she decided not to disappoint Long Feiyi's efforts, nor her own forbearance. Duanmu Bei had to pay the price. After getting off the carriage, Long Feiyi and Emperor Kongqing only nodded as before. Long Feiyi ignored Duanmu Bei, and Han Yunqi didn't even spare him a glance. She wanted to nod at Emperor Kongqing as a form of greeting, but the emperor didn't even spare her a glance. He didn't even give her a chance. Han Yunqi nodded halfway, but didn't feel awkward. She pretended nothing had happened. Duanmu Bei, on the other hand, saw it and his lips curled in disdain. Han Yunqi saw it too, but she didn't fuss over it. She held her head high and puffed out her chest as she walked alongside Long Feiyi. Her greeting to Emperor Kongqing wasn't out of humility, nor was it to curry favor with him. Emperor Kongqing's reaction revealed his narrow-mindedness and narrow-mindedness. What was there to be embarrassed about? Emperor Kongqing glanced at Han Yunqi out of the corner of his eye. Although he hated this woman for stealing his son-in-law, he couldn't help but admire her bearing and strength of character. If it had been any other woman today, even if she was from the imperial family, she wouldn't have been so calm and at ease. Naturally, Long Fei saw all of it with his own eyes. The entire tea house had been booked, so it was empty. A servant led the way. Emperor Kongqing gestured to Long Feiyi to go first. Long Feiyi didn't say anything, but politely gestured for Emperor Kongqing to go first. The two of them didn't argue and walked forward together. One was the emperor, the other the Duke of Qin. Although they were on equal footing, Long Feiyi had the upper hand. Han Yunqi walked confidently beside Long Feiyi, while Duanmu Bei followed respectfully behind Emperor Kongqing. As the crown prince, he was undoubtedly the most humble of them all. Unfortunately, he still refused to come to his senses. From time to time, he would glare resentfully at Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi. They took their seats in the tea house in the middle of the lake. Like Northern Li, the people of Western Zhou preferred wine to tea. Taranju was one of the rarest tea houses in Western Zhou. It was also one of the most expensive tea houses in Western Zhou. They served a type of tea called bramble tea, a precious specialty of Western Zhou. Once they were seated, tea was served. Emperor Kongqing wasn't in a hurry to get down to business. Instead, he introduced bramble tea to Long Feiyi. Duke of Qin, this tea grows on the brambles of the desert. Only 100 or so leaves can be plucked from a single patch of bramble land every year. As a result, only 2 jars of bramble tea are produced in the Tunga Desert each year. One is in Taranju, and the other is in Zhen's possession. As Emperor Kongqing spoke, he invited Long Feiyi to sample the tea. Try it. You didn't get to try it when you came 7 or 8 years ago. You must try it today. Long Feiyi nodded, but casually handed the tea to Han Yunqi. I wanted to bring you here to try this bramble tea 7 or 8 years ago. Unfortunately, you didn't come. Han Yunqi was stunned. What was Long Feiyi talking about? 7 or 8 years ago, the distance between them wasn't just 100 steps. It could be considered several thousand years. Emperor Kongqing and Duanmu Bei were also stunned. Father and son glanced at each other in shock. Could it be that Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi had been together since 7 or 8 years ago? Was that why he'd always looked down on Yao Yao? Although it was a surprise, it made sense. Han Yunqi was betrothed to Long Feiyi before she was even born. Naturally, she'd known Long Feiyi before Yao Yao did. It turned out that this woman really was pretending to be a good-for-nothing at the Han estate. Han Yunqi quickly accepted the tea. After taking a few sips, she said, "Sweet. you hate it the most. Both Emperor Kongqing and Duanmu Bei felt awkward. Long Fei Yi took the teacup and sniffed it. "Is this tea sweet?" he asked Emperor Kongqing. "Yes," Emperor Kongqing replied honestly. Long Fei Yi didn't say whether he liked it or not. He only nodded and set down the teacup. Emperor Kongqing quickly recovered from his embarrassment and ordered someone to change it to Tianning's black tea. Duanmu Bei didn't even dare to look at his imperial father. How was he supposed to know that Long Fei Yi didn't like sweet things? Although there wasn't the smell of war, the husband and wife were singing the same tune to give Emperor Kongqing a show of strength. After drinking a few cups of black tea, Duanmu Bei stood up with his teacup in hand. Although he was proud and spoiled, he still had self-awareness. He used the tea in place of wine to toast Long Fei Yi. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, this one was impetuous just now and made a slip of the tongue. My intentions weren't sincere. I hope that a great man like you won't hold a grudge against a lowly person like me and forgive this one." It was enough for a proper crown prince to go this far. As he spoke, he downed his cup of tea in one gulp. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi was busy pouring tea for Han Yunqi. Just like at the Chamberlain of Dependencies, Duanmu Bei treated him like air. Duanmu Bei raised 2 more cups of tea and downed them both in one gulp as an apology. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi ignored him. Duanmu Bei helplessly cast an innocent look at Emperor Kongqing, who kept a straight face. It wasn't clear whether he was angry at Duanmu Bei or Long Fei Yi, but he didn't say a word. Duanmu Bei was stuck between a rock and a hard place. If he went forward, would he have to kneel down and apologize to Long Fei Yi? How could that be possible? If he retreated, wouldn't this matter be ruined? Although his imperial father's gaze was frighteningly dark, he could only beg him for mercy. The pavilion was silent. Han Yunqi was calm and composed as she drank tea and admired the lake scenery. After Long Fei Yi poured her a few cups of tea, he poured one for Emperor Kongqing as well. Emperor Kongqing was also polite as he chatted with the Duke of Qin. It seemed like he'd given up on Duanmu Bei. In reality, Duanmu Bei was truly stupid. Both Emperor Kongqing and Han Yunqi knew that as long as Duanmu Bei apologized to Han Yunqi, the Duke of Qin would be appeased and this matter would be dropped. Unfortunately, Duanmu Bei couldn't accept this and couldn't swallow his anger. He could only stand there. The longer he stood there, the angrier Emperor Kongqing became. He originally knew that Duanmu Bei had been provoked by Long Fei Yi on purpose, so he didn't really plan on punishing him. Now that he saw how stupid Duanmu Bei was, Emperor Kongqing was determined to punish him. Drinking tea wasn't like eating or drinking. If there wasn't enough common topics to talk about, it wouldn't last long. Before long, Long Fei Yi was about to leave. Duanmu Bei panicked. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, this one was wrong. What will it take for you to forgive this one?" It would have been better if he hadn't said that. Now that he did, Emperor Kongqing almost smashed his teacup. What would Long Fei Yi do? Of course, he would continue to ignore Duanmu Bei. Not only did he ignore Duanmu Bei, but he also gave Emperor Kongqing a meaningful look, as if to tell him that he didn't care about Duanmu Bei. Emperor Kongqing's original plan was for him to appear incognito and make the Duke of Qin stay, giving the crown prince an opportunity to apologize. But now it looked like he had no choice but to apologize in person. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to keep the Duke of Qin. He finally looked straight at Han Yunqi. Chapter 572. Finally, Emperor Kongqing looked straight at Han Yunqi. Just then, he'd given her the cold shoulder when she was about to greet him. Now he finally had a favor to ask of her. If she didn't put on airs, then she wouldn't be Han Yunqi. In the past, before she'd won Long Fei Yi's favor and had to rely on herself for everything, she'd already dared to challenge Emperor Tianhui, much less now. Despite knowing that Emperor Kongqing was staring at her, Han Yunqi pretended not to notice. She lowered her eyes to the tea in her cup without a word. Emperor Kongqing knew that if he wanted to keep the Duke of Qin, he'd have to appease this woman's anger first. If he'd known earlier that Duanmu Bei was so stupid, he wouldn't have neglected Han Yunqi just then. Now it was too late for regrets. Emperor Kongqing quickly withdrew his gaze and said, "The two of you, the crown prince, spoke rudely. It was my Western Zhou that was lacking in manners. I ask that you give Zhen some face and refrain from harboring resentment in your heart and ruining your mood for this visit. A single my Western Zhou was lacking in manners was a big deal. Although it wasn't an outright apology, it was still a rare sight for a ruler of a nation to say such words. Long Fei, you finally spoke up. Your lordship has never argued with impetuous children. Emperor Kongqing's words are too serious." He was giving Emperor Kongqing face, but also clearly scolding Duanmu Bei. But what could Duanmu Bei do? If Long Fei, you could just let things go like this. Duanmu Bei thought, I'd accept being called impetuous child. But even though Long Fei had forgiven him, Han Yunqi's face was still gloomy. She said unhappily, I wanted to stay a few more days and take the chance to tour Western Zhou's desert scenery, but now I'm not in the mood. Finally, Duanmu Bei came to his senses. Despite his unwillingness, he quickly poured some tea for Han Yunqi. Qin Wangfei, this one has always been outspoken. If I've offended you in any way, I ask for your forgiveness. The person in question had finally apologized. It was useless. Han Yunqi sneered in her heart. She carried out Long Fei Ye's policy of ignoring Duanmu Bei to the end. Emperor Kongqing knew he still had to get past Han Yunqi, so he took advantage of the situation to say, Qin Wangfei, we've heard about what happened at the Honglu Temple. It was indeed the Crown Prince's fault. Why don't we have the Crown Prince accompany you and the Duke of Qin on a tour tomorrow as an apology? Just now, Emperor Kongqing had used the words you too in his apology, which naturally included his apology to Han Yunqi. Now that he'd made such a concession, coupled with the Duke of Qin's concession, Han Yunqi should be content. However, Han Yunqi feigned ignorance and said angrily, Emperor Kongqing, aren't you being too partial to your son? Accompanying us on a tour wasn't a punishment, it was clearly a reward. There's no one like you. What a bully. Yunqi, don't be rude. Long Fei, Yi scolded immediately. Han Yunqi said angrily, Your Highness, did I say anything wrong? Emperor Kongqing was clearly biased and biased. Accompanying us on a tour counts as a punishment? If this gets out, what do you think? If Crown Prince, you didn't bully us, would there be no one else in Western Zhou to accompany us on a tour? Long Fei Yi was speechless, but could only sigh softly. In any case, Qinxie will leave today. Qinxie will never come to Western Zhou again. Han Yunqi crossed her arms in front of her chest and pursed her lips, looking completely unreasonable. That's right, she was being unreasonable on purpose. If this was a formal setting, Han Yunqi's words as Qin Wangfei would be considered unreasonable. But this was a private meeting, so Han Yunqi didn't lose her status as a woman. Of course, Emperor Kongqing could tell that Han Yunqi was doing it on purpose, but the Duke of Qin looked like he couldn't do anything about it. What else could he do? Someone come, pass on Zhen's orders. The Crown Prince is to be grounded for 3 months and forfeited a year's worth of salary. Without Zhen's permission, no one is to enter the Eastern Palace. Emperor Kongqing had no choice but to bite the bullet. Imperial Father, Duanmu Bei panicked. Emperor Kongqing glowered at him. Someone come, take the Crown Prince back. Imperial Father, this son knows his wrongs. I know my wrongs. Imperial Father, please spare this son this once. Imperial Father, Imperial Father. Duanmu Bei was dragged to the door, but he was still shouting and begging for mercy. 3 months was too much for him. In the fight for the throne, he had always been ruthless and merciless when it came to eradicating dissidents. Now that he had been put under house arrest for 3 months, it was enough for those forces that had been trampled to death by him to rise again. their counterattack was bound to be even more ruthless. How could he not be afraid? How could he not be afraid of losing the position of heir apparent in 3 months? This time, Han Yunqi knew when to stop. Emperor Kongqing is wise. A son like this who shames you should be punished severely as an example to others. Han Yunqi laughed. Emperor Kongqing couldn't bring himself to laugh, nor could he stay any longer. After chatting for a bit, he said that he had urgent matters to attend to and had to leave. Before he left, he summoned General Chu to receive him. General Chu had just received news that the Crown Prince was under house arrest for 3 months and was in the middle of discussing how to salvage the situation. When he received Emperor Kongqing's order, he almost dropped the teacup in his hand. He didn't expect to meet Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi so soon, nor did he expect to receive them. With Crown Prince Ye's example, as well as the Nether clan's secrets, General Chu couldn't help but feel nervous, even though he'd seen much of the world and had weathered many storms. When he arrived, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were taking a boat tour around the lake. Long Fei Yi personally rowed the boat and didn't have any servants to attend to them. In other words, no one could eavesdrop on the couple's conversation. General Chu had naturally planted spies when he'd helped Duanmu Bey reserve the Taoranin. Unfortunately, he couldn't find anything now, so all he could do was sit by the lake and wait. He knew that Long Fei Ye's target wasn't Crown Prince Yi, but the Chu clan. But he couldn't figure out how Long Fei Yi was planning to deal with the Chu clan. Currently, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's boat was docked in the middle of the lake. "Your Highness, Qin Xie must be losing face for being so unreasonable, right?" Han Yunqi teased. Long Fei Yi arched a brow at her and gave her a rare compliment. "You're getting smarter and smarter. Isn't it all because I learned from you?" Han Yunqi was rarely good at flattery. Long Fei Yi examined her from head to toe, but didn't answer. Instead, he returned her smile. It was much harder to make this guy, who cherished his words like gold, smile than to make him speak. Han Yunqi had gotten used to his smiles at some point. "Where's Tang Li and Chu Shifeng?" Han Yunqi asked. "They went to Thousand Buddha Cave to scout the way," Long Fei Yi replied. "Did they find anything?" Han Yunqi asked hastily. "Chu Shifeng's been scouting for days without any news. Tang Li just went yesterday, but I don't know if he can get in," Long Fei Yi said. To them, Thousand Buddha Cave was much more important than dealing with the Nether clan. The Chu clan knew where the Wood of 10,000 Poisons was, but they hadn't gotten their hands on it after all these years. Han Yunqi had a premonition that they'd be staying in western Zhou's White City for a while. By sunset, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had reached the shore. General Chu immediately put on a smiling face and greeted them with all the proper etiquette. He didn't mention a word about the Nether clan or the Chu clan. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi pretended nothing had happened as they followed General Chu back to the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Before they left, General Chu said, "Duke of Qin, tomorrow's meeting with His Majesty is scheduled for after morning court. I'll come to pick you up then." Long Fei Yi nodded without a word. General Chu clasped his hands and turned to leave, but he couldn't help but turn back after he'd left the Chamberlain of Dependencies. He discussed things with the Nether clan head before. If Long Fei Yi refused to talk to them, they'd have to find Long Fei Yi of their own accord. Otherwise, they'd be in a passive position forever. Now was the perfect time to clear things up. Otherwise, who knew what Long Fei Yi would talk to Emperor Kongqing tomorrow? As if expecting General Chu to turn back, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi remained in their seats without moving. As soon as General Chu entered the room, he signaled for all the servants to withdraw. When he faced Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi alone, his expression was gloomy. However, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi didn't move, which made General Chu very uncomfortable. "Duke of Qin, you should know what the old man wants, right?" General Chu got straight to the point. Long Fei Yi replied with 3 words, "I don't know." Then why did you let Witch Anne come back? General Chu asked. Long Fei replied. To this prince, one Chu Tianyin is enough. You. General Chu was furious. What did you do to Tianyin? Long Fei Yi didn't answer. Instead, he sneered. Someone told this prince before that the Nether clan's secret art is called the driving arrow art. Arrows without a bow are incomparably powerful. This prince didn't believe it then, but I didn't expect to experience it so soon. General Chu grew alarmed at his words. He, the Nether clan head, and Witch Ant had never been able to figure out how long Fei Yi knew that the driving arrow art was the Nether clan's secret history. How could he be so sure that the Chu clan was the Nether clan's descendant? After all, the driving arrow art was a secret of the Nether clan. It wasn't something that just anyone could know about. Unless one was trustworthy and entrusted with important tasks, one wouldn't have the right to learn the art. Even Chu Qingge didn't know about the clan's secret, nor did she know how to use it. Long Fei Ye's words today meant that someone must have told him. But who could have told him? General Chu was absolutely certain that no one in the Nether clan would dare to reveal the secret. There was only one other person who could do it. That person was the only outsider in the world who knew about the Nether clan's secret, Gu Beiwe. When he recalled how Gu Beiwe had refused the Nether clan head's offer to save Chu Tianyin and induce Chu Qingge's labor, General Chu grew even more suspicious. He wasn't stupid enough to ask Long Fei Yi, who had revealed the secret. Even if he did, Long Fei Yi wouldn't tell him. Duke of Qin, since you've left the Nether clan some face, why don't we get straight to the point? We'll meet at Taoranan tonight and discuss everything with the Nether clan head. How about it? General Chu lowered his voice. Han Yunqi had always assumed that Chu Tianyin's father was the Nether clan head. She never expected the Nether clan head to be someone else. General Chu, it's getting late. Please go back, he refused coldly. His attitude made General Chu even more uneasy. He said, Your Highness, Duke of Qin, it was Tianyin's fault for what happened in the underground palace. This old man will apologize to the two of you. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Since your Highness is going for the perplexing butterfly illusion as well, why don't you join forces with the Nether clan? Trust me, the Nether clan won't disappoint your Highness. I hope your Highness will reconsider. Long Fei Yi refused without hesitation. General Chu, I won't be seeing you out. General Chu had already made things so clear, but Long Fei Yi was still so adamant. General Chu was thoroughly stunned by the man's attitude. As soon as he left the Chamberlain of Dependencies, he went straight to find the Nether clan head. Once the Nether clan head understood the situation, he grew more and more confused as to what Long Fei Yi was planning. The more he tried to figure it out, the more curious, uneasy, and impulsive he became. One could say that Long Fei Ye's attitude had driven both a clan head and a clan head crazy. They didn't dare to sit around and wait for their deaths. That night, the two of them snuck into the Chamberlain of Dependencies to see Long Fei Yi. Would Long Fei Yi relent this time? Even Han Yunqi couldn't figure it out. Chapter 573. In the dead of the night, a clan head and clan head had climbed over the walls to find Long Fei Yi. What a fool! If news of this spread, the entire world would probably despise the Nether clan and Chu clan. Of course, if the world knew of Long Fei's noble status as a member of the Imperial clan, this wouldn't be a big deal. After all, even the 7 noble families had to pay respects to members of the Imperial clan during the Great Qin dynasty. Han Yunqi's identity had always been suspected, but no one had ever questioned Long Fei Ye's identity. Even the smartest of them all, Gu Beiwe, had never considered that possibility. If one day Gu Beiwe found out that Long Fei Yi was an enemy of Western Qin's Imperial clan, how would he react? Currently, Gu Beiwe was still in Western Zhou. Unfortunately, he'd followed Chu Shifeng and Tang Li to Thousand Buddha Cave, so he wasn't in the city. Since the Nether clan head had climbed over the walls, Long Fei Yi naturally received him. Chu Yuni had been impulsive all night, but now he was calm and collected. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, I've long heard of you." Long Fei arched a brow from his lofty position and only nodded. His arrogance made General Chu very unhappy. It was one thing for Long Fei to look down on him, but he was still so frigid even when the head of the Nether clan was here. "This brat has no manners at all, no manners at all." Still, Chu Yuni didn't get angry. He studied Long Fei carefully. This was his first time seeing Long Fei in person. Although he knew that this young man was noble and extraordinary, he didn't expect him to have such a powerful aura. Looking into his cold and deep eyes, the Nether clan leader felt a sense of awe that even he couldn't explain. Of course he knew that Long Fei was from Tianning's imperial clan, but not even Emperor Kong Chung possessed such a natural sense of superiority. How could a mere Qinhuang of Long Fei, who'd never even sat on the throne before, have such a feeling? Strangely enough, he could vaguely sense the hatred hidden in Long Fei's eyes when he looked at him. After examining Long Fei, Chu Yuni turned to Han Yunqi. He found the same feeling in Han Yunqi. Long Fei's distinguished status was still acceptable, but Han Yunqi was merely the first daughter of the Han family. How could she be distinguished and not to be offended? Could it be that she had been with Long Fei for so long that her temperament had been cultivated? Chu Yuni's heart was filled with shock, but he had no time to dwell on the matter. He had to get things settled before daybreak and Long Fei's formal audience with Emperor Kongqing. "Duke of Qin, why don't we get straight to the point?" Chu Yuni grinned. "How can we help the Nether clan keep this secret? I'll have to trouble you to name your terms." Long Fei's refusal to meet General Chu was precisely to force the Nether clan head's hand. General Chu couldn't decide on his terms. "Your lordship wants one thing." Long Fei finally spoke. "What is it?" Chu Yuni asked hastily. "The wood of 10,000 poisons." Long Fei said directly. At this, Chu Yuni and General Chu realized that Chu Tianyin had leaked the secret. Both of them were surprised. Chu Yuni was fuming in his heart, while General Chu was worried about unnecessary anger. He understood his son all too well. Heaven knows how much torture he'd suffered to reveal such a secret. Everyone knew about the perplexing butterfly illusion, so Chu Yuni didn't bother to explain. He stroked his beard for a long time before replying. "Duke of Qin, you know as well that it's not easy to enter the 1,000 Buddha cave. The 1,000-year ginkgo trees are even harder to get close to. How about we exchange?" Before he could finish, Long Fei cut him off. "Since the Nether clan can't do it, then please go back." "You." General Chu lost his temper. "Duke of Qin, the two of us came here with sincerity. What kind of attitude is this? Your lordship could have asked Emperor Kongqing directly. I never had any intentions of negotiating with your Chu clan. I'm only giving you this chance because the Nether clan head came to visit so late at night. If the Nether clan can't do it, then I won't force you." Long Fei's tone was cold as ice. By his side, Han Yunqi subconsciously gathered her robes together. She felt cold and felt that something was off about Long Fei's attitude towards the Nether clan, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Was she too used to Long Fei's gentleness to get used to his coldness? Or was there another reason? Or perhaps her intuition was wrong. Han Yunqi was still lost in her thoughts when General Chu's sudden outburst woke her up. He pointed at Long Fei and cried, "Duke of Qin, you're threatening us." He said he'd ask Emperor Kongqing for help, but what else could he use besides the Chu clan's secrets? Chu Yuni's expression was ugly as well. What else could he do now that he'd been forced into a corner? Even if he couldn't get his hands on the wood of 10,000 poisons, he had to figure out a way to get it. "Duke of Qin, my Nether clan agrees. Please give the Nether clan some time." Chu Yuni agreed, decisively. "How long?" Long Fei asked. 3 months. 3 months from now is Bodhisattva's birthday. The imperial concubines will all go to 1,000 Buddha cave to pay their respects. That's the only time we have a chance. Chu Yuni replied honestly. Long Fei Yi didn't think much of it, but nodded in agreement. 3 months. If you miss the deadline, don't blame your lordship for being impolite. Many thanks. Chu Yuni was very polite, but Long Fei Ye's face was still cold and lofty. Chu Yuni could only accept the fact that he was being held back and had a favor to ask. Now that things were settled, he didn't want to stay and be bullied, so he turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi actually asked him to stay. Nether Clan head, wait a moment. Your lordship still has something he doesn't understand and would like to ask for guidance. Please speak. Chu Yuni was natural and unrestrained, but as soon as Long Fei spoke, he couldn't hold back anymore. His face turned gloomy. Long Fei Yi said, I heard you know the whereabouts of the D clan. General Chu grew even more alarmed. He knew that his son must have suffered a great deal at Long Fei Yi's hands, or else he'd never tell him such a secret. Chu Yuni fell silent for a long time, so Long Fei Yi asked next, Is it still a merchant clan on the border between Western Zhou and Tianing? Old man only knows this much. With the Duke of Qin's skills, it shouldn't be hard for him to find the D clan, Chu Yuni replied. If we exchange the D clan's whereabouts for Chu Tianin, why don't you consider it Nether Clan head? Long Fei Yi asked. General Chu immediately recovered his wits, but Chu Yuni didn't say a word before storming off. General Chu chased after him and said in a rush, What do you mean? You're not going to save Tianin? He was still waiting for Chu Yuni to talk terms with Long Fei Yi to save Tianin, but he never expected Long Fei Yi to make the offer first. Nor did he expect Chu Yuni to leave without a second thought. It would have been better if General Chu hadn't asked, because his question only made Chu Yuni lose his temper. What's the use of saving a useless piece of trash who can't do anything right? General Chu lost his temper at those words and rushed to block Chu Yuni's way. Speak clearly. Old man gave him so many soldiers and set up such a tight ambush in the Poison Sect's underground palace. What did he give the old man in return? Not only did he fail to kill Long Fei Yi, but he also exposed the Nether Clan's secrets. Now he even gave up information about the wood of 10,000 poisons and the D clan. Ha! You still want the old man to save him? Chu Yuni raged. Which Ant was present at the underground palace incident as well. Tianin has already done his best. Everyone knows how much he's sacrificed for the Chu clan over the years. If not for him, my Chu clan would never have made friends with Crown Prince Yi. If not for him, my Chu clan's power would never have reached Western Liang. Everyone makes mistakes. You can't deny everything about Tianin just because of a single mistake. General Chu lost his temper as well. Then tell the old man, what's up with the wood of 10,000 poisons? What's up with the D clan? Don't tell the old man that he wasn't the one who exposed these two things? Chu Yuni asked. They must have used capital punishment. Otherwise, with Tianin's temper, he'd never expose any secrets. Moreover, he doesn't even know everything about the D clan. So how much can he tell us? Leaving aside Chu Tianin, even Gu Beiwe didn't know much about the D clan. Only Chu Yuni and General Chu of the Nether Clan knew. This was the chess piece they'd buried deep in their hearts. General Chu was very certain, but Chu Yuni only laughed out loud. According to your logic, it'll be pardonable if he reveals everything about the Nether Clan one day. He won't. I know my son best. He has his own bottom line. Even if he loses his life, he'd never betray the Nether Clan. General Chu grew agitated. If these two things don't count as a bottom line, then tell the old man what it means to have a bottom line. Speak. Chu Yuni raged. At least he didn't say anything about the Shadow Clan. General Chu defended himself. Chu Yuni shook his head. The Duke of Qin just didn't bring it up. How do you know he didn't? Gu Beiwe's right. It's better to abandon him than save him. Hearing this, General Chu couldn't help but say, What does Gu Beiwe count for? What right does he have to butt in on the Nether clan's affairs? There's something else I forgot to tell you. The Duke of Qin said himself today that someone told him about the driving arrow arts. Gu Beiyuez helped Han Yunqi time and time again, and even set up shop at Pilfiend Pharmacy, all for the sake of the perplexing butterfly illusion? It's fine if he doesn't save Tianyin, but what does he mean by not helping Qingge? It's obvious that he's siding with Long Fei Yi and the rest. Although Chu Yuni was angry for Chu Tianyin's sake, he was still rational enough to ask, "Someone told him about the driving arrow arts?" "Exactly. Besides Gu Beiwa, who else would know about our Nether clan's secret arts?" General Chu mocked. Fortunately, Long Fei Yi found out before Tianyin was imprisoned. Otherwise, Tianyin would have been the scapegoat for sure. General Chu had only harbored suspicions in his heart, but wasn't certain. Still, in his anger, he'd completely rejected Gu Beiyue's claims. Meanwhile, Chu Yuni had been rejected twice by Gu Beiyue, so he was more or less suspicious of Gu Beiyue. Hearing General Chu's words only made him more suspicious. In a low voice he muttered, "Gu Beiyue, over the years he's disdained our Nether clan struggles for power in Western Zhou. Judging from his temper, I'm afraid he's long disloyal." General Chu added fuel to the fire. Chu Yuni's eyes flickered as he remained silent. "As I see it, Long Fei, you won't let it go so easily once he finds out about the D clan. Rather than trade him the D clan, why not give him the Shadow clan's secrets instead? There's only Gu Beiyue in the Shadow clan, so how long can his sickly body last? Only the D clan has the right to work with our Nether clan to rule the world." General Chu seized the chance to suggest. Chu Yuni looked at him before muttering, "The Nether and Shadow clans used to protect each other and have been as close as a family for the past few years. That child Beiyue, big bro." General Chu cut him off. "Big bro, those who want to achieve great things can't be soft-hearted, especially at a time like this. We can't let Long Fei Yi find out about the D clan, whether it's for Tianyin's sake or for our grand scheme. We have to use the Shadow clan to distract him." Chu Yuni remained silent. "Big bro, only you and I know about the D clan. Give us a clear explanation." General Chu pressed. Finally, Chu Yuni spoke up. Chapter 574. After General Chu fanned the flames again and again, Chu Yuni finally spoke up. "I'll consider this matter carefully." "Big bro, you still want to consider things at a time like this? Now's not the time to let your emotions get the better of you. You should know who's more important between the Shadow clan and the D clan. The Nether and Shadow clans were sworn friends of life and death, while the Nether and D clans had only known each other for less than 10 years. Still, the D clan was so powerful that even the Nether clan couldn't compare. Abandoning the D clan for the sake of a single Gu Beiyue was truly not worth the losses. Chu Yuni had long been tempted, but he still held onto old ties. If he can handle the matter of the wood of 10,000 poisons, then we'll drop the matter. At least we can delay the Duke of Qin. After all, the old man won 3 months' worth of time tonight, and if he can't handle it— General Chu insisted on an answer. Chu Yuni didn't hesitate. "Cold," he said. "If he's unjust, then don't blame my Nether clan for being heartless." Satisfied, General Chu said, "All right, I'll send someone to find him tomorrow." When they returned to the Chu clan, they received news from Medical City. Lady Lianxin's invitation was completely unexpected, because she'd actually invited Medical City's head elderling Yunchang. Chu Yuni rejoiced. "Excellent, excellent. With head elderling personally making an appearance, there's no chance of anything going wrong. As long as Chu Qingge could give birth in 3 months' time, the Chu clan would have a way out. Then he'd be able to fight the Duke of Qin with all his might." He'd gone to see the Duke of Qin in the middle of the night for 2 reasons. 1, impulsive, and 2, to buy time. How could the Nether clan be willing to give up the wood of 10,000 poisons just like that? How could they let go of a formidable foe like the Duke of Qin? It was almost daybreak, but Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi were still wide awake. The Chamberlain of Dependencies had only prepared one room for them. Currently, the two of them were lounging lazily on the bed as they chatted. Who told you that the driving arrow art is a secret art of the fiends? Han Yunqi had been wondering about this for a long time. Long Fei sighed softly and tossed out the annals of the 7 noble families that he'd been carrying with him all this time. Before the matter with Mute Granny was resolved, he'd been avoiding Han Yunqi whenever he read this book because there were too many uncertainties. But now there was no need to hide it. Han Yunqi flipped through a few pages and was shocked. Where did this book come from? Who wrote it? The records of the 7 noble families in this book were very detailed, as if they had been specially researched. There was no doubt that this book could be traced back to the Great Qin dynasty. I don't know who wrote it, but I came across it by chance. Originally, I was just casually flipping through it. I didn't expect that there really was an arrow-driving technique. Long Fei, Yi said indifferently. Actually, this book was secretly written by the East Qin royal family. In the past, the East Qin royal family already had the intention of winning over the nobles. Unfortunately, this book only came into use after it was written and passed down to him. Han Yunqi didn't think too much about it and searched for the records on the Shadow Clan. Unfortunately, the records on the Shadow Clan were the least. There was only a single page with only a few sentences. In summary, there were 2 points. The first was about the Shadow Clan's secret art, the Shadow Art. The Shadow Art wasn't an offensive martial art, but a defensive one. Its most powerful ability was teleportation. The second was about the Shadow Clan's protection. Han Yunqi had always known that the Shadow Clan's protection was for the Western Qin royal family, but she hadn't expected this book to record another kind of protection for the Shadow Clan. It was also to protect one's lover with their lives. She couldn't help but recall that elegant white figure. Ever since the disaster relief in Ningnan County, she hadn't seen that white-robed man again. Even after learning that her mother was a daughter of Medicine City's Mu clan and her father was a direct descendant of the Poison Sect, Han Yunqi no longer suspected that she was related to the Western Qin royal family. However, she was still curious about the white-robed man. The royal family was destroyed, and the Shadow Clan was destroyed. The Shadow Clan's ancestral teachings. Could it be that the Western Qin royal family really has an orphan? Han Yunqi asked suspiciously. Not everyone will follow their clan's orders. Long Fei, Yi said indifferently. Han Yunqi felt that it made sense. However, whenever she thought of the white-robed man, she had an inexplicable feeling that he wasn't someone who would go against his clan's orders. She didn't know about the matter between the Nether and Shadow clans, nor did she know that Long Feiyi had already sowed discord today. She said indifferently, "The way I see it, this person can be a friend." She then added with a smile, "In any case, the little thing recognizes its master. He can't take it away, even if he tries." A complicated look flitted across Long Feiyi's eyes, but he didn't say anything. Han Yunqi continued to flip through the pages until she reached the records of the D clan. The D clan was the money bag of the Western Qin royal family and were extremely loyal to the Western Qin royal family. The Nether clan killed the last imperial prince of the Western Qin royal family, while the D clan is the protector of the Western Qin royal family. In other words, the Nether and D clans are absolutely irreconcilable. Han Yunqi looked doubtfully at Long Feiyi. Logically speaking, the Nether and D clans shouldn't be in cahoots. From another perspective, if the Nether clan really knew the whereabouts of the D clan, they would have told Long Feiyi long ago. Why wait until Long Feiyi spoke up? Han Yunqi thought that Chu Tianyin and Chu Yuni weren't lying. That's all they knew. But Long Fei, Yi only said cold. Han Yunqi, remember this. People's hearts change. There's no such thing as eternal loyalty in this world, only eternal benefits. What's more important than anything else is a clan's mission, but its own benefits? That one sentence explained all the possibilities. The D clan was active on the borders between western Zhou and Tianning, while the Chu clan controlled the border armies. It was entirely possible that the two were in cahoots. Han Yunqi looked up. Long Fei Yi, is there anything else that's eternal besides the clan's mission? Long Fei Yi didn't answer, but beckoned her over with a finger. Han Yunqi obediently crawled over to him and snuggled into his embrace. She assumed that Long Fei Yi would answer her, but Long Fei Yi only said, "Sleep for a bit. After morning court, it's time to enter the palace." He hadn't told the Chu clan to find the wood of 10,000 poisons just for the sake of the treasure. He still had to have a good chat with Emperor Kongcheng. How could Han Yunqi fall asleep? She reminded him, isn't 3 months a little too long? The Nether clan's been fighting for 3 months. If the Nether clan found a way out during that time, things would get out of hand. Western Yang won't belong to the Chu clan in 3 months. Don't worry, Long Fei Yi said. Besides Chu Chinga's side, the Chu clan had no other way to protect themselves and form their own faction. Long Fei Yi had never mentioned it, but he'd been keeping tabs on the movements in Western Yang and Tiannan. 3 months later, Chu Chinga's child would be 7 months old. She wouldn't be able to get anything from Emperor Tianhui yet. Leaving aside Long Fei Yi, even Han Yunqi would never expect the Chu clan to give birth to Chu Chinga. Han Yunqi nodded her head, still quite relieved. Long Fei Yi gently patted her back and told her to rest. Han Yunqi couldn't sleep. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at him. Long Fei Yi glanced at her before leaning against her head and closing his eyes. In the silence of the room, the two of them slept in each other's arms. What a beautiful sight! After a long time, when Han Yunqi didn't stir, Long Fei Yi finally murmured, "Your lordship will treat you forever and ever." Actually, Han Yunqi wasn't sleeping at all. She'd heard everything clearly. Her lips quirked up into a smile. She wanted to pretend she hadn't heard a thing, but she couldn't help herself when faced with this man. She murmured back, I like you forever and ever too." In an instant, Long Fei Ye's smile froze. This woman was pretending to be asleep. Did this count as the first time they'd confessed their feelings to each other? Did this count as their first mutual promise? Or perhaps this was it. Han Yunqi was finally satisfied. She snuggled into a comfortable position in Long Fei Ye's arms and fell asleep peacefully. At this time, Emperor Kongqing was already at morning court. The more he listened to the quarrel between the Eastern Palace and the anti-Crown Prince faction, the more annoyed he became. A few years ago, the Crown Prince's ruthless suppression of almost all of his opponents was part of the Emperor's plan. Otherwise, how could the Crown Prince have overthrown the major factions in court? Later on, as the Crown Prince and the Chu clan grew closer, Emperor Kongqing began to grow wary and began to support other factions. He hoped that the various factions in court would be balanced so that the Chu clan wouldn't be nurtured as a threat. Crown Prince Yi and Princess Yao were the Empress's children, as well as Emperor Kongqing's most beloved imperial son and princess. Unfortunately, Princess Yao had colluded with Jun Yixia. Crown Prince Yi loved his sister too much and caused the farce yesterday, causing Emperor Kongqing's heart to turn cold. Today's morning court was dismissed early. Emperor Kongcheng pondered what the Duke of Qin wanted to discuss with him today as he strolled through the inner palace. Before he knew it, he'd arrived at the Eastern Palace. Ever since the Crown Prince was grounded, the Eastern Palace had become much more deserted. Emperor Kongqing walked in alone without an escort, so he kept a low profile. As soon as he entered, a young eunuch bumped into him. The eunuch looked up and was so shocked that he dropped the secret missive he was holding. "Your Majesty, please spare me. Your Majesty, please spare me. This servant knows his wrongs and won't dare do it again. Your Majesty, please spare me." The young eunuch was so shocked that he kowtowed again and again, his words almost incoherent. Emperor Kongqing wasn't going to bicker with a young eunuch. He was about to leave when he saw a missive on the ground. Something like this that appeared in the Eastern Palace was most likely from Crown Prince Yi. Emperor Kongcheng immediately picked it up and opened it to see that it was from Crown Prince Yi to Princess Yao. The letter explained yesterday's events and expressed his hatred for Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. He even said that he'd find another opportunity to avenge her. Yesterday's events had calmed Emperor Kongcheng's heart somewhat, but when he saw that Crown Prince Ye's letter was filled with resentment and only focused on helping Princess Yao, not only did he not reflect on himself, he even revealed his dissatisfaction with him as his imperial father. Anger flared in Emperor Kongcheng's heart once more, and he hurried inside. Duanmu Bei didn't even have time to report his arrival before his imperial father came face to face with him. They were both in their early 20s and were both from the imperial clan. Duanmu Bei had been doted on since he was young and received a much better education than Long Fei Yi. Why was there such a large gap between them? Although Emperor Kongcheng didn't want to admit it, he truly wanted to have a son like Long Fei Yi. Duanmu Bei didn't even have time to react before Emperor Kongcheng smashed the missive into his face. "We must punish you today. Men, drag him out and flog him 30 times. At this time, someone stopped him from behind the curtains. Who was it? Chapter 575. Wait. A harsh and angry voice stopped Emperor Kongcheng. Who else but Western Zhou's Empress, Shui, dared to appear in the Eastern Palace and act so impudently in front of the emperor? Firstly, Empress Shui was favored by Emperor Kongcheng, and secondly, her family was powerful and influential. She had ruled over the harem for so long that no one could compete with her. In the early years of Crown Prince Ye's ruthless battles to eliminate dissidents, she had also played a part. Before Empress Shui could walk out, Emperor Kongcheng shouted angrily, "Your Highness, it's all because you spoiled the Crown Prince." "Ha ha! Yao Yao was banished because I spoiled her anyway. I've already committed many crimes. This one won't make a difference." Empress Shui stubbornly walked out from behind the curtain. Unlike other empresses, this Empress Shui did not have a graceful and luxurious appearance, nor was she adorned with jewels. Although she was old, she still maintained her figure well. She wore a snow-white muslin dress inside and a gray-black fox for robe outside. Time had left its mark on her face, but it did not take away her innate noble temperament. If not for the fact that she was in the imperial palace, anyone who saw her might mistake her for a fairy. Duanmu Yao's otherworldly temperament was inherited from her, but Duanmu Yao was even more ethereal and beautiful than her younger self. "Guards, drag the crown prince out." Emperor Kongcheng was truly furious. "If your majesty insists on flogging the crown prince, then please flog this concubine first." Empress Shui stood protectively in front of Crown Prince Yi, who also hid behind her and refused to come out. Emperor Kongcheng grabbed the secret letter and tossed it over. "Look at what he's written. He's lost all face for Western Zhou, but he still hasn't reneged on his promise. He even dares to contact that damned girl. Does he really want us to cripple him? Your Majesty, this concubine had the Crown Prince write this letter. Please forgive the Crown Prince, this time out of consideration for the fact that this concubine misses her daughter, and the Crown Prince wants to protect his younger sister." As Empress Shui spoke, tears began to fall from her eyes. "Your Majesty, Yao Yao, that girl doesn't know any better. How could she stand up to that bastard Jun Ishia's coaxing? She was muddle-headed in a moment of folly and got tricked by a venomous woman like Han Yunqi in front of everyone. Now the whole world knows about it, and even now there are rumors that Yao Yao and Jun Ishia had an affair. Your Majesty, what was wrong with the Crown Prince hating Han Yunqi? Your Majesty, don't you feel sorry for your daughter?" Emperor Kongcheng couldn't bear to see the Empress cry, so even his heart of stone melted at the sight of her tearful appearance. "Enough, enough. Let's not talk about this anymore." As he spoke, he turned to leave. Crown Prince Yi was overjoyed, but Empress Shui angrily glared at him and said in a low voice, "You better behave for the next few days. Also, keep in touch with your sister and ask her about the old man in Kenzo." Crown Prince Yi nodded resentfully. Empress Shui quickly chased after Emperor Kongcheng. Emperor Kongcheng was silent at first, but after walking for a long time, he finally asked in a low voice, "How is Yao Yao?" Emperor Kongcheng doted on Princess Yao even more than he doted on Crown Prince Yi. Not only did the princess resemble Empress Shui when she was young, but she was also the favorite disciple of the old man in Tianshan Kenzo. She was an important bridge between Western Zhou and Kenzo. Although he had driven Princess Yao away, Emperor Kongqing still cared about her in private. He didn't actually stop the Empress and Crown Prince from exchanging letters with the princess. "I heard that she's been practicing a new swordsmanship recently and has made great progress," Empress Shui whispered. "Your Majesty, this concubine knows that you're disappointed in me, or for failing to live up to your expectations. In fact, if the Duke of Qin hadn't intervened, Yi might have really provoked Han Yunqi and made a fool of herself. Don't underestimate Qin Wangfei. That woman can practically influence the Duke of Qin's decisions. How could she make a fool of herself so easily?" Emperor Kongcheng retorted. Empress Shui didn't say anything. Like her daughter, she would never acknowledge any of Han Yunqi's merits. Soon enough, a eunuch came to report that the Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei had arrived. "Your Majesty, this concubine will accompany you to meet them?" Empress Shui was only testing the waters. When she saw that Emperor Kongqing didn't refuse, she followed along. Emperor Kongqing arranged for a formal audience with the Duke of Qin in a side hall next to Chaoyang Hall. The Empress didn't show up, but hid in a bedroom at the back of the hall to listen in. Emperor Kongqing also dismissed General Chu, who had escorted the Duke of Qin and the others into the palace. Clearly, this was a private meeting. Emperor Kongqing was puzzled as to what Long Fei Yi was going to talk about. Would it be about Western Liang, the Chu clan, or Tianan City? After all, there were only so many topics that were directly related to them. Long Fei Yi wasn't likely to talk about cooperation between Western Zhou and the Commander-in-Chief's estate in the south. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi actually talked about last year's plague at Northern Li's horse farms. One of Northern Li's 3 major horse farms, Southern Li's horse farms, was plagued by the plague and quickly spread to the herdsmen's farms. Although the plague had passed, they suffered heavy losses. It was said that Southern Li's horse farm was practically crippled and that Northern Li's military had suffered a great loss. I heard that Hongqing and Tianza horse farms have both fallen into the Crown Prince's hands. Emperor Kongqing probed. He'd received news that the Duke of Kong, Jun Yixia, had a share of these 2 horse farms as well. But because of the Medicine City incident, Jun Yixia had been stripped of his position and power. No matter who it is, once the plague spreads, no one can do anything about it. Long Fei Yi said indifferently, "This prince received news not long ago that last year's horse plague also affected Tianza and Hongqing horse farms, but the losses weren't as great as Southern Li's." Emperor Kongqing's heart skipped a beat. Although Long Fei Yi had spoken tactfully, he understood everything. It seemed that Northern Li's losses were even greater than he'd expected. In other words, Northern Li's military strength wasn't as strong as he'd estimated. No wonder. With Tianning's internal strife, Great General Ning of the cavalry and General Mu of the infantry were split in 2. The navy had retreated to the south, so Tianning's military strength in the north had been split in half. Northern Li had only lost 1 horse farm, but hadn't made any moves to the south. So it was because they'd suffered huge losses. What was the Duke of Qin's intention in revealing such a secret to him? If Tianning wasn't in chaos, this would be a good opportunity. Emperor Kongqing sighed with emotion. Northern Li had always been the one to invade Tianning and Western Zhou's borders. If Tianning's infantry and cavalry could work together with Western Zhou. They could take advantage of Northern Li's lack of battle horses and attack them to their heart's content. If Western Zhou is interested, this prince can pull some strings and have General Bailey come over for a discussion, Long Fei said. Emperor Kong Cheng finally understood why Long Fei had come. As it turned out, he really was here to cooperate with Western Zhou. If the Bailey Navy set out by sea to invade Northern Li's borders, then they could join forces with Western Zhou to form a pincer attack that would make it difficult for Northern Li to defend its east and west. Emperor Kongcheng's first reaction was to be moved, but he was still rational enough to quickly analyze the pros and cons of this cooperation. Without a doubt, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. For one thing, joining forces with the Duke of Qin would mean tearing off all pretense of cordiality with Western Zhou. If that happened, the Ning clan cavalry stationed at the borders would take advantage of the chaos to invade Western Zhou. The consequences would be unthinkable. Secondly, even the most confident of winning a battle could be miscalculated. Western Zhou shared a border with Northern Li, so they'd run the risk of being invaded by Northern Li. Northern Li's cavalry held grudges and wouldn't hesitate to pay any price for offending them. Moreover, Long Fei Yi didn't share a border with Northern Li and was even separated by Emperor Tianhui and his son. Thus, the Duke of Qin didn't have to take much risk. If he couldn't win, he could just withdraw his navy. Thirdly, and this was Emperor Kongcheng's greatest fear, cooperating with the Duke of Qin was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin, or even a fox for its skin. He'd never know how he'd fallen into a trap. Heaven knows if the Duke of Qin was sincerely trying to suppress Northern Li or scheme against Western Zhou. Emperor Kongcheng's first thought was to reject the idea, but he still put on an expression of interest. After all, he still wanted to learn more about Northern Li from the Duke of Qin's mouth. Unfortunately, he didn't get any answers in the end. At first, the Duke of Qin spoke quite a bit, but by the end it was just him doing all the talking while the Duke of Qin listened. Han Yunqi, who was sitting by the Duke of Qin's side, didn't say a word. She looked like someone who'd been left out to dry and bored, but the Duke of Qin kept pouring tea for her from time to time. Empress Shui couldn't help but feel jealous as she watched from the shadows. Even she, the country's favorite empress, had to hide in the shadows to eavesdrop. Han Yunqi was only a Wang Fei, so what right did she have to sit on equal footing with the Duke of Qin and listen in on politics? Moreover, the Duke of Qin was pouring tea for her in front of everyone. No matter what, it should be Han Yunqi pouring tea for him instead. Although Cloud Realm Continent's customs were more civilized, this was still a world where men were considered superior to women. Men, especially those with power, might beg women in bed, but no one would wait on a woman like this in a formal setting. Yet the Duke of Qin had done it, and Han Yunqi had accepted it so calmly. The two of them seemed to have gotten used to it by now. Empress Shui was furious at the sight, to say nothing of her daughter. I have to tell Yao Yao about this, and have her guard everything at Celestial Mountain. Even if she loses the marriage alliance and her status as princess, she can't let Han Yunqi get away so easily. Long Fei Yi and Emperor Kongcheng chatted for less than 2 hours before agreeing to attend the banquet that night. Long Fei Yi took Han Yunqi out of the palace. As soon as they left, Han Yunqi blurted out, "You didn't really want to cooperate with Western Zhou, right? You came here on purpose to leak information about the plague." After following Long Fei Yi for so long and adding in her own intelligence, Han Yunqi had more or less figured out Long Fei Yi's schemes. "Keep going," Long Fei Yi said with interest. "So Emperor Kongcheng will use the excuse of grounding the crown prince to make a move against the Chu clan," Han Yunqi said seriously. As the saying went, high merits overshadowed the master, but great power attracted disaster. No matter how magnanimous Emperor Kongqing was, he couldn't allow the Chu clan's power to grow without limit. Especially after Chu Qingge married Emperor Tianhui and became the empress within 2 years, Emperor Kongqing grew even more fearful of her. Emperor Kongcheng had refrained from making a move against the Chu clan for two reasons. Firstly, he was observing the situation from the sidelines. Secondly, he was wary of the Northern Li cavalry. After all, the Chu clan's archers were the most formidable force in the Western Zhou army. They were a major force against the Northern Li cavalry. Han Yunqi grinned at Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi, you're too evil. You came here to sow discord. Chapter 576. That's right, Long Fei Yi had come here to sow discord. Not only did he succeed in sowing discord between Emperor Kongcheng and the Chu clan, but he'd also succeeded in sowing discord between the Chu clan and Gu Beiyue. Unfortunately, Han Yunqi only saw through the former, but not the latter. They'd just returned to the Court of Dependencies when Tang Li and Chu Shifeng returned from Thousand Buddha Cave. Big bro, it's impossible to sneak in without a guide. The security's too tight. There's a guard 1 li outside the door. Tang Li was very certain. Chu Shifeng nodded. Master, even the Chu clan's men would have a hard time getting in. Aside from the tight security, there's also plenty of traps. If young Master Tang wasn't here, this subordinate would have startled the snake in the grass. Tang Li was not only an expert in assassination weapons, but also in mechanisms and traps. It was all thanks to Tang Li that they'd made the trip this time. Currently, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were both silent. They both thought of the same person at the same time, the white-robed gentleman. Long Fei Yi mused that the Nether clan would probably ask the Shadow Clan man for help. Han Yunqi mused that it shouldn't be difficult for the Shadow Clan man to sneak in without alerting anyone. Unfortunately, neither of them knew what the other was thinking, nor would they say it out loud. Long Fei Yi said, "Let's wait for news from the Chu clan." Meanwhile, Gu Beiyue had just arrived at the Chu clan as well. He'd grown curious after Chu Yuni brought up the matter. He knew many things about the poison sect, including the perplexing butterfly illusion. He'd heard Chu Tianyin talk about the wood of 10,000 poisons, which meant the Chu clan had long known it was in Thousand Buddha Cave. Of all times, they'd stolen it when Long Fei Yi was here. Why? Could it be that Chu Yuni knew Long Fei Yi was here for the wood of 10,000 poisons, so he wanted to make the first move? Or perhaps they'd made some sort of deal. Gu Beiyue had a complicated look in his eyes as he asked, "Why are you looking for the wood of 10,000 poisons out of the blue?" The one who strikes first gains the advantage. That damned brat Tianyin's already spread the news, Chu Yuni said hatefully. Gu Beiyue stared fixedly at Chu Yuni as if he could see right through his eyes. He asked again, "So the Duke of Qin came for the wood of 10,000 poisons?" "Exactly." Chu Yuni didn't speak. He had a favor to ask of Gu Beiyue, but he was also testing him. He lowered his voice. "North Moon, I won't hide it from you. Yesterday, the old man and the king of Qin met privately. He promised that as long as the Chu clan helped him get the wood of 10,000 poisons, he would help the Chu clan keep the Nether clan secret." Gu Beiyue immediately asked, "What about Chu Tianyin?" "Haha, that stinking brat can even reveal the matter of the wood of 10,000 poisons. What's the use of old man saving him?" "Humph, my Nether clan doesn't keep traitors," Chu Yuni retorted coldly. Gu Beiyue fell silent. His clear eyes were no longer warm, but cold and solemn. He seemed to have turned into a different person, making it hard for anyone to offend him. Even Chu Yuni, who wanted to test him, didn't dare to meet his eyes. He couldn't see through him, much less guess what he was thinking. The longer Gu Beiyue remained silent, the more Chu Yuni felt guilty. Although he was an elder, he'd never underestimated this young man before him. He only secretly regretted that a child like this wasn't born in the Nether clan's Chu clan. It wasn't that Chu Yuni couldn't restrain himself, but that Gu Beiyue had been silent for too long. Chu Yuni spoke up again. "North Moon, the Thousand Buddha Cave is heavily guarded. Leaving aside the 1,000-year ginkgo trees, It's already difficult to even get close to the entrance of the caves. Old Man only sought you out because he was caught between a rock and a hard place. The Nether Clan's survival depends on a single word from you. Chu Yuni wasn't exaggerating. If the Nether Clan couldn't get their hands on the wood of 10,000 poisons, then Long Fei, you wouldn't spare them. But if they forced their way into the 1,000 Buddha Cave, then the Chu clan wouldn't be able to stay in western Zhou any longer. Nether Clan head, you're exaggerating, Gu Beiyu intoned. North Moon, Old Man was just in a rush a few days ago. Don't fuss over it, the Nether Clan had added. I won't. Gu Beiyu's tone was still indifferent, without a trace of emotion. The Nether Clan head knew it was useless to say more, so he fell silent as well. After a long time, Gu Beiyu finally spoke up. Nether Clan head, the Duke of Qin holds the Nether Clan's weakness in his hands. Why didn't he talk to Emperor Kong Cheng directly instead of finding the Chu clan? Of course, Emperor Kong Cheng had heard of the perplexing butterfly illusion as well, but he didn't know that the wood of 10,000 poisons was needed to break through it, nor did he know that it was growing from the 1,000-year ginkgo tree. If the Duke of Qin was only here for the wood of 10,000 poisons, he'd be the most direct person to talk to Emperor Kong Cheng. I'm afraid he has other plans for the Chu clan. What do you think? Chu Yuni probed. Gu Beiyu nodded. With this one strength, I can barely get into the 1,000 Buddha Cave, but to get the 1,000-year ginkgo tree, I'm afraid, Chu Yuni cut him off. You only need to scout the way first. 3 months later, the doors to Buddha worship will open. General Chu will have his own ways to get in then, so you just need to follow him inside. As Chu Yuni spoke, he scooted closer and whispered in Gu Beiyu's ear. The gist of his words was that 3 months later, he would find a way to invite Long Fei Yi into the 1,000 Buddha Cave, so Gu Beiyu could use the chance to kill Long Fei Yi. As for the wood of 10,000 poisons, he had his own ways to get it. Gu Beiyu's gaze grew complicated. He was about to speak when Chu Yuni added, and also, even if you can't kill the Duke of Qin, you have to kill Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi understands poisons, so Old Man will definitely let her in with him. Gu Beiyu's clear eyes turned cold at these words. Fortunately, he was looking down, or else Chu Yuni would have been alarmed. Gu Beiyu was still hesitating before he nodded his head. All right, this junior will definitely help you to the end. Chu Yuni rejoiced and invited Gu Beiyu to stay overnight at the Chu estate, but Gu Beiyu tactfully refused. He said he'd give him a map of the 1,000 Buddha Cave in a few days. After Gu Beiyu left, General Chu emerged from the inner rooms. Aren't you afraid he'll tell on you after you told him that? What's there to be afraid of? Long Fei Yi is someone who knows how to beat people at their own game. If he has designs on the Chu clan, then he'll beat us at our own game. This time he forced my Nether Clan's hand, so don't blame us for being unscrupulous. We'll accompany him to the end. Chu Yuni was so decisive that he had to have other tricks up his sleeve. He was setting a trap for the Long Fei Yi while probing Gu Beiyu. If Gu Beiyu didn't collude with the Long Fei Yi, then he'd spare Gu Beiyu. But if Gu Beiyu really did collude with the Long Fei Yi, then the Shadow Clan would be destroyed in 1,000 Buddha Cave. General Chu still didn't understand. Even if the Duke of Qin beat us at our own game, what can we do? Do you want to expose the Nether Clan? Chu Yuni smiled cold as he whispered into General Chu's ear. General Chu's expression shifted before he finally said, It's too risky. Yes, but the Nether Clan has no other way out. Chu Yuni said cold. Long Fei Yi was plotting against the Chu clan, Gu Beiyu, and Emperor Kong Cheng. The Chu clan was plotting against the Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiyu. Emperor Kong Cheng was plotting against the Chu clan. It was a quiet night. Everyone in White Town was asleep, but a storm was brewing. Who would be the biggest winner, and who would be the worst loser in this long open and secret struggle? The answer would be revealed in 3 months' time. After tonight's banquet, Emperor Kong Cheng personally sent off Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. He'd given them a clear answer from the morning's meeting and said that Western Zhou preferred peace and harmony. They'd never attack anyone of their own accord and refused to cooperate with the Long Fei Yi. He even asked the second imperial prince to accompany them and invite the Long Fei Ye's group to White City for sightseeing. Everything was within Long Fei Ye's expectations, so he tactfully refused and said he'd leave the city tomorrow morning. Since they'd come for the wood of 10,000 poisons, how could they really leave? Early the next morning, General Chu came to see them off. After leaving White City, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi walked along the official road. After noon, they shook off their pursuers and turned west, heading toward Thousand Buddha Cave. To the west of Western Zhou's imperial capital, White City, there was a mountain range called Thousand Buddha Mountain. To the west of this mountain range was Western Zhou's largest desert, the Cha-Er Desert. To the east of the mountain range was Western Zhou's largest oasis, and White City was built on this oasis. Thousand Buddha Cave was located at the foot of Thousand Buddha Mountain. It was a huge cave with over 1,000 Buddha statues, hence its name. Western Zhou's imperial family had built a large number of temples and palaces around Thousand Buddha Cave. Together with the cave, they were collectively known as Thousand Buddha Cave. There was a 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree in front of the cave. In fact, it didn't belong to Western Zhou, but it was enclosed in the temple. It was also regarded as an auspicious object by the eminent monks, so it was also regarded by the imperial family as the protector of the nation. It was heavily guarded. Other than the monks, only the members of the imperial family lived in Thousand Buddha Cave. Unless it was a major ceremony, the temple's doors were never opened. Long Fei Yi and the others walked for 2 days before they arrived at a small town closest to Thousand Buddha Cave. This small town was called East Arrival Town. They had just settled down at the inn when someone else arrived. This person was none other than the long-lost Gu. "Where have you been? What's the point of leaving without saying goodbye?" Han Yunqi asked with disdain. Long Fei Yi thought that Gu was just talking in his sleep when they were on the roof that night. He silently drank his tea and didn't even spare Gu a glance. Gu's smile was brighter than the noon sun. He didn't care about Long Fei Ye's presence and teased Han Yunqi. "What's wrong? Do you miss me, Chi brother?" Han Yunqi's mouth twitched. She didn't know what to say. Long Fei Yi threw the teacup in his hand at him. "Scram!" Gu was already prepared for him and hurriedly dodged. He pulled out a large pile of poison from his sleeve and stuffed it into Han Yunqi's hands. "Here, feed this to the little thing in one go." Han Yunqi quickly figured out what these poisons were. They were all highly toxic. She couldn't concoct many of them because the poisonous herbs needed were too rare. Who would have thought that this guy would be able to get his hands on a bunch of them? "You went to look for these things?" Han Yunqi asked suspiciously. Gu pulled out a few more medicinal pills. "These are for you. They're also one-time use." Han Yunqi couldn't understand. She activated the detoxification system to check, but couldn't find any medicinal properties. She asked suspiciously, "What are they for?" At this moment, Long Fei Yi finally raised his head to look at her. "For your brain. Aren't you in a coma every day?" Gu said seriously. Han Yunqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at his travel-worn appearance, her heart suddenly warmed. At this moment, Long Fei Yi suddenly snatched the medicine from her hand. To the readers, the gift-giving event has begun. Follow Momo's public WeChat account, Jimomo 2015. Chapter 577. Long Fei Yi snatched the pill from Han Yunqi's hand and looked at it. Gu immediately ridiculed. "What are you looking at? You won't be able to understand it." Whoosh! With a cold hiss, the pill in Long Fei's hand flew into Gu Qixiao's open mouth. Gu Qixiao didn't even have time to react before he swallowed it whole. He grabbed the water on the table and drank a few mouthfuls before swallowing the huge pill. "Long Fei Yi, your mother!" Gu was obviously a devastatingly beautiful person, but when he cursed, he was actually very manly and didn't make people feel disgusted at all. Long Fei, you didn't say anything, but picked up the teacup again. Gu was immediately on guard. Han Yunqi rolled her eyes and quietly retreated. She still couldn't believe that these two fellas would collude. No, it should be that she couldn't believe that these two fellas would work together. Han Yunqi had just reached the door when she heard a series of crackling sounds in the room. She felt that she shouldn't waste her time with these two fellas and should find a quiet place to cultivate. Ever since she obtained the secret cultivation manual from the poison storage space, she had been quietly working hard. Many times, she didn't sleep at night and cultivated through the night. Fortunately, she was cultivating her mental strength, so she only needed to concentrate and gather qi. It didn't require much strength, and she wasn't too tired. Now, she was very free and effortlessly took in and out some common poisons like the water of 10,000 poisons, perplexing butterfly illusion, and Lil Thing. It was still a little difficult to take them out and put them in, especially Lil Thing. So, she secretly used Lil Thing to train. She would summon it out one moment and then recall it the next. Lil Thing was lazy, and at first, it let her do as she pleased. But after a few times, it got angry and bared its fangs at her to show its dissatisfaction. See, when Han Yunqi just summoned it out, it would grin and hum. Those sneaky little eyes became cross-eyed. Without a choice, Han Yunqi simply closed her eyes and focused on cultivating, ignoring it completely. Lil Thing was nothing but a paper tiger in front of its Mama Yunqi. When it saw that Mama Yunqi was ignoring it, it wilted on its own. It wanted to hide on Mama Yunqi's body and go back to sleep, but as soon as it jumped on top of her, it smelled the scent of poison. It was a poison it hadn't tasted before. The lazy Lil Thing immediately perked up and dove into Mama Yunqi's sleeve to find the poison. All these years, it had been hiding in the poison storage space and drinking the water of 10,000 poisons. It was getting sick of it and could finally have a change of taste. There was a total of 3 portions of the poison. It swallowed the first 2 portions in one gulp, but it couldn't bear to eat the last portion. It nibbled on the poison bit by bit and tasted it carefully. And it was precisely because of this careful tasting that it finally realized that something was wrong. The poison was mixed with something it was familiar with, but it couldn't remember what it was. Lil Thing tasted it carefully again. It was not until it finished the last portion of poison that it remembered what it was. Gu's blood had been mixed into the poison. When Mama Yunqi had been kidnapped by the crossbowmen, it had noticed that something was wrong with Gu's blood. The white-robed man had noticed it as well. But Lil Thing had no idea what the white-robed man had appraised the blood as. It wasn't certain either, but it felt that the poison blood was very similar to the poison in its own teeth. It was very likely that it was the Gu blood from the water of 10,000 poisons, but it also seemed a little different. But it had never encountered real Gu blood before, so it couldn't get a definite answer. It only knew that no matter what kind of blood it was good stuff. It was very beneficial for its body's recovery and was 100 times more effective than other poisons. Wait a minute. Where did Mama Yunqi get these poisons? Could it be that Gu gave them to her? Did Gu want to help it recover faster? Thinking up to here, Lil Thing quickly squirmed out of its sleeves and chirped at Mama Yunqi. Unfortunately, Mama Yunqi was immersed in her mental cultivation and didn't hear it. Lil Thing felt that Gu must have been beaten stupid by Papa Long. If it was me, I wouldn't give up my poison blood so easily. It'd hurt my body and waste my inner qi. At the same time, Long Fei Yi and Gu had long stopped their senseless bickering in a nearby room. If they really wanted to fight, how could they make such a small commotion? After confirming that Han Yunqi had left, Long Fei Yi fell silent for a while before asking cold, "Is there no way to break the undying body?" He'd been wanting to ask this question ever since Gu left that night. "There isn't," Gu replied. He'd joked with Han Yunqi before, but it was really just a joke. There was no cure for him in this lifetime. Then why did you keep investigating Han Yunqi's origins in the past? Long Fei Yi was always clear-headed and rational. Even after forming an alliance with Gu, he wouldn't forget this question. I wanted to confirm whether or not she was the poison woman, so I could use her to ally with the poison sect against the medical academy. This was indeed Gu's original plan. Long Fei Yi smiled coldly. He was about to speak when Gu beat him to it. Hee, why don't you think this old man is willing to part with it? Once he exposed Han Yunqi's identity as the poison woman, then Han Yunqi would become public enemy number 1. Long Fei didn't like it, nor did he like discussing women with a man, especially when it came to Han Yunqi. Cold, he said. You'll never have the chance in this lifetime. So speaking, he rose to leave, but Gu Qishao stopped him and handed him a bottle of pills. These really are good for nourishing the brain and nourishing the spirit. Seeing that Long Fei Yi was about to refuse, Gu relented. She won't take them. Just say that you found them. Would Long Fei Yi want them? Definitely not. This prince will take good care of her body. You don't need to worry. Cold, he tossed these words. Long Fei Yi, you've got guts. You better protect her for the rest of her life. Don't give this old man any chances, or I won't be polite. Gu said icily. Long Fei Yi didn't reply. Instead, he kicked a pebble over his head and aimed it at Gu. Gu dodged to the side, and the pebble smashed a hole in the door. Gu snorted disdainfully. It wasn't until he saw Long Fei Ye's figure disappear at the end of the courtyard that he suddenly remembered something important. He'd made a trip to the medical academy and inadvertently learned something. Gu quickly caught up with Long Fei Yi, but Long Fei Yi went to find Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi saw them coming one after the other. How could she cultivate? She felt gloomy in her heart. Can't she even stay in one corner? But Gu said something unexpected. The head of Medical City's Council of Elders, head Elder Ling Yun and Lady Lianxin, went to Shijing. Long Fei Yi was stunned. Who asked them to save Tianhui? Long Fei Yi could only guess that this was the reason. If Tianhui's condition improved, then the Chu clan's path of retreat would be cut off. But Gu gave him an even more unexpected answer. Do you think the people invited by the Chu clan will save Tianhui? Gu might have left Medical City for years, but he could still find plenty of confidential information here. Chu Qingga's stomach? Long Fei Yi immediately understood. Chu Qingga is only 4 months old. What could they do? Han Yunqi couldn't figure it out either. If they wanted Chu Qingga to give birth to a baby boy, they could just raise one instead. Why go through all the trouble of inviting head Elder Ling over? If the Chu clan could invite head Elder Ling, then it had to be Lady Lianxin who pulled strings. Leaving aside everything else, Han Yunqi was certain that this matter was directed at them. After all, Lady Lianxin was worried that she'd never get a chance to take revenge on them. Gu couldn't figure it out either. A 4-month-old baby couldn't be used for experiments anymore. What else could head Elder Ling want with him personally showing up? It didn't seem likely that slut Lianxin would be able to get head Elder Ling to show up with her looks alone. Find Gu Beiwei and ask him, he said carelessly. Right. Send an urgent message back to ask him. Han Yunqi added hastily. A complicated look flickered past Long Fei Ye's eyes, but he quickly agreed. But he didn't send a letter back to Pill Fiend Pharmacy, but sent someone to ask 3rd Elder Shin, Jueming in Medical City. He had Chu Shifeng continue to track down Gu Beiwei's whereabouts. Not long after they left, Gu Beiwei left Pill Fiend Pharmacy as well. He went to the other branches, but Chu Shifeng couldn't find him anywhere. Long Fei Yi was very curious to know where he was right now. Gu had planned to stay in Medical City for a few more days, but when he heard that Long Fei Ye's group had gone to Thousand Buddha Cave, he came over. Medical City wasn't far from here. Han Yunqi told him about the wood of 10,000 poisons, leaving him both happy and puzzled. It's growing on a 1,000-year ginkgo tree? That's a poison, So how could it grow alongside the tree? Han Yunqi couldn't figure it out either. Unfortunately, she hadn't seen what the ginkgo tree looked like, so she couldn't figure out the reason. Moreover, she wasn't sure if she could activate her poison storage space to take in the wood of 10,000 poisons once she saw the tree. She'd have to see the thing to find out the answer. But how could it be so easy? Gu looked towards Long Fei Yi. Shall we go scout the area tonight? Long Fei Yi had agreed. He and Han Yunqi had settled down in this small town for 2 reasons. 1, to keep an eye on Western Zhou and the Chu clan's movements, and 2, to learn more about Thousand Buddha Cave. He was looking forward to Emperor Kongqing making a move against the Chu clan in the next 3 months. He also wanted to see what the Chu clan would do when Duanmu Bei's ban was lifted and the Bodhisattva's birthday was opened. Of course, he was also waiting for 3rd Elder Shen's reply. He refused to believe that the Chu clan would submit so easily to his threats. In the end, Western Zhou wasn't a place where he could stay for long. It would take more time and patience to stir up the waters. After discussing business, Han Yunqi excused herself and had the shadow guard Su Donglin deliver a letter to Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Naturally, this letter was meant for Mu Ling. Gu had finally returned. She could finally answer to Mu Ling. She wondered if Mu Ling would cry tears of joy when she received the news. That night, Long Fei Yi, Gu, and Tang Li went to Thousand Buddha Cave together. Although they passed through the main entrance, they didn't go very far. The further they went, the more guards there were. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, they had no choice but to retreat. A few days later, news came from Whitetown that someone had reported the Chu clan for misappropriating military funds. Emperor Kongqing ordered a strict investigation and prohibited General Chu from leaving Whitetown until the matter was resolved. There was no doubt that Emperor Kongqing had begun to take action. Long Fei Yi originally thought that the Chu clan would be overwhelmed with work. Who would have thought that 2 months later, the Chu clan's response not only surprised Long Fei Yi, but also shocked all of Western Zhou. What had the Chu clan done? Chapter 578. What had the Chu clan done? Everyone assumed that the embezzlement case would take a year or so before Emperor Kongqing took his time to deal with the Chu clan. Who knew that the Chu clan would expose Crown Prince Yi as the culprit? Crown Prince Yi had used the Chu clan's name to do so. Not only did the Chu clan expose the Crown Prince, but they also produced indisputable evidence and witnesses. Empress Shui went to Emperor Kongqing's door every day to cry. Emperor Kongqing didn't want to depose the Crown Prince, but that wouldn't quell public anger, much less the military. The Chu clan's move is too brilliant. Han Yunqi was sincerely praising. It really is. Long Fei Yi wasn't stingy with his praise either. Since Emperor Kongqing had exposed the embezzlement case, he wouldn't let the Chu clan off so easily. Instead of seeking help from Crown Prince Yi, the Chu clan had exposed him as the culprit. Emperor Kongqing had no choice but to deal with the matter impartially. At most, the Chu clan would be punished as collateral damage, but the Crown Prince would lose his position as heir apparent as well. Embezzlement was different from other cases. If it wasn't dealt with fairly, it would cause the army to lose morale. There were emperors who weren't afraid of losing the hearts of the people, but none of them were. Emperor Kongqing wanted to take back the Chu clan's military power, but he'd lost the Crown Prince first. Without a doubt, this was Cloud Realm Continent's biggest joke of the year. Of course, the Chu clan wouldn't have a good ending. Emperor Kongqing couldn't touch the Chu clan in this case, but that didn't mean he couldn't do anything else. The Chu clan was playing with fire. They'd thoroughly infuriated Emperor Kongqing. Just what were they planning? Could it be that they're trying to trick us? They don't have a guarantee of getting the wood of 10,000 poisons, so they broke off relations with Emperor Kongqing before we exposed the Nether clan's secret? Han Yunqi asked doubtfully. That can't be. Chu Chinga still has 4 months before she gives birth. With Emperor Kongcheng's temper, he'll definitely take care of the Chu clan within 2 months. Tang Li declared. Even if the Chu clan wanted to go all out, they'd have to wait until Western Liang had made all the necessary preparations before they could retreat. Is there still no news from Gu Beiwe? Gu interjected, judging from the current situation. The Chu clan might really have done something to Chu Chinga's stomach. Dr. Gu isn't at Pill Fiend Pharmacy's main branch. He said he went to one of the branch stores, but we haven't found him yet. Chu Shifeng dared to say this because he had Long Fei Ye's approval. Perhaps Gu Beiwe had disguised himself too well. Han Yunqi and Gu had never suspected him, so neither of them noticed the peculiarity in Chu Shifeng's words. As for Third Elder Shen's reply, Long Fei Yi was still waiting. Even if the Chu family can retreat to the western capital, aren't they afraid that the Fiend clan will be exposed? Han Yunqi couldn't figure it out. She felt that something was wrong. They had something on the Chu family. No matter what, they wouldn't dare to trick them. Once his identity as a member of the Nether clan was exposed, the nobles who supported Western Qin would most likely come knocking on his door for revenge. Furthermore, the various powers of Cloud Realm continent wouldn't allow such a noble family to continue growing. How could the Nether clan withstand their combined suppression? Indeed, they don't have the capital to trick us, Tang Li muttered to himself. At this moment, one of the guards arrived with an urgent message from the Nether clan head, Chu Yuni. Long Fei Yi opened it and skimmed through it before handing it to Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi didn't say a word after reading it, but handed it to Gu instead. Gu had only read half of it when he exclaimed, "That's strange." Indeed, it was strange. After thoroughly pissing off Emperor Kongcheng, the Chu clan had even written a letter stating that they'd be able to enter Thousand Buddha Cave on the 19th of November. They only needed Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's help to get the wood of 10,000 poisons. What's going on? Han Yunqi asked. We're not replying, Long Fei Yi intoned. They really didn't reply to Chu Yuni's letter, but a few days later, they received news that Empress Xue had donated all of her cosmetic money to the various soldiers. She was willing to enter Thousand Buddha Cave to pray for Buddha for 3 years and pray for Emperor Kongcheng and the people of Western Zhou. She begged the emperor to give Crown Prince Yi another chance to turn over a new leaf. The imperial uncle's Xue clan also took out a large sum of silver to donate along with Empress Xue's cosmetic money to plead leniency for the Crown Prince. Emperor Kongcheng had always wanted to protect the Crown Prince, so he used this chance to agree to Empress Xue's request and delay the matter for a year. At the same time, Emperor Kongqing cut the Chu clan's archery squads, pay by half on the pretext of not reporting the truth and aiding the tyrant. This was a huge step in keeping the Chu clan in check. Most likely, Emperor Kongcheng would make his move next spring after the new year. At this moment, Chu Yuni sent another letter saying that there was no need to wait until the 19th of the month. The Empress's visit to Thousand Buddha Cave on the last day of the month was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Along with the letter was a map of the Thousand Buddha Cave's layout. Hee, the Chu clan does have some weight after all. Gu chuckled. There's still 5 days. Han Yunqi was lost in thought. They still haven't found Gu Beiwe? It was Chu Shifeng who replied with a shake of his head. Han Yunqi had no time to find out where Gu Beiwe had gone, either. With 5 days left, they had to make a decision quickly. Follow the Chu clan into Thousand Buddha Cave or refuse. She looked at Long Fei Yi and waited for his decision. Long Fei Yi fell silent before he replied, I won't reply for now. Then he added, Your lordship thought we'd be staying in Western Zhou for a long time, but it looks like there's no need. Han Yunqi and Gu exchanged glances, unsure of what Long Fei Yi meant. Han Yunqi knitted her brows in thought. As for Gu, he was too lazy to rack his brains. In any case, he was dealing with the Chu clan for the sake of the wood of 10,000 poisons, so he'd have to get involved. Let Long Fei Yi waste his time on brainstorming. That night, Long Fei Yi asked Chu Shifeng again, third elder Shin still hasn't replied? He sent a letter saying there's something fishy going on, but he doesn't dare to jump to conclusions. He needs more time to think things over, Chu Shifeng replied. The Chu clan's recent actions had been strange, so there had to be a trap. But his master still hadn't expressed a stance, so Chu Shifeng had no idea whether he'd go or not. If he went, he might fall into a trap. If he didn't, he'd miss a golden opportunity and have a harder time entering Thousand Buddha Cave in the future. Long Fei Yi didn't say much, but stayed up all night to watch over Han Yunqi and stare blankly at the map of Thousand Buddha Cave. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. 3 days later, there were only 2 days left until the Empress's Buddha ceremony, but the Chu clan still hadn't received a reply from the Duke of Qin. This time, Chu Yuni was able to keep his cool and didn't send a letter to inquire further. "How's Witch Aunt doing?" he asked. "The baby will definitely be born by the end of next month." "Everything's fine," General Chu replied. "Hee, Duke of Qin, you're the one who's pushed people too far. Don't blame my Nether clan for pushing you too far." Chu Yuni laughed coldly. Chu Yuni still hadn't received a reply from Long Fei Yi until the day before the Empress's Buddha ceremony. But that very night, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi appeared in the Chu estate courtyard. General Chu was startled before he rejoiced. Your Highness Duke of Qin, the clan has been waiting for ages." As soon as Chu Yuni saw Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi, his first words were, "Your Highness Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei, will we be traveling together tomorrow?" "Your lordship wants to know if there's a need for that. Your lordship is guarding your Nether clan's secret, but the Nether clan head wants your lordship and Wang Fei to help steal the wood of 10,000 poisons. Your Nether clan isn't the D clan, so aren't you a little too good at doing business?" Long Fei Yi mocked. Chu Yuni sighed helplessly. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, you know how difficult it is to enter Thousand Buddha Cave. For the sake of getting in early, my Chu clan even offended Emperor Kong Chung to death." "What do you mean by that?" Long Fei Yi asked. Han Yunqi sat silently on one side, curious as well. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, have you seen the map old man sent over?" Chu Yuni asked. Long Fei Yi took it out. "I've seen it. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, take a look at the location of the Guanyin Cave, then look at the location of the 1,000-year ginkgo tree," Chu Yuni said. Long Fei Yi glanced over and saw that the two locations were very far apart. The ginkgo tree was at the foot of the mountain, while the Guanyin Cave was almost halfway up the mountain. "Your Highness, old man only gave up on Guanyin's birthday because he got his hands on this map. Guanyin's birthday is to pray to Guanyin, so Thousand Buddha Cave will open its western gate, which is the furthest from the ginkgo tree. This time, esteemed Empress will be praying to Buddha at Thousand Buddha Cave, right behind the ginkgo tree. To enter the cave, one has to pass through the ginkgo altar." As soon as Chu Yuni finished, General Chu added, "Your Highness Duke of Qin, the Chu clan even chopped down a big tree like Crown Prince Yi for the sake of allowing esteemed Empress to pray to Buddha. For the sake of the Chu clan's sincerity, why don't you give them a hand? Moreover, if the Chu clan fails this time, you won't get anything out of it either, right?" So the Chu clan had exposed Crown Prince Yi for embezzling military funds, just so they could force the Empress to pray to Buddha? Han Yunqi had long heard of Western Zhou's imperial clan's custom of praying to Buddha to atone for their sins. It made sense that the Chu clan was using this method to force the Empress to do so. However, her intuition told her that there was still something wrong with this. But this time, she couldn't figure it out. She glanced at Long Fei Yi, only to see him nodding his head. Your lordship was still puzzling over why the Chu clan chopped down a big tree, like the Crown Prince. Weren't they afraid that Emperor Kongqing would cut them down next year? So that's why. Long Fei Yi grinned. Compared to the secret of the Nether clan, we can only sacrifice the Chu clan's military power, Chu Yuni sighed. A sinister look flashed past his eyes. Hearing the Duke of Qin's words, He knew that his suspicions had been dispelled. As expected, Long Fei asked, "What are the arrangements for tomorrow?" "An old mama will accompany the Empress to Thousand Buddha cave to pray to Buddha. She's one of our Chu clan spies, so she'll arrange for all the servants to accompany her. When the time comes, we'll have to trouble Qin Wangfei to disguise herself as a servant girl. As for the Duke of Qin, we'll have to ask you to condescend to be one of the guards. Old Man, General Chu, and a few of the Chu clan's expert archers will also accompany you in disguise. Once we enter Thousand Buddha cave." Chu Yunyi pointed at the map and explained in detail the arrangements for tomorrow's trip to Thousand Buddha Cave. The gist of it was that they'd create a disturbance to draw away everyone's attention while they worked together to help Qin Wangfei find and steal the wood of 10,000 poisons. Han Yunqi listened in astonishment. The Chu clan had actually planted a spy by Empress Shue's side. She felt that the plan was quite thorough, but her instincts told her that it wasn't very reliable. Although time was tight, she felt that Long Fei wouldn't agree so easily. But Long Fei didn't ask any questions and simply agreed. He even agreed to spend the night at the Chu clan so it'd be easier for them to move together tomorrow. Han Yunqi didn't say a word until they were back in their rooms. Then she murmured, "Long Fei, are you really going?" "Long Fei said, I'm going." What would happen tomorrow? Chapter 579. Early next morning, Gu and Tang Li received news from Long Fei that he and Han Yunqi would be sneaking into Thousand Buddha Cave with the Chu clan. They were to wait outside and await orders at any time. Await orders at any time? He laughed coldly. "You can choose not to go." Tang Li's face was full of disdain. If his big bro didn't like someone, then he didn't like them either. Unexpectedly, Gu had poisoned him with a single wave of his hand. Tang Li hadn't noticed at first, but Gu ignored him. He assumed that Gu had nothing to say and was about to mock him when he realized he couldn't make a sound. This was the same feeling he'd felt when Han Yunqi had poisoned him last time. Tang Li immediately shot his weapons at Gu, but they were flung aside by a thorny vine before they could reach Gu. "If this old man doesn't show off his power to your master, do you think this old man's a sick cat?" Gu Qixiao's voice was cold, although he was all smiles in front of Han Yunqi and looked easy to talk to. He was actually an extremely petty man who held grudges. He couldn't afford to suffer any losses. Gu knew that Tang Li was the young head of the Tang clan, but he'd only called him a servant. Actually, the entire Tang clan counted as Long Fei's servants. But when had Tang Li, the precious young head of the Tang clan, ever been called a servant? 10 different types of weapons appeared on his fingers as he prepared to fight Gu to the death. Chu Shifeng almost fell to his knees at the sight of the 2 men at daggers drawn. Why are they still arguing at a time like this? "You too, can't you do me a favor? Are you going to Thousand Buddha Cave or not? If you're not going, I'll go myself." Chu Shifeng turned to leave as soon as he finished speaking, but Gu wasn't going to argue with Tang Li. In this world, other than Long Fei, other than women, other than Han Yunqi, he didn't really care about anyone else. He immediately followed. Tang Li opened his mouth to call for Chu Shifeng to stop, but couldn't make a sound. Gloomily, he missed a few of his needles. "Gu, just you wait. Once this matter with the wood of 10,000 poisons is over, this young master will turn you into a hedgehog." Gu's group of 3 arrived at the Thousand Buddha Cave and waited for a long time before they saw Empress Shue's grand procession. After all, the Empress was the Empress. She was extravagant and had many people following her. Because Qin Wang and the others had said that they would blend in with the honor guards and enter Thousand Buddha Cave, Gu and the other 2 hid in the shadows and opened their eyes wide to search. Helplessly, he just couldn't find a familiar face in the crowd. Because the weather was cold and windy, the court ladies and attendants were all wrapped in thick scarves and hats. Their heads were bowed, making it difficult to recognize their faces. The procession was vast and mighty, But not everyone was allowed to enter Thousand Buddha Cave. After the stone doors opened, only a small group of people followed the Empress inside. Most of the rest stood guard outside. Gu and the rest watched as the doors slowly closed. Their hearts itched, but they didn't dare to act rashly for fear of ruining the Duke of Qin's plans. Tang Li had been poisoned into a mute, while Chu Shifeng and Gu had nothing to say. The three of them stayed together in silence. Although they didn't know what Long Fei Ye's plans were, the three of them were still confident in Long Fei Ye's abilities. But soon enough, a guard delivered a secret missive to Chu Shifeng. It was from Third Elder Shin. As soon as Chu Shifeng read the contents, he was stunned into silence. "Too vicious!" he exclaimed. Third Elder Shin said that Head Elder Ling and Lady Lianxin had gone to Western Liang. It was very likely that they'd try to induce labor on Chu Qingge so she could give birth to a prince ahead of time. Third Elder Shin said he'd been guessing ever since he found out Head Elder Ling had gone to Western Liang, but he wasn't certain. After all, such a thing went against medical ethics, so he couldn't just make wild guesses. Thus, he asked Medicine City's Council of Elders for information on inducing labor and discovered that someone had actually bought the medicine from Medicine City not too long ago. Although that couldn't be used as proof, he still made a bold guess. At the end of the letter, Third Elder Shin emphasized again and again that the Duke of Qin had to be extremely cautious. Without proof, he couldn't bring up the matter lightly. Otherwise, he'd offend Head Elder Ling and become an enemy of Medical City. Chu Shifeng was stunned by the letter. If he hadn't read it, he'd never have thought of inducing labor in his life. Such formidable medical skills existed in this world, and it was possible to raise a baby born before it was born. Leaving aside the question of whether or not it'd work, the method itself was inhumane. How cruel was it to force a child out of its mother's womb? The Chu clan and Chu Qingge had truly gone mad for the sake of the throne. Gu and Tang Li glanced over at the same time, only to see Gu snatch the letter away. Tang Li scooted over to read it as well. Both of them were stunned by the contents. Tang Li opened his mouth to curse, but couldn't find the words. In his desperation, he kicked Gu, who quickly cured him of the poison. "That's too inhumane. Isn't Chu Yuni afraid of being struck by lightning? And this Head Elder Ling, the head of the Council of Elders? How could he do something like this?" Chu Qingge was willing? Tang Li couldn't believe it. Gu Qishao didn't agree. What wouldn't Head Elder Ling do? So what if he was an elder of the medical academy? The head of the medical academy was just like that. Tang Li's anger quickly turned into astonishment. In other words, Chu Qingge is about to give birth? Is the Chu clan really planning to fall out with Western Zhou's imperial clan and then take over West Liang? That's exactly it. Gu laughed coldly. He'd experienced Head Elder Ling's medical skills when he was young and was certain that the man had the skills to make Chu Qingge give birth prematurely while keeping the baby alive. If that's the case, then Master's efforts with Emperor Kongqing will all be for naught. Chu Shifeng said hatefully. After all, His Highness Duke of Qin had instigated discord between the Chu clan and Emperor Kongqing, so he could use the emperor to weaken the Chu clan's military might. Who knew that he'd push the Chu clan into a corner and do something so utterly devoid of conscience? Looks like the Chu clan will strike first before Emperor Kongqing does anything. They'll catch him off guard. Chu Shifeng muttered to himself. At his words, Gu Qishao and Tang Li both looked at him in silence. "What are you guys looking at?" Chu Shifeng asked timidly. Gu didn't reply, but turned to look at the stone doors of Thousand Buddha Cave. Tang Li slapped his thigh. "Oh no. It's very possible that they'll use this chance to make their move. They'll drag the Duke of Qin down with them." As it turned out, Tang Li was right. This was the Chu clan's plan. They'd made meticulous plans and made multiple preparations. Chu Yuni had instructed Gu Beiwe to kill Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi as a test. If Gu Beiwe really did betray the Chu clan, then the disguised Chu clan archers would kill Gubeiwa as well. Of course, even if they failed in the end and failed to kill Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi, they'd still expose Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi's identities. Then they'd drag them down with them and make them enemies of Western Zhou's imperial clan. If Long Fei Yi wanted to stir up the deep waters of Western Zhou, the Chu clan would never let him leave unscathed. At least half of the people who'd followed Empress Shui into Thousand Buddha Cave today were Chu clan archers in disguise. The Chu clan hadn't spent all these years in Western Zhou for nothing. They hadn't fooled around with Crown Prince Yi for nothing, either. They'd harbored thoughts of betrayal long before the previous emperor, but had been waiting for the right opportunity. Now that Long Fei Yi had forced them into a corner, they had no choice but to act ahead of time. General Chu had already deployed the Chu clan troops. As soon as something happened at Thousand Buddha Cave, the various Chu clan troops would join in the mutiny. Chu Yuni had also contacted the de-clansning clan and was ready to receive them at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Empress Shui's group had already passed through the Bodhi forest and was nearing the altar of ginkgo trees. The ginkgo tree was circular in shape with a radius of 10 or so meters. Aside from the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree in the center, there was nothing else. The 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree was as tall as 3 people. Because it was winter, its leaves and branches had long withered away. Though the tree's crown was nowhere to be seen, its trunk and main branches were clearly visible. From a distance, it looked like a wooden stele towering between heaven and earth, simple and mysterious in appearance. A ring of short shrubs surrounded the ginkgo tree. It was unknown what species they were, but they were still lush and luxuriant even in this season of withering vegetation. The Empress's entourage was currently passing through the lush forest to enter Thousand Buddha Cave. Everyone had to walk, including Empress Shui. As she walked, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at the ginkgo tree in the distance. No matter who it was, they couldn't help but look back when they passed by. The 1,000-year-old tree was even more awe-inspiring than the Buddha in the cave. It had a kind of magic that made people stop and look up to it, kneel down and worship it. As soon as Empress Shui stopped, the people in front and behind her stopped as well. In front of her were the monks of the cave, while behind her were a dozen or so eunuchs and court ladies. Behind them were a dozen or so guards. Chu Yuni had mixed himself into the ranks of the guards, but he wasn't part of the group at the back. Instead, he stayed close to Empress Shui as her personal bodyguard, with only 2 or 3 people between them. Standing to his right was a tall guard with a full beard. His head was bowed the entire way, making it impossible to see his features clearly. On his left was a court lady with a thick scarf that covered her nose and half her face. Her head was bowed as well. Not far behind Chu Yuni was another guard. He looked rather thin and weak, and his face was covered in a full beard. He was staring at Chu Yuni the entire time. "It's that tree on the right. Don't be fooled by how empty the stone altar looks. According to Old Man's investigations, there are 3 high monks with high martial arts standing guard here. Without Emperor Kongcheng's command token, even Empress Shui can only watch from a distance," Chu Yuni murmured. "When are you planning to make your move?" the tall guard on the right asked cold. Before Chu Yuni could answer, Empress Shui suddenly fell to her knees and bowed towards the ginkgo tree. In a flash, the monks and the guards behind them all followed suit. Chu Yuni's eyes flashed craftily before he rose to his feet. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, if you don't destroy the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree now, when will you?" So speaking, he shoved the tall guard next to him aside. At the same time, all of the archers hidden in the crowd rose to their feet. The old mama, by Empress Shui's side, was the first to grab the Empress to her feet and choke her with one hand. Empress Shui's mind went blank as she screamed, "Ah, ah, ah!" Chapter 580. There's an assassin. Someone come. Ah, there's an assassin. Empress Shui still didn't know what was going on, but began to cry out in fear. The monks and real servants began to shout as well, throwing the scene into chaos. "That's Tianing's Duke of Qin. He's going to destroy the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree. Heavens, Tianing's Duke of Qin has snuck in. Tianing's Duke of Qin is colluding with an assassin. Guards, hurry and summon the guards." Chu Yuni grabbed Empress Shui from the old mama's hands and warned the crowd, "Don't move, or else I'll kill the Empress." Empress Shui was scared witless. She didn't even dare to scream, never expecting such a thing to happen. Meanwhile, the crowd had all grown quiet from Chu Yuni's fierce aura. Only now did everyone take a closer look at the disguised Chu Yuni. Very soon, someone recognized him. "That's the Chu clan's eldest son. How? Heavens, he's General Chu's older brother and eldest young Master Chu's uncle. I saw him once in the palace. It's definitely him. That's General Chu's older brother. The Chu clan is colluding with the Duke of Qin. The Chu clan is going to rebel." The crowd cried out in shock, but Chu Yuni's icy glare silenced them all. None of them dared to make a move. As for the tall guard, he was still wearing a full beard. If Chu Yuni hadn't called him, "Your Highness Duke of Qin," no one would have recognized him. Although he'd been pushed aside, he didn't move. Meanwhile, the court lady by Chu Yuni's side was already standing by his side. "Is this what you meant by stirring up trouble? The Nether clan head is truly unexpected," the tall guard chuckled coldly. While they were speaking, the reinforcements had surrounded them. All of the disguised archers also stepped out to surround Chu Yuni and the rest for protection. Most of the people who'd rushed over were stunned by the sight of the Empress being kidnapped. They knew it was hopeless and could only surround them, not daring to act rashly. A few of the guards had already slipped away to ask for reinforcements and report to Emperor Kongqing. Chu Yuni saw them leave, but he didn't stop them. In any case, he wasn't afraid of Emperor Kongqing finding out. "Duke of Qin, the Chu clan can't stay in western Zhou any longer. Kidnapping the Empress is the best choice. If you want the wood of 10,000 poisons, hurry up and get it. Empress Shui is in the old man's hands. The senior monk guarding the altar won't dare to do anything. Once you get the wood of 10,000 poisons, old man will withdraw." Chu Yuni coaxed. "All right." The tall guard grabbed the palace made beside him, turned around, and flew towards the ginkgo tree. At the same time, Chu Yuni said coldly to the man behind him, "Beiwei, go kill them." Yes, Gu Beiwei had disguised himself as well, appearing behind Chu Yuni's back as the thin, bearded man. Seeing the two figures flying towards the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree, Gu Beiwei did not move. Instead, he said in a low voice, "What's the hurry? The monk guarding the altar hasn't appeared yet." "You're right. No rush." Chu Yuni grinned craftily. Although all of 1,000 Buddha Cave's guards had surrounded them, Chu Yuni could still afford to wait. With Empress Shui in his hands, what was there to be afraid of? Even if news of their arrival spread and attracted more guards, he wasn't afraid. He had already made arrangements long before they came to 1,000 Buddha Cave, so the Chu estate had long been deserted. Emperor Kongqing would be facing a mutiny very soon, so he had no time to focus on 1,000 Buddha Cave. Today he was determined to kill Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi, so he could get his hands on the wood of 10,000 poisons. Soon enough, the 3 senior monks guarding the ginkgo tree flew in from different directions to surround Long Fei Ye's group and block their way out. All 3 of them had raised eyebrows and looked like fiends. Although they were monks, their bodies were filled with a murderous aura. Very soon, they began to attack Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi held his sword in one hand while protecting Han Yunqi with the other. He dodged the attacks of the 3 experts like a lion. Gu Beiwei watched with a complicated look in his eyes. He felt like something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He was about to take a closer look when Chu Yuni dragged Empress Shui over with a cold laugh. "Esteemed Empress, Do you want these three to withdraw obediently, or—" Chu Yuni didn't lower his hand, but took a hairpin from Empress Shue's hair and pressed it against her face. Don't! Don't! Empress Shue was scared out of her wits. Don't! All of the guards were watching. Even the 3 senior monks were staring at Empress Shue as they fought Long Fei Yi. This otherworldly, fairy-like empress actually had such a soul-stirring side to her. It had to be said that it was especially ugly. Chu Yuni knitted his brows and took the hairpin away before Empress Shue quieted down. Hurry and tell them to withdraw. Chu Yuni lost his patience. Stop! I'm ordering you all to stop. Did you hear that? All of you withdraw. Empress Shue cried and screamed until her makeup was ruined. She looked like a ghost. The 3 senior monks were very unhappy. They could tell that Tianning's Duke of Qin only had an undeserved reputation. What's this about being Tian Shan, Kenzo's most outstanding disciple? His martial arts skills were only so-so. If they were given a little more time, they'd definitely be able to take both of them down. Withdraw! Do you hear me? I'm ordering you all to withdraw. Empress Shue shouted. Without a choice, the 3 senior monks resentfully sheathed their swords and retreated to one side. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, the 1,000-year ginkgo tree is a sacred object of Buddhism. You can't afford to be so impudent. Duke of Qin, why do you have to involve Buddhism in your grudges with Western Zhou's imperial clan? Aren't your actions a bit lacking in style? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi allowed the 3 senior monks to berate them, but remained indifferent. Everyone watched as they continued to approach the 1,000-year ginkgo tree. Soon enough, Long Fei Yi landed beneath the tree with Han Yunxi in his arms. Watching their backs, Chu Yuni laughed coldly. Beiwe, this is a good chance. While they're searching for the wood of 10,000 poisons and distracted, Gu Beiwe could sneak up on them with lightning speed and succeed for sure. Gu Beiwe's eyes drooped before he replied, wait a bit longer. It won't be too late to make a move after Han Yunxi finds the wood of 10,000 poisons. Hearing this, Chu Yuni had a better idea of the situation. He retorted, can you deal with Long Fei Yi with your strength? If you don't use this chance to sneak up on him, where do you find the confidence to take his life? With your skills, can you touch the wood of 10,000 poisons from the 1,000-year ginkgo tree? Gu Beiwe retorted. Naturally, Chu Yuni had brought his own poison masters with him, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he kept probing. Even if Old Man doesn't want the wood of 10,000 poisons, he'll still kill Long Fei Yi. Beiwe, are you going to go or not? As Chu Yuni finished speaking, he turned back to stare at Gu Beiwe. Gu Beiwe didn't dodge, but he had no more excuses to delay. Just as he was about to capture Chu Yuni, the man suddenly backed away and shot an arrow at him. Chu Yuni's archery skills were the best among the Nether clan. If not for Gu Beiwe's speed, the arrow would have hit him right in the heart. Gu Beiwe was alarmed. He never expected Chu Yuni to take him seriously one day. Gu Beiwe had only been distracted for a moment before multiple archers surrounded him. Although none of them were holding arrows, Gu Beiwe found it hard to believe that these archers had been personally trained by Chu Yuni. Their archery skills far surpassed Chu Tianning's. Gu Beiwe's eyes flashed with a complicated look as he feigned ignorance. Nether Clan head, what do you mean by this? What do I mean? Old Man didn't make the first move to gain the upper hand. Now, it should be Old Man asking you what you mean by this, right? Chu Yuni retorted cold. As he guarded against Gu Beiwe, he shot a glance at the archers by his side. The archers understood and split into 2 lines. None of them had bows in their hands, only arrows. Seeing this, the crowd was stunned. Chu Yuni's arrow towards Gu Beiwe had been so fast that no one had seen it clearly. They assumed it was a crossbow bolt, but now everyone could see it clearly. These people were going to shoot arrows with their bare hands. This was the driving arrow arts the Nether clan's driving arrow arts that had recently spread through Cloud Realm continent. In other words, the Chu clan was the descendant of one of the 7 noble families of the Great Qin Empire. The Nether clan, heavens, they'd been hiding in western Zhou for so long and even controlled the military there. Everyone was stunned, but the man and woman beneath the ginkgo tree didn't react. Their backs were to the crowd, so they didn't seem to notice anything amiss behind them. Gu Beiwe grew anxious. Even his fake beard couldn't hide his nervousness and fear. He even abandoned all scruples and shouted, "Duke of Qin, be careful!" Only if Long Fei Yi noticed the danger behind them could Han Yunqi escape danger. Unfortunately, Gu Beiyue's shout was all it took for the archers surrounding him to shoot at him. At the same time, the 2 lines of archers aimed at Long Fei Ye's group. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sharp sounds of the arrows piercing through the air filled the entire 1,000 Buddha cave. Gu Beiyue's figure was like an illusion as he dodged and dodged. Although he dodged the arrows, he still couldn't shake them off. Meanwhile, Long Fei Yi had protected Han Yunqi behind the ginkgo tree and barely escaped death. But the archers soon caught up and surrounded them in a circle, leaving them nowhere to run. Chu Yuni personally came over as well, his arrows all aimed at Long Fei Yi. 2 missed, but the 3rd hit Long Fei Yi right in the stomach. Long Fei Yi clutched his stomach with one hand while the other pushed Han Yunqi behind the ginkgo tree. He seemed to want to hold on but couldn't stand. He didn't even have time to support himself against the tree before blood trickled from his mouth. With a groan, he toppled to the ground with his limbs in the air, unmoving. Chu Yini was surprised at first, which Ant had told him about Long Fei Ye's skills, but he never thought he'd be hit so easily. But seeing Long Fei Yi topple over was enough to convince him otherwise. He was confident in his archery skills to begin with. Now that he'd tricked Long Fei Yi into a surprise attack, his chances of success were high. Delighted, he waved a hand to signal the surrounding archers to stop shooting. Meanwhile, he aimed his own arrow at Han Yunqi's leg. The Duke of Qin was dead, but keeping this woman alive was still useful. Even if he wanted to kill her, he'd leave it to Qinga. Swish! There was a sharp sound as Chu Yuni's arrow flew through the air. Just when it looked like it would cripple Han Yunqi's leg, a white blur suddenly flitted past, its speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. By the time it stopped, Gu Beiwe was already standing in front of Han Yunqi. An arrow had struck his right shoulder, piercing straight through his shoulder blade and into his back. Chu Yuni's arrow had hit him in the leg. For the sake of protecting Han Yunqi, he'd practically chased after the arrow. Fortunately, he'd made it in time. Despite his bearded face, Gu Beiyue's smile was still warm and gentle. But as he smiled, his knees gave way and he fell to his knees. Chapter 581. Even though Gu Beiwe was kneeling on one knee, he was still clutching the little golden dagger in his left hand. Because his right shoulder had been pierced by the arrow, he couldn't lift it at all. But Chu Yuni understood him all too well. He knew he had the dagger in hand, so he didn't approach him. Instead, he took out an arrow and aimed it at Gu Beiyue's left shoulder. As expected, this traitor had thrown in his lot with Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. Gu Beiwe stared at Chu Yuni's arrow from a distance. His clear eyes gradually grew complicated until they turned murky. With the friendship between the Nether and Shadow clans, he never expected Chu Yuni to suspect him and scheme against him. Nor did he expect a shrewd man like Long Fei Yi to fall into the man's trap. Only the time it took to brew a cup of tea had passed, but his heart had long been flustered beneath his calm exterior. He couldn't think straight. He knew he couldn't protect Miss Yunqi this time. There was only one way left. Although it wasn't a long-term solution, it could at least guarantee Miss Yunqi's safety for now. The solution was to reveal her noble identity. Even if the Nether clan was full of ambition and had been searching for the West Chu imperial heir all this time just to hold the Son of Heaven and command his vassals, Chu Yuni was still afraid and in awe of Miss Yunqi's identity. He didn't dare to do anything. That arrow was about to fly out. Even if he could block another one for her, he wouldn't be able to block a third or fourth. Gu Beiwe decided to tell her. But right at this moment, Han Yunqi, who had been hiding behind him all this time, suddenly moved. After all, Gu Beiwe's heart was flustered, but most of his attention was still on the woman behind him. He was afraid that she'd be startled or hurt. Who would have thought that at this very moment he would feel her powerful, killing intent? Only someone with high martial arts skills could sense it. At the same time, only someone with high martial arts skills could emit it. But now she knew martial arts and wanted to kill him. Gu Beiwe's stern face suddenly curved into a self-mocking smile. So there'd come a day when he'd been tricked. Was this what they meant by concern leads to confusion? The woman behind him was not the real Han Yunqi, and the one lying on the ground was definitely not the real Duke of Qin. Long Fei Yi! What a Long Fei Yi! They had all been deceived. Just as Chu Yini fired his arrow, Gu Beiwe abruptly shifted to the side and dodged it. The arrow brushed past the fake Han Yunqi's abdomen, narrowly missing its mark. Chu Yuni smiled coldly to himself. Gu Beiwe and Long Fei Ye's relationship was only SOSO. They'd both fly their own ways in the face of life and death. Men, take him down! Chu Yini ordered coldly. Since he'd fallen out with Gu Beiwe today, he couldn't allow him to leave. Besides mocking himself, Gu Beiwe didn't show much emotion on his face. No matter how severe his shoulder injury was, he'd just cripple it. But his leg injury would directly affect his shadow arts. He'd be hard-pressed to escape this calamity. As long as he was sure Yunqi was fine, he was as calm as ever. Chu Yini sent most of his archers to surround Gu Beiwe, while he faced the fake Han Yunqi alone. He thought he could take his time dealing with this woman, who didn't know martial arts. But as soon as he fired his arrow, the fake Han Yunqi dodged it and leapt onto a tree to fire a signal flare into the air. Chu Yini finally realized what had happened. He'd fallen into a trap. Long Fei Yi hadn't come. Han Yunqi hadn't come either. He'd clearly seen them disguise themselves and stand on either side of him. Could it be that they'd been swapped out on their way here? Chu Yini had no time to think about when they'd swapped out the people by his side. His heart was filled with panic. Long Fei Ye's absence meant that the Long Fei Yi was the Oriole in this dog-eat-dog scheme. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Now that the fake Han Yunqi had fired off a signal flare, heaven knows how long Fei Yi was going to beat them at their own game. It had to be said that Chu Yuni feared Long Fei Yi far more than he feared Western Zhou's imperial clan. Men, hurry and find the item. Prepare to retreat, Chu Yini ordered. Of course. He didn't forget to kill the fake Han Yunqi. Now that he was sure this woman knew martial arts, Chu Yini couldn't afford to be careless. Within 5 arrows, the fake Han Yunqi was killed. A few poison masters disguised as court ladies stepped forward to surround the 1,000-year ginkgo tree, searching for the wood of 10,000 poisons. Chu Yini was very unwilling to face such a cruel reality. He purposely stepped forward and tore off the fake Han Yunqi's scarf, only to see that the face was different. Next, he tore off the fake Long Fei Ye's beard, only to discover that it wasn't the real Long Fei Yi at all. Long Fei Yi! Chu Yuni gritted his teeth in hatred. Unexpectedly, the corpse of the fake Long Fei Yi suddenly rose to his feet and stabbed Chu Yuni's arm with a dagger. Chu Yuni sensed the movement and quickly dodged to the side, but he was still a step too late. The dagger stabbed deep into his right arm. After all, the right arm was the key to archery. If it was injured, the power of his arrows would be greatly reduced. This fake Long Fei, you must have planned this all along. He was probably waiting for this moment to injure his arm and restrict his driving arrow arts. Abominable. Chu Yuni kicked out viciously. The fake Long Fei Yi was on his last breath, so he really did fall to the ground. Still, his mission was accomplished. On the side, the Western Zhou Imperial Guards were bewildered when they saw that it wasn't His Highness Duke of Qin who had fallen. Although they wanted to seize the chance to counterattack and save Empress Shui, she was currently being held captive by the old mama. After taking care of the fake Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi, Chu Yuni immediately took out an arrow and aimed it at Gu Beiwe, who was still dodging the arrows. But before he could fire, Gu Beiwe was captured by the archers. Gu Beiwe could escape if he didn't need to protect anyone, but the price would be too high. He'd be severely injured. Moreover, he wasn't sure whether the Long Fei Yi had set up an ambush outside. If he ran into the Long Fei Yi in his current state, there was no way he'd be able to escape. On the other hand, he'd be safer in Chu Yuni's hands. Seeing Gu Beiwe captured, Chu Yuni considered retreating. "Have you found it yet?" he shouted at the poison masters. The situation was getting worse and worse for them, so they had to move faster and retreat. 10,000-year-old poison wood was no ordinary object. If it could hide in the ginkgo tree and survive for 1,000 years, then it had to be something else. These poison masters were specially trained by which and to search for the wood of 10,000 years poisons. Unfortunately, they had circled around the ginkgo tree several times, but they couldn't even find the poison. It was basically impossible to find the wood of 10,000 years poisons in such a short time. "Clan head, we won't be able to find it without a few days," the head of the poison masters reported anxiously. "Trash." Chu Yuni was both anxious and angry. "Uproot this tree and bring it back." As soon as he finished, a mocking voice rose up. "The Nether Clan head is so domineering." Chu Yuni looked back and saw 3 masked experts dressed in black robes appear out of thin air to fly out from the side. Their mocking voice had been disguised with a voice-changing art, so Chu Yuni couldn't tell who they were. But he was certain that they were Long Fei Ye's group. "Long Fei Yi, you lied to old man. Where's your credibility?" Chu Yuni rebuked loudly, obviously for the others to hear. No matter what, he was going to drag Long Fei Yi down with him this time. He wanted the Long Fei Yi and Western Zhou's imperial clan to become irreconcilable enemies. That way, Western Zhou wouldn't be on friendly terms with the commander-in-chief's estate in the south-central regions after the Chu clan retreated to western Liang. But the masked man only laughed maniacally. "Credibility? Long Fei Ye's credibility has long been eaten by dogs, don't you know?" The masked man's cheerful laughter made it obvious that he was in a good mood. Anyone who heard him was certain that this wasn't the Duke of Qin himself. Who was he? Did he have a grudge against Long Fei Yi? Chu Yuni gave a start before glancing at the other 2 masked men. When he saw that neither of them had moved, he grew even more confused. Did Long Fei really not come? Or perhaps Long Fei Yi was one of the 2 men. Chu Yuni didn't dare to be careless. He signaled for all the archers to surround the ginkgo tree and shoot. The 3 masked men immediately shot out from beneath the tree, dodging the arrows as they attacked the Chu clan archers. Chu Yuni quickly joined in the fray, but it wasn't long before thorny vines sprouted from beneath the tree. The thorny vines resembled countless tentacles that spread wildly in all directions towards the archers. Meanwhile, the 3 masked men danced in the air between the vines, dodging the arrows as they attacked, sending the archers into a panic. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Nobody expected such a strange art to exist in this world. "Don't get distracted. Shoot with all your might." Chu Yuni roared as an arrow flew through the air, hitting one of the thorny vines squarely on its roots and snapping it in half. Seeing this, the archers' morale was greatly boosted, and they all concentrated on shooting. However, they didn't know why, but suddenly 3 archers fell down. "There's a hidden weapon. Everyone be careful, they're using it," one of the archers shouted. As soon as he spoke, a needle so thin that it was almost invisible to the naked eye pierced his throat, killing him instantly. As the head of a clan, Chu Yuni wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. He'd sensed something strange as soon as the weapons appeared and sacrificed a few archers to get a clear look at the source of the weapons. Currently, he was standing on one side, his eyes narrowed as he aimed for the attacker's heart. Meanwhile, The attacker was completely oblivious as he continued to dodge the rain of arrows. "You're seeking death." Chu Yuni released his arrows viciously. The first to sense the danger was the arrogant, black-robed man. He spun around and shouted, "Careful!" He shouted, abruptly kicking his companion aside as the arrow streaked towards him like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, more arrows were flying towards him from the other side. The other two men were surrounded by arrows and couldn't help him at all. At this moment, the sound of a whip cracking filled the air. First came the sound of the whip, then the whip. A long golden whip soared through the air like a golden dragon and knocked down half of the arrows. "Who's here?"